out, you never really know what to expect. Not to mention there's some familiar names from the international circuit going to be playing today as well. So I think we can keep our eyes out on that.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know. I think when people are tuning into this, because I know I had a couple questions, like people when I posted the match list over on my socials today, I had actually people message me and say like, oh, what's MCT all about? What's this what's the East Asia Championship all about? And I was like, you know, I told some of them like these are the qualifiers. Basically, they all had their own qualifiers, like their national qualifiers that they had for this one, but this will lead into MSC and then the wild cards. And I told people like, if you haven't been watching the other regions, because that's the thing, like Staffa, there's so much MLBB to watch. Like you and I both know this as we work in our own regions on the professional leagues. Like if you're trying to watch every region, every team fight out in MLBB, it's so hard to keep up. Even before this, I believe it was MCT Amer going on, right? They were, I know there's so many teams competing in MCT Amer that there's like 2 groups there. But like any time of the day or any time of the week, you could essentially watch MLBB. And so for this one, I was telling them that there is usually the teams that you think of East Asia right now, especially if you look at the past couple international tournaments, it's mostly from China. And for a lot of people, it was DFYG, KBG, right? Like these teams were the ones that were normally making it. Well, in this time, you actually get to see a little bit different. Well, not today, but tomorrow anyway, as they're in the other group already through the play-ins. And that's Guangzhou Gaming and then Yibin Game. We will get to see YBG play in this first match against Feiyun Esports. That's our first one. Again, these are all best of 3s that our teams will competing today in. And this is our team lineup here, Staffa, for YBG.
We got Belexi, Swim, Unicorn, LYC, and Fish God, who are going to be starting off in our opening match of the competition, and they're going to be facing off against Feiyun Esports from South Korea.
Yep, this is so interesting too because there's a couple of familiar names here, at least on my part. So you got Milo, you got MZU1, Jaeyoon, Parker, and Ding. And especially for the people that are tuning in maybe from the Philippines, you will go ahead and recognize 2 names there, at least for now, and that's MZU1 and then Ding. Ding was one of the players too who did play a little bit in the professional league over here in the Philippines. And so I'm curious, like also that makes me also think, man, how they end up on Feiyun Esports, you know, like how did they end up in the South Korean team over there?
It seems like they've just had a pretty wild journey in general, because I look at the Wikipedia page for Ding in particular, and he's just been everywhere, right? He's been everywhere. MPL VH, MPL MENA, MPL Singapore, and now in South Korea. Oh man, truly Mr. Worldwide right here. And hopefully he can bring an interesting impact, because yeah, we know MZU1 as well, MZU1. We know that Ding has played in various areas. While they haven't had the greatest success overall internationally, I think just that experience alone will do a lot to bring energy to a newer region.
Yeah, and this is you know, one of the things about just Feiyun Esports is because it's a region that we're not used to seeing. Although there are players there, and even the coaching staff behind them will be there with them. So, you know, that's Coach Imba DJ. So he'll be there. And I just think there's a lot of potential there for us to see some surprising things for Feiyun Esports. So I think the teams are walking out to the stage. Can't wait to see this kind of unfold, man. Because Staffa, we've really been wondering about the growing regions out there for competitive MLBB. And right now we've got, of course, YBG walking out to the stage.
This is, of course, the runner-ups of the recent MLBB China Masters Season 2, coming just behind Guangzhou Gaming, and now making it to the playoffs of MCT EA today. They're going to have a lot to prove, because they've an interesting journey to get here, actually originally defeating Guangzhou Gaming in their upper bracket final before getting swept in the grand finals.
Yep, and again, as you see him on the screen, MZU1, he was actually part of the MDL Philippines. I'm trying to remember what season it was. Might have been season 5 but I know he was there competing under the, I think it was Onyx, for the MDL though, MDL in the Philippines, the developmental league. So there's just, I think we're going to be surprised, honestly, as what we see from Feiyan Esports. But another thing that I'm always curious about when we talk about these imports and their time on different teams, you know, like how do they work through that communication, man? You know, how do they make things work within the game? Because we've even seen shades of that in our own over here in the MPL Philippines, where it's like, you know, we have our very first import, you know, and in the form of Severo from Indonesia, and he quickly found his footing within that team in Onyx. And, you know, I think that was a point of discussion even before the season started. Like, how do the imports deal with their communication? And you see them adapt very quickly. So again, I wish I had the opportunity to ask Ding or MZU1 about that, but they've also got their coach there with them too. So fist bumps, I think, over on the stage as both our teams get prepped and ready here. And here's the thing, Staffa, we know how strong Southeast Asia has been, right? Southeast Asia in MLBB, right? Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia. Well, this is I feel like this is the start. This is the time. This is almost, I don't want to say grassroots, but it's like the roots of East Asia starting to become stronger in MLBB, getting into the competitive scene, which again, do you remember when China was first introduced, you know, into our first esports competitions, and everyone is like, man, they have so much potential. There's so much happening here. And they have vastly improved over the years, over the seasons. And now they're, you know, the strong, I would say, the tournament favorite to make the direct spot to MSC, unless we have some surprises going on.
Yeah, we know that previously as well, they did actually have a direct slot into these international tournaments, but now having to face off against other regions to actually claim it for themselves, which is a little bit of a negative for the China region as a whole, but also a positive for the rest of these regions who may be able to get a direct slot into the main stage for the first time. But you are right, I think a lot of us are going to be looking at these Chinese teams, with Yibin Gaming going to be the first one dropping up on stage. Now, this is one of the teams that was able to take down Tianfeng Yaoguai, which has been China's representative on the international scene for about the good time span of a year, actually. So they gotta have something to prove here. They're gonna tell the world, hey, there's a reason we are up here instead of them.
Yeah, even for YBG in general, I think this is it's gonna be also a good kind of look into the lens of what other teams are there competing in China, you know, just because so much of what we've seen here in the past internationals is so much of the KBG and the DFYG that we've seen now time and time again. Well, what about the other teams that have been spending time growing, competing, you know, achieving things in their own qualifiers, their own tournaments? And I just think when you look at this again with their, you know, I know we introduced their roster earlier on, and I think they've got some interesting picks. The meta is in this, I don't want to, it is kind of weird. Like, meta's kind of weird right now, but it's like, it's there. Some roles are a little bit more narrow than others. The one off the top of my head is literally like the jungle right now, you know, like you're gonna see a whole lot of Harley, you're gonna see a whole lot of Leah Mord, and you're gonna see a whole lot of Suyo, right? From that, maybe the occasional utility pick, which is usually Fredrin. There's also a potential from YBG for an Akai to come through. Like, that's why I think when I look at these types of tournament stuff, I'm really looking at, is there a different play style? Is there a different hero pool, or even a bend on the meta that we're going to see here in comparison to, you know, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia?
I think it's always the most interesting thing about watching these international tournaments, which are happening in the less viewed regions, right? They have their own metas. They may not necessarily be following the way that we do things in MPL, in Southeast Asia in general, because we do kind of end up in a cycle of, oh, we're gonna be learning from each other, we're just gonna be copying each other because, those are the good heroes. But other regions may not fall into those same categories. And I think that's what makes it more fun, right? Because it gets a little bit monotonous seeing the same couple heroes picked up over and over again.
You don't like it?
I don't. I'm gonna be honest here. It's like, okay, I get it. They're good. But, we want to have some fun sometimes.
Yeah. I don't know. For me, I guess, I gotta say, at least my personal list, I've been happy with so far where the meta has landed.
Really?
And that's just the introduction of Gord into the meta, basically.
Of course.
My favorite hero all time. And we got to see shades of him back in, like, I think this was, the M5 World Championship era and the season before that, where he was picked up a couple times by players like Few and everything else. But now he's more so of like this mainstay, I would say, like in the current meta. Also pairs really well with Harley. But the thing is like the mid lane needed that shakeup too. You talk about like maybe being a little stale here and there. Well, mid was that way for a while. Yes. It's shaken up a little bit, not much, but that's why I think it's so interesting, man. Like if you look at some of the other MCT regions right now, right? The MLBB Championship Tour regions. I know some of them out there aren't testing out the old global ban theory, like they're going with the global ban drafting. And I don't know when that time's going to come when we actually have that introduced, on the greater scale of things. But I like that there's some testing going on there. And that's specifically for what you just mentioned, like drafts maybe seeming a little stale for some people.
I think it's good for us to experiment with different ideas, right? Especially now that the ecosystem's growing bigger and we have more different tournaments to watch and test things out in. It's definitely a good time to do so. There's always going to be pros and cons about concepts like global ban, because on one hand, it does make it more interesting. You get to see heroes you never really see otherwise. But on the other hand, you could also argue if game balance was in the correct place, you wouldn't really need a global ban system. There's always going to be a whole topic about that sort of thing. At least for now, though, we're not going to be seeing it too soon. We're still going to be sticking with the standard concepts, the standard form of drafting, especially in this tournament this time around. So hopefully we get to see a good mix of the meta picks and maybe some new faces as well.
I think it's all about the new faces, man. Every time that we are looking at the up-and-coming players or the up-and-coming legends of MLBB, you always have to look at the new teams that are competing. And it's always, I think, when you get to look at the MCT run, the MCT series in general, you get to start to see some of these players make a name for themselves, and it's some of them, like I said, even when we're looking at Feiyun Esports right here, and you've got this kind of mix of what does Korea bring to MLBB? Everybody knows that Korea is such a dominant, nation in terms of esports and competitive gaming. And that's been mostly, throughout the PC games. But now you have them entering into MLBB. And it's just an interesting fact that you have this kind of mixed, I guess, environment or mixed experience. Like you got to think about it this way. You've got a couple players that most people have not been able to see too much of. The Filipino players that are there, Ding and MZU1. Their coaching staff who has experience in the Philippines as well, but also the import experience that Ding has been through. And it's like, how does that mix? What is that mixing going to bring, or that experience and that knowledge going to bring to the Korean players who are usually mechanically gifted? I think that's the biggest thing.
South Korea has always been known for APM, right? Even in the oldest days of esports in general, all titles that the young generation won't even remember anymore. That's always been what they were lauded for. So
do you think APM matters in MLBB?
It can. It's just not as much, as some of the titles we've seen in the past.
Yeah. There's no APM checker, and I don't think so. Like to get the little APM reader up on the top of your screen for MLBB. But I think the something about within just their maybe the competitive nature that South Korean players have and all the titles that they've competed in. I think that's why I'm saying, like, from a viewer perspective, I really want to see them make it to the wild card or potentially get the MSC spot. Again, we know that who the favored teams are throughout this run, and we'll get to see some of those teams really start to compete tomorrow. But who knows? Maybe there's enough experience and drive there from Favorite Esports, or even some of the other teams. You know, the HUNS, for example, like you mentioned with Mongolia. Mongolia has always been a region that has been very strong in such a wild card way. And by what I mean by that is their play style, their aggressiveness, their drafting is always just kind of a treat to watch.
Yeah, I always appreciate regions like Mongolia. There's other regions that we know of as well, but obviously not going to be competing here. So we'll see how that happens. For now, we're waiting for the teams to get set up so that we can go ahead and hop into our very first match of the day. And I think just as a bit of a refresher as well to anyone watching who might not be too familiar with how this tournament goes, the matches today are all play-in matches. These 3 teams are fighting for 1 slot, so only one of these teams will be able to move forward into day 2 of the competition as part of the playoffs, and that one team also guarantees at least an MSC wildcard slot.
MSC wildcard, you know, those spots being open, the direct push into getting into MSC. We'll see which teams are actually going to be ready. We're jumping to the draft here for game 1. So this is, like Stafa mentioned, this is going to be a best of 3. We'll see where the draft ends up. I like to see the Harley ban, you know, right away, man. Harley's not going to be picked up in the jungle. Neither is the Baksha. So you've got YBG over here on blue side, FY on the red. Jushin being banned out as well. There's the Phoveus. I'm thinking that they might, I don't know. It's like, because you just haven't seen too much focus from these teams. It's like, you know, you have this kind of automatic response to, okay, priority is probably going to be Harley, or priority is going to be Jushin, or, you know, priority might even be a Claude for some of these teams. But I know at least for Yibin Game, they like to go ahead and play the Harith. They also like the Arlott, for example, but those aren't really what you see in priority picks. And look at that, Asuyo is actually going to be banned out too.
Well, bringing up Harith and Arlott is a good shout out, considering that Phoveus would be a counter to both those heroes. So
maybe Marcel? Yeah, okay.
Ooh,
all right.
Looks like it is. Yeah, the Marcel first pick, insta lock from the side of Yibin Game.
Yeah, so that's gonna go in the hands of Swim, I believe. I was trying to just kind of go through that list in my head of, you know, priority blue side picks, especially depending on the bans, and you see that Marcel come through right away. That's going to be the answer too, because I was saying that the jungle is so narrow in terms of picks right now. The Leo Mord is the option. They take the Harith. Might as well. It could just end up being a Claw and Harith matchup in the gold lane, unless we see something different from YBG. But already with a Marcel pick, usually you can build a lineup that's pretty sturdy around the Marcel, and you just kind of let the Marcel like do his thing, and his thing is just being annoying to the enemy team.
Yeah, absolutely. Marcel, still one of those heroes that teams are either figuring out or perma-banning. There's really no in between for this hero because of the impact that he's able to apply. Though it does have the trade-off of being one of the squishier roamers in the meta right now. So as you mentioned, Yibin Game gonna need to build a solid front line around this. And there is going to be the Fredrin to fill in exactly that need, as well as the Claude.
Okay. Fredrin, the other utility pick. I actually see that we actually see this more than I feel like the Baksha pop up now, especially when you have a Marcel paired with it. And if the Baksha is taken out, then your only other utility option aside from the Akai that we mentioned earlier was the Fredrin. Claude, like I said, would be the matchup against the Harith. That's what typical. But this glue pick from FY is great also, just because, again, this is most likely going into the roam. There could be a flex into XP. We've seen both, at least here in the Philippines. Have you guys seen that over in Malaysia as well?
It's more commonly roam, but can definitely be played in EXP if necessary.
Yeah.
Though typically, if you're gonna pick a glue, you would ideally need to respect the Faramis at that point. So Feiyun might need to consider banning it unless they're particularly confident. There is also the option to take it for themselves, since they'll have first pick, second phase.
Yeah. Okay, quick bans. There's another good reads here from FY. Again, these are picks that at least YBG has shown they like to pick up. The R lot especially, so that's not going to be available to them. Their last ban, they're probably going to go ahead and narrow down maybe another mid pick, since you're already thinking, unless you want to go for an XP lane too, just to potentially get a favored XP lane matchup if that glue does get flexed in. I think that's what they're kind of debating right now. Like, do we go ahead and take out a mid or go with XP? Because you've already got really good damage too with on both sides. It's got to build up a little bit longer for YBG, especially having a Claude. You know, as we know, it takes the Trinity that around that 9-ish minute mark to go ahead and get that locked in. They ban out the Farsa, so they are going to go ahead and focus on the mid options for FY.
I think that makes sense for me. Feiyun now going to have the option to pick up a hero first. They will go with the Eve, so they're going to keep it pretty standard. Very strong teamfight combination right off the bat right here. Mid-game power spike. And Yibin gonna need to respect that particular timing. I was originally thinking something like a Lilia might be quite good against the glue, but against an Eve might face some issues. Yep. So maybe Zetian is the safer choice.
Yeah, Zetian still, it's such an interesting pick because you don't see the Zetian picked up much, at least let's say in the Philippines, but I know it was picked up quite a bit even over in China, like throughout their qualifiers and everything else. There are teams that still really like to go ahead and lean towards the Zetian pick just because the range, obviously the ultimate works really well at Fury the Phoenix, but whoa, this is not what I was expecting. A Vexana. Vexana is going to be picked up. Lapu Lapu more aligned with the meta, but how do you feel about the Vexana pick?
Surprisingly, not the first Vexana I've seen recently. I actually saw Vexana being picked in MSL Thailand this last weekend.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it did not work out very well. Still a very slow hero.
Do you remember?
I do not. I just remember the Vex alone. But it is one of the common counters to glue, right? Vexana Faramis are usually picked up against glue. But
for
I feel
little
like
glue links.
Faramis is a little easier to play with.
Faramis is just non-existent though, bro. Like he's just not, you know
Really?
what I mean? Like lately, I don't think we've seen him once. I could be wrong, but I don't think we've seen him once. Not at all. Have you in Malaysia?
It's a very common glue counter in Malaysia. Like maybe not every time, but like if you see a glue, you actually have to pick around the threat of the Faramis.
Okay. I could be mistaken. Maybe we have it once or twice over here in the MPL Philippines, but you know, it's just you don't see Faramis too much. I think this Vexana could also be potentially maybe in a form of like comfort, you know, in a bit. But also, you've got a lot to work with. This is a lineup that needs time to cook though from YBG. Like you got to get to the point where you're playing for your Claude. You know, your Vexana might not be able to do too much in the early game, but you're sturdy enough with a Fredrin and Marcel, for example. But also having the Lapu Lapu, like they can fight around the objectives. Like if their whole game plan is let's just fight for Turtle 1, Turtle 2, you know, even early rotation pressure if they can. I know at least for a lot of what we've seen so far through the past 8 weeks here in the Philippines is teams really dominating throughout the early game, and even the early game as early rotation, man, as the first rotation, you know, locking in that first buff or the Lithwander, or potentially going for the goal and then stealing that. You know, there's teams that are usually able to get a potential first blood even in the early game. So we'll see if that's going to happen here. I think we're going to be jumping into the game. Again, this is going to be game 1 in our first match of the day. YBG versus FY. We got a team from China versus South Korea, all fighting for those spots to get into the play-ins tomorrow.
5 seconds till the enemy.
I'm excited, and I hope that everyone watching at home is going to be just as excited as we jump right into the Land of Dawn for the first time here at the MLBB Championship Tour EA 2026. Like you've already pointed out, Naisu, I do think that while Blue side has some buff priority because of Fredrin, in terms of direct team fighting, it's kind of hard to beat a Liam or Eve early.
Yeah. beating a Leomord early if you can as a Fredrin is going to require your team, basically, if that happens. Ding giving some information on this Rome Hilda. Again, interesting too, because if I recall correctly, Ding, when he was competing in the Philippines, he was more of an XP laner, but you know, he takes this role as the information gatherer for his team over here for Feiyun Esports, and you know, you can go ahead and he is playing XP. I was like, he is just checking things out, so he's still XP lane. We've got MZU1 as the Rome glue, but yeah, that's the thing. That's the where I'm going to be looking for, is the experience between Ding and, you know, MZU1's time in the Philippines, both, and what they bring to this synergy of FY.
So far, it doesn't look like either side looking to be too aggressive before the first turtle timing. It's only really Swim just kind of running around, keeping an eye on where Parker is going to be on the map. First turtle's going to be up in about 20 seconds, and I think that's where we can start to see whether or not FY can play for their early game timing.
Oh, Ding?
Ooh. They're going in on Ding, 2v1. Fish got so low, he's hiding away, but the Appraiser's Wrap comes out. First blood to LYC.
That was a good play. I mean, Fish God knew what he was doing. He had the backup that he needed. So an early first blood, and the flicker was burned too. That's the unfortunate thing for Ding. So right now, YBG has control of this first turtle. They'll go ahead and start this up. Feiyun Esports in position.
Oh, Swim flickering forward, gets the stun, and instantly they collapse on Parker. A full commit takes out the jungler. This will be a free turtle.
Staffa, this is exactly what I was talking about, man. I was like, their lineup is going to give them control around the objective, and that's exactly what it's doing. Swim's doing a great job. This Marcel pick is something he likes to go ahead and play, and you can see why. You know, he's able to be very effective, either just kind of being a nuisance, even under the turret, kind of keeping FY on their feet, but also just giving information. He was up there towards that orange buff. He sees where things are going to happen, so he's giving and relaying that information over here to LYC and the rest of YBG.
And YBG doing a very good job with that information as well. Not only taking out the Hilda before the turtle, but also insta-collapsing on the Leomord so that FY cannot fight for it at all. Ordinarily, Leomord, Eve, Hilda together should give you a good way of contesting these turtles early on, but if you just pick them off one by one and don't give them a chance to team fight, then that's what happens.
Yeah, so we'll see what Feiyun Esports wants to do in terms of responding to this. Usually when you have a Leomord, you know, you kind of want to go ahead and be not too aggressive, but be more aggressive than what you know the Fredrin's going to be capable of doing. But he's also going to rely on the team to help him be that aggressor, especially when it comes to the next turtle. You know, you got 40 seconds to get there. But Parker doesn't want to get caught in that situation like he did previously, where he's immediately taken out and taken care of, because then there goes your entire contention for the objective if you're just blown up like that. And so Parker is definitely going to watch out for his positioning in this case. And what they can do is decide, do we actually want to go ahead and contest it? Now, if you have an Eve, that's like the mid laner to contest and fight around that box, around objectives. But they got to get the positioning in favor. Ding's going to go ahead and deal with Fish God and LYC again, but they rotate quickly over as Turtle's going to be spawning up here. Ding might actually go ahead and try to join this. And we could see... Uh-oh.
They're trying to come in onto B Lexi, but I don't think they have enough damage to take down the Claude. So they did force out the Blazing Duet as well. Ding now gonna be joining the turtle fight himself. Gonna scout out the rotation from Fish God. Chunk him down to low HP. But Yibin Game still have control of the turtle. Fantasy gonna be dropped. Crazy Trap secures the objective. Art of the M comes out as well. Flicker back with Fish God. He's in the backline. He gets the stun on MZU1. Ding probably gonna go down here. Gets blasted by the rest of the team. And now Parker gonna be left in no man's land. 1v5, 2 kills for Yibin Game.
Oh, that was so good from Fish God, man. He dealt with Ding, like, chunking him down a little bit, but as soon as he knew that they gave the call to go ahead and secure the turtle, he jumped right for Jaeyoon, and he wasn't able to do anything on the Eve. You know, he had a Lapu sitting on him basically, and didn't get full utility or full usage of his real world manipulation, that ultimate that they want to fight around. And so you take that out of the picture, you get split up by the team, and unfortunately for Feiyun Esports, they fall apart in the team fight. So Fish God, you know, he doesn't have a ton of kills, but he is doing work on this Lapu right now, just being that zone and that threat to Feiyun Esports.
think we can all... Oh, Jae-yoon. Oh my goodness, the Eternal Guard. Under the tower, one shot killing spree for Unicorn.
Brother, I have never seen a Vexana do this great of an early start. Like, this is a unicorn, man. This is a unicorn experience.
This is a mythical creature you're witnessing right now. Never seen before, and the net worth difference really adding up at this point. 3K already in favor of Yibin Game. Most of them completing their first items by this point.
Yeah, great start already. Getting themselves... Oh man,
Ouch.
this is the combo, man. I haven't seen this combo before work like this. This Marcel Vexana combo where he gets that snapshot off with Marcel, and that gives you a perfect opportunity to layer in the Vexana kit. And that's what's working so well, you know, not just dropping down the Eternal Guard, but the rest of the kit too. And so there's a great threat. I mean, look how far they're pushed off the tier 1 turret just because of Swim's work here.
This is really good zoning from Yibin Game. They're instantly translating to trying to take the purple buff away.
Ooh.
Parker gonna get caught. The flicker jumps in, and the golden hour even allows Swim to walk back out. That's gonna be a dead E for sure. Trying to escape, but Fish God's under tower, gets the kill, jumps back out. Ding comes from the flank, looking for Swim, but gets taunted away by LIC. Mega kill for Unicorn.
Swim is just so good, man. I mean, the Marcel is just... What do you do with him if you're FY? You know, how do you deal with him just stunning you, snapshotting you under the turrets, and then even with a sliver of health, being able to withstand it and stay alive and get away? That's 3 for 3 now for the Turtles for YBG. They have already got 2 turrets down. They've ballooned themselves up 6,000 plus gold ahead of Feiyun Esports, and right now, it's looking scary. Look at the damage meters from Unicorn. This is what I was talking about. Him and Fish God alone are just pumping out the big damn.
And I think what's even more concerning is that Swim on the Marcel is doing more damage than anyone on Feiyun. This is not a hero that's supposed to be dishing out DPS, but he can just walk up to people and chunk them out himself.
Man, this is a different kind of Marcel that I've seen. This is a... I don't know. This is... usually you see them be kind of aggressive, just getting snapshots, but... You know, he's got the stacks on the belt here. Oh, Jae-yoon.
Raider forced out the RWM defensively. I think that was a bit of a panic press right there, but it does allow them to clear out the minions, so they'll preserve their mid tier 2 and at least stop Yibin Game from getting too much more.
Okay, so they at least control the bleeding up to this point, but I don't know, looking at the items here too, it's getting scarier by the minute. You see the gold lane difference, about 1,000 gold between the gold laners right now. That third item being built up by Lexi, and you know, he doesn't even have the Trinity, but he's able to go ahead and just kind of get the positioning he wants to because of the work that YBG is doing as a team. The front line is doing such a good job at dissecting Feiyun Esports' lineup and even the approach to the team fight here. And it's just again, it's the combo between Swim and Unicorn. So if they want to stop that from happening, they need time to go ahead and get those items that they need. They need that magic resistance. I know they've got a couple defensive items built in, but you know, at this point, even trying to fight under your turret sometimes just feels like a losing battle for Feiyun Esports.
I'm not seeing enough proactive here, especially in the earlier few minutes. They just kind of allowing Yibin to have their way with the river, especially after that first turtle.
Yeah.
And now I'm not really seeing any attempt to make something happen as well. It's just kind of turtling back, farming, hoping that something goes their way.
With that kind of lineup, though, you can technically turtle up Golden Hour.
Yep, they caught Jae-yoon. I don't think he's getting out of that one. Instant surround, instant explode.
My goodness. I don't know. If you're in this position and you're getting caught like that and blown up that quickly, I don't know if the turtle's going to be the answer here for FY. Whoop.
Oh my goodness, Amzu can't even survive. He just blew up instantly. Now Vexana does counter him, so that makes a bit more sense. But still, you can see the gold difference. They're just diving into the backline. LYC's tanking everything. Killing spree for the Fredrin. The tower goes down. Only 3 members of Feiyun alive, but there are not many minions. So I think Yibin can't end yet, but they still got the Lord.
For game 1, very, very dominant from Yibin Game. And this is what we were expecting, again, from a region from East Asia that has had more time to go ahead and get situated into the competitive scene of MLBB, and they're definitely showcasing it here. Again, they've been through the ringer to get qualified up to this point. As they go through the play-ins, they're looking to be a huge competitor throughout this tournament alone. Just off game one, they're showcasing just how much synergy they've built up. They're working really well together. Fish God jumping in.
And look, Swim, he just comes in from behind, freezes everyone in place. Mega kill for LYC, golden hour, catches Parker, but Enzu's gonna put his body in between. He's gonna get blown up real hard by the Vexana, does grab, but that's the Fredrid. You are not surviving that one, sir. Fish God picks up the kill, Ding, not able to do much here. 2 members down again, minion wave pushing in, could be an endgame angle for YBG if they decide to go for it. Swim gonna distracting in the backline. Minion collapses. Crystal is open. Zaman Force drop down. But Milo. Kill for Unicorn. Killing spree for Fish God. Jaeyun will respawn. RWM should clear up the minion wave. And Feiyun will delay the game just a little longer.
They're going to delay it a little longer. Milo, good usage of the Zaman Force, but they are potentially going to lose another base tower here. Swim going and stunning in MZU1, and they take out a base turret. Again, with this kind of lead, we're talking about 12,000 gold right now for YBG. Feiyun Esports' chances are looking very bleak at this point. You have to kind of consider where can they actually potentially win a fight, make something happen. Even looking at where they are in terms of itemization, Milo just picked up a Divine Glaive. He went Starlium, Feather of Heaven, Divine Glaive. But it's just unfortunately not enough. Your front line is getting just demolished because even so, like Ding, who was on this Hilda, or you have MZU1 on the glue, they're not able to give the space for Milo. Golden Hour used, Ding's in trouble.
Yeah, Ding gets split off by the Golden Hour. Great placement again from Swim to just cut the fight in half, and Phantom Steed not gonna do much here. In fact, the used before the Lord is taken means that Feiyun has no chance of contesting this.
Man, I don't think they would want to, you know, even at this point. I think you don't have much of a choice but just to kind of wait in the base and hope that you can hold on through game one and maybe potentially stall it out more. The problem is at this point, when you have both, you know, 2 base turrets down, you're holding on to one, the Lord's going to be coming up here in just a second, and you're this far behind, you can't really withstand this. Actually, even without the Lord, they'll go ahead and take down the last base turret of Feiyun Esports. So Yibin Gaming, they're ready to go ahead and punch this one in. They'll wait for the Lord to make its way down the mid lane. Can FY defend on this? They've got a miracle to happen here.
Oh, and a flicker in, Swim catches 2 with the Golden Hour. They're gonna start focusing on end. But Flicker gets the Vexana out of danger. Lord slaps one crystal. Ding goes down, Jaeyun goes down. Only 2 members left from Jaeyun, and I don't think there's much they can do. The Flicker forward from Bilexi to finish things off. As we see Yibin Game secure game number 1.
Yibin Game taking game 1 dominant fashion. Just incredible showcase of teamwork. Honestly, this composition was great. They banned out strictly the jungle picks that could have come through, and I feel like, you know, that really made it difficult for the Leomord to even work. Like, Parker wasn't able to do anything, man. You know, the Leomord was, it didn't even feel like he had Barbiel, man. It didn't feel like he had a Phantom Steed, because even if he used it, it was just to either get away, or you saw the Phantom Steed come through, he got Barbiel, and then he died, you know. And I think the draft there from YBG was just really great, but also you could see why they prioritized that Marcel pick for Swim. He was basically the catalyst to starting this very dominant game 1 of building up to almost a 13, I don't know what the end was there, 14,000 gold lead. And even to make it work with something like a Vexana, Staffa, like, we don't usually see the Vexana pop up, and it actually works really well with the Marcel.
Yeah, this is definitely the most successful Vexana game I've seen in quite a long time, actually.
Yeah.
And you can see the combo working out as a counter to the glue as well. And yeah, the Marcel, definitely a pocket pick at this point. You can see why YBG was so confident to insta-lock it once they saw it was open. Swim living up to his name, literally swimming his way through the enemy team the entire time. They could not catch him. That's how slippery he was. But I think there were also some execution issues happening on the opposite side, where Feiyun seemed a little bit confused in that early game. Didn't really see a lot of proactive movement, which I thought we would see more of from a player like MZU.
It was interesting because I just feel like once they got behind after even the first turtle, and then especially the second one where Ding even came for that fight and they had everybody there, but then the team fight got decimated. Like, they got decimated in the team fight. I think it just fell apart from, early objectives. And that's one of the hardest things to come back from when you have a lineup like Feiyun Esports had. And if you're fighting up against a more sturdy lineup, which is exactly what Even Game had, which is, again, this Fredrin, Marcel, how do you even get to a point where you can fight against their front line, or you're so worried? This is what Marcel does so well too, is like, you're so worried of getting either zoned, stunned, or dealt with. Meanwhile, you've got a Marcel in the back lines doing those things. But Fish God as well, man. Like, Fish God on the Lapu Lapu was such a threat. That's why this game was under 14 minutes. He was jumping on the right targets. He was just locked in on Ji-Yoon, but Jae-Yoon, by the way. Jae-Yoon did not get to use real world manipulation much at all. Like, there was not many opportunities where he could get the full use out of it. And that's because of just how strong, again, the Lapu Lapu is on dealing with that, but then even Swim doing his thing. And all of this provided all the time in the world for B-Lexi to just farm up on the Claude, hit the Trinity very quickly, and then shine with his blazing duets towards the end. Man, that was a 19-0 game, and our MVP for game 1 is going to be Swim.
For sure. I think no one can argue with this one. Just from the damage dealt alone. We pointed this out during the early game. Marcel should not be doing that much damage, and at the end, he's doing almost as much as Fish God is on that Lapu Lapu. So you can see how easy it was, how simple of a task it was for him to be running around, being a nuisance in general.
Yeah.
Just run straight through. You never know where he's coming from, because I don't think Feiyun were doing a good enough job of actually making sure they had information on the map. They were just kind of bundling together and hoping, hey, we can try to win. Since he'd interact with the Vexana less often early, that could have helped, but it also felt like it was generally kind of passive from Feiyun, where even if we did see the heroes being swapped, it felt like they never really moved past their own river.
Yeah.
And once that first turtle fight went awry, they just never tried again.
Yeah, I think that's the... There wasn't much of a... Like, I feel like potential for Feiyun Esports to come back into that one, just because it felt like there was this disconnect between their Roman XP and the other 3 members of trying to get things accomplished, And we've seen this before, man, where some teams know that they are just going to lose that objective fight, and I'm talking about the turtles. They might give up 1 or 2 turtles, and they do that because they're not going to continuously, maybe even 3, because they don't want to continuously put themselves in a dangerous position where they're losing team fights and they're getting further behind. And I'm almost thinking that maybe there should have been that case for Feiyun Esports where they just decided, you know what, we can't fight into this, especially the Fredrin, like Fredrin Marcel, we can't fight that. We need time to go ahead and scale up, build up, get to where we need to be, because essentially the Harith, if you were able to get to, you actually saw a glimpse of it. There was this very small glimpse when Milo was able to go ahead and drop down the Zaman Force, start to be a threat, but it was already past the 10-minute mark for there, so he had his items, but it took him a lot longer, maybe even the 11-minute mark before he was able to come online. And so in those cases, some teams decide to just kind of forfeit those early objectives, just let themselves farm up and try to like stay alive. And you see this, sometimes it's like a passive game, right? We see this a lot in the Philippines sometimes in the style of gameplay where you have these very low kill games, but it's all part of playing into the comp that you have, the composition that you have. And that first turtle was a clear sign of, oh brother, maybe we shouldn't fight. And then the second one was even more so. That was like, okay, dang, we really shouldn't fight this. And I feel like they just kind of kept putting themselves in a dangerous position fighting against YBG.
Yeah, we already know that a lot of teams have the mindset of like, okay, we understand where our lineup is going to be strong. If we can't fight for the early turtles, there's really no point doing so we'll do something else on the map instead. When they make those sort of decisions, then yeah, that's good. That's exactly what they should be doing. The problem here is that wouldn't have been the correct decision for Feiyun in the first place, and I'm not sure if they have the experience or the confidence to be able to pull that off as well. A lot of the times, newer teams in MLBB ecosystem, they'll have this mindset of like, oh, if we lose a turtle, that's bad. You know, like we should be trying to win as many objectives as possible because hey, that's how you win the game, right? They don't really have that understanding yet. And it makes it worse that their team lineup that game was meant to come online earlier than Yibin game, right? They have heroes that are very strong mid-game wise, but never got to reach that.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering what kind of adjustments will happen here in the draft, especially with what Coach Imbadj is going to decide to do with Feiyun Esports here. Again, their coach, you know, he was a former MPLPH player and coach. He spent time coaching in, I believe it was MPL Singapore with Bleed back in maybe 2025, 2024. So that's what we're talking about, the experience there too. And again, Ding and MZU1, they have experience and they swept their qualifiers. They swept their grand finals coming to here. And that's why the bans were the way that it was, because there were some targeted bans there clearly against what Feiyun Esports likes to play around. And you know, if there's anything that's telling of their play style and maybe that they need to adjust from, is they're very go for it, right? Even when they're down, it's like they want to fight. And we've seen teams do this, and we've seen teams be successful with this idea or this philosophy. But oftentimes, if a team knows how to punish them, and you got to think who's across from you in this case. Yibin Game is an experienced team. You know, they've taken down some strong teams that have represented the China region that have international experience, you know. So I think over the course of what has it been for the Chinese region, that been 2 years, I think maybe, and how much improvements their players across the board have had, they know how to punish teams that do that, right? So we'll see what adjustments happen here. We're going to draft for game 2. We will have it. It's going to be a switch up, right? Feiyun Esports will be over here on the blue side. We'll see what they want to prioritize. I still expect some of the same bans from YBG here.
Yeah, I don't think they need to switch up too much. We do already see a little bit of a shift here. The Doxia will still be banned by Feiyun, but they also get rid of Guinevere this time. And Yibin Game going to ban out the Harley and the Zhu Xin. Pretty common for the red side. Now this does leave quite a few options open, including the Freya, which Feiyun will now take out for themselves. But one concern I have is that Guinevere Freya are typically very strong blue side picks, and Feiyun getting rid of it either means that they're not confident or there is something else that they want to grab as priority.
Yeah, I think some teams too, they just don't want to play against Freya in the gold lane. Sometimes it's just more of like a comfort thing for some gold laners, but even so, I don't know if there's that many gold laners that like to play the Freya. I feel like it's almost down to specific gold laners that do it, so it could also just be a respect ban that comes through. But we'll see what the priority is going to be here. Marcel is open, they'll take it, so that seems like it's going to be the trade, at least right now, between these two teams. Marcel blue side priority. So now on the flip side for YBG, we could potentially just see maybe they go for the Leomord. Maybe they're comfort enough to go ahead and pick up a Fredrin again. They've got a couple options here. Also being what they want to prioritize in gold, they might straight up pick a Claude in this first phase or even this first swing.
I think Claude is just one of the best heroes in the game right now, not even just in the gold lane. He's just one of the safest picks, doesn't get countered too much, will basically carry the game as long as he has his items. So yeah, Yibin Game will just grab it, and they do seem quite comfortable on the Fredrin. But like you pointed out, I am curious about how well this will perform now that they don't have the Marcel on their side. You would like to say that, hey, Swim played such a good Marcel last game, he should know how to counter the hero, but that is not always the case, surprisingly.
Okay. Let's see if they build up and complement this Marcel. Oh, interesting. They're going to go with a Granger. Granger into the Claude and the Leomord. So we'll see if they can get the stacks. Usually the Granger is the one getting the Sky Piercer, and with the Leomord there, that is the likely case. But I think for sure, you got to see if Milo can get there on the Granger. Having this Marcel and Leomord might help give them that space, but you can see this very similar to what we saw in the last pick of the first phase over in game 1. The glue is picked up. You don't know 100% yet if it's actually going to be flexed into the XP. Most likely goes Roam, but even if it's Roam, a glue Roam paired up with a Fredrin already is a great thing to have. You know, that's so much sturdiness, so much tankiness that you can actually play into. And again, you just have to give time for the Claude to reach his power spike, and having those two heroes wanting to fight around objectives gives them that chance. But I do like, at least for Faerun Esports, at least in this chance, they've got the Marcel on their side. You're just sitting here wondering, can it be utilized as well by MZU1?
It looks like they'll even ban out both Faramis and Vexana just to make sure that the glue will not face the same issues that MZU faced in game 1. He'll get to walk wherever he wants on the map, and there's not much that Faerun can do about it. So they're going to need a very strong mid lane pick to deal with this. Most obvious would probably be Lilia at this point. You could also make arguments for heroes like Valier or Gord, because they do have the pure damage to be able to melt through the glue. But I think Lilia is probably the most maneuverable out of all of them.
Okay. They handle that. What's the last ban going to be here? Yeah, still mid probably. I don't know what they... Other than that, oh no, they go XP, so they will ban out the Uranus. So no Uranus available. They could pick up their mid lane now and then wait, because they want to keep that glue as potential flex if they still want to. Yeah, like you mentioned, there is still a Gord there. They could go with the... I don't know if they want to run the Eve, since they have a Fredrin. We'll see if Unicorn wants to do that. Again, Eve, Gord, since the Valentina and the Vexana are gone, you could also just go with something like the Farsa, something along those lines. Even a Kimmy Fred is common, right? Kimmy in the mid. They're going to go Eve though, so they want to play around the real world manipulation. They want to play around that box, and Fredrin is going to, like, their control from game 1 of the objectives. They're going to be able to essentially do the same thing here with this kind of composition for game 2.
This is a really, really strong setup from Eve in game. In fact, I'm quite confident that last hero is going to be Arlet. It's the perfect setup for Arlet. You got Eve, you got Fredrin. It's like the combo of all time. And I'm hoping that Faerun at least knows that is coming. I don't think it's worth it for them to steal the Arlet. I feel like it doesn't complement their lineup as well. They could, but maybe better to go into the Phoveus. Yeah, they will go into the Phoveus, lock that in, and they'll pair it up with the Kimmy.
I figured YBG would take that, but yeah, Fish God's gonna go ahead and grab the Lampu again.
Not Arlet.
Yeah, not the Arlot. So he's gonna run it back again. The Arlot would have been great, but the Lampu gives you so much space and so much threat. And if Fish God just does what he did in the last game, he's gonna be fine. So Faerun Esports wants to deal with that. Maybe the Marcel will help in a way. You could peel with the Marcel. You could peel essentially even with a Kimmy if you have to. But Phoveus is also a much better front line that you can actually have. I mean, Hilda from Ding the last game, like, you could, if you were, for example, we usually see it in the Roam, but you know, you can still be a threat. But I feel like Phoveus, especially early on, gives you that power of just being the front line, being that guy to tank those hits up if you need to for your team. So he should be able to provide way more space on the Phoveus than he was on the Hilda, especially because, like you mentioned, with that Vexana or even potentially the Faramis, the glue was kind of stopped in his tracks so quickly, you know, from the last game. So I do like the lineup. I do like the idea here from both sides, but maybe Faerun Esports can go ahead and get the win here that they need.
Yeah, I think that least this time around, Feiyun has some backup plans in terms of scaling since they're going to be playing that double marksman comp. But it also means that they're going to be fairly squishy. Their main front line is going to be Phobius, which, while bulky, is not really meant to be a damage sponge. And that'll make me quite concerned when they're going up against Glue and Fredrin together, since they are not going to have nearly enough damage early on to deal with this. So Even Game can basically just run them down whenever they see them.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the emblems here, what we've got rolling. So again, the Granger, I think, is something that you really want to keep your eye on if Milo's able to get the stacks. He's got Rupture there, Festival of Blood too, and Pure Rage. He should be able to play into this. Kimmy as well, trying to get the items quickly, running that weakness finder too. So Parker, I feel like, also wants to have a much better experience on his Leomord at this time. And I think if you look at what they want to accomplish here in terms of can they get a game under their belt, can they make this happen, it's on Flying Clouds, right? We were on Broken Walls for game one. Flying Clouds, at least if you're behind Staffa, you can keep getting yourself into the fight, keep getting yourself into keeping yourself in the game using Flying Clouds. But because of what we talked about from the previous game, where it's like, if Fairrun Esports wants to continue to fight, they got to make sure they actually have this advantage and win these fights, because if they keep throwing themselves at YBG, they will get punished. Jiyun?
Oh, hold on! They are Unicorn very low as well. With the flicker at the last second, gets the Kimmy out. MZU 1 now, the one in danger. Parker will drop by though and make sure that there's no deaths here.
Okay. Oh, whoa, hold on. Swim was really going for it. He's going to be able to, or he's going to try to run away. Swim is in trouble. All right.
Might get punished for this one. Yep. Parker, first blood. A little bit of a punish right there. Swim, a little bit too aggressive with that dive.
Okay. Too aggressive. Swim wanted to go for it. He's actually the one to get punished, and it looks like they're going to go for this, but mid.
Finchon gonna jump in, force Flicker out, Flicker's forward land, Shaker connects with Jiyun, and they get a kill onto the Kimmy, once again, right before the turtle. So Even Game really knows their objective timing. Now we see Enzu walk in, Dark Wave connects with 2, RWM comes out, LYC secures Turtle. Parker a bit too late to the party, but Flitter in danger, the Princess ran right in the face of the Leomord. 3-man Dark Wave, Phobia is trying to hold as long as possible, but Ding goes down, and Parker will follow. Even Game with complete domination over the first Turtle. And Lexi is even gonna show up in the mid lane, force a flicker out from Milo.
Okay, so that a whole lot just happened in about a minute. You know, YBG ends up getting that turtle. They get a couple kills over here. FY wanted to fight that, but they end up getting their backs against the wall into that fight. You can see this too. It looks like, yeah, you want to have that rush from Milo for the Sky Piercer. I think that's what he's going to be going for. He got the Fury Hammer first, but he's holding his own, at least in the gold lane, and they're not too far behind. But whoa, Fish God, a solo kill right now against Ding.
Looks like, the grab actually connects with Parker, pulls him back over an hour to try and save the Leomord, but Milo just pumps it full of Dark Sonatas. Milo trying to help. Be able to get back to base, but pressure now.
Okay, all right, so there it is. They want to keep throwing themselves at it. They want to keep fighting. That's not what you want to do in this case. That's why I was talking about Flying Clouds, man. You don't want to be in this position where you're throwing yourself into this fight, getting further behind. This is, you're 4 minutes into the game. You're now almost 4,000 gold behind if you're FY. They continue to put themselves in this position. So YBG, they'll punish. Next turtle's going to come up here. Second one of the game. You have this kind of lead. And this is the scary thing to deal with. Oh, no. Hold on. He's in trouble. Parker. Oh, Parker goes down. Ding's going to be the next one.
Mega kill going over to Finchon. Ding as well. The pressure from Even Game is just piling on a little bit too much at this point, and we're already seeing a massive goal again. in favor of Yibin game, and we haven't even broken 5 minutes yet.
Yeah, this turtle's gonna be easy to take. LYC grabs that one. YBG complete control right now. Skypiercer just picked up by Milo. So you're in this situation where you're trying now to hold on to your resources, man. Oh, Milo, he's in trouble. Oh, okay, I don't think he's gonna be chased down. So YBG still punishing FY. Turret goes down at tier 1. Look at all this space that YBG is providing here.
Yeah, you can already see that this game is going out of control. We've only hit the 5-minute mark. There's already 6k gold lead in favor of YBG.
Oh.
Still gonna try and fight, but MC1 instantly dies. Golden Hour doesn't really do it. In the front line, forcing a completely after Blazing Word comes in from flank with his drop one, and they can pick off on their tower. Not off as well. The full dive into the killing spree. YBG are just too strong right now.
Yeah, they're gonna take a second turret off of this. YBG, they give up a 1 kill at least in this game over to FY. They gave 0 to them in the game 1. Right now, again, it's complete dominance in this game 2. Looking at the items, following the plays, they're just ahead across the board right now. They've got everything they need up to this point. B-Lexi picks up the golden staff, so he's got DHS golden staff already at the 6-minute mark. Very far ahead, almost 2,000 gold ahead of Milo. And this is why I was wondering, you know, that Granger pick, you pick up a Skypiercer. Well, unfortunately, you're not going to be getting stacks anytime soon unless somehow FY finds a way to get themselves in position. Turtle's going to come up here in a second. I think they should just give this one up. I mean, this is a 10,000 gold deficit at the almost 7-minute mark. So they're going to go ahead and take the orange buff over from FY. YBG, they don't even want to take this turtle yet. They want to see if FY is going to throw themselves again into a fight. RWM drop down. They're going to force them off the turret. Tier 2 already going to be the focus. Back with the BMI. B-Lexi's going to be fine. A golden hour is already used. LYC too. He's so tanky. Even the dunks, the dark waves, and everything else in the infernal pursuits aren't enough from Ding. They take 1 down, make it 2. They're taking everything from FY. Still going to be fighting. They get stunned a little bit down, but they're still healthy enough to go for this turtle. Are they actually going to commit to this? They want to go for this and get to the point where they are just in complete control, if not already. Turtle's going to be taken. That's going to be 3 for 3 for YBG. FY, this is what I was scared about, man. Throwing themselves into the fight, throwing themselves into their deaths. And they find themselves further and further behind, and you have this lineup that needs these resources, it needs these kills and these items, but they're just not going to get it, Snaffa.
It seems like we reached a bit of a point of no return right here for the side of FY. We're looking at a 12,000 gold lead basically before the 10-minute mark, and they're still going to continue. Golden Hour does stop the engage, but it doesn't matter. MC1 just goes down anyway to the RWM. The damage scaling has built up too much, and unless Yibin game makes some kind of massive misplay, I just don't see them finding a way back into this. Swim can literally just walk in front of the tower, the holy defense will fall, and this is just going to be a slow but steady grind to the finish.
Yep, they've already got the 2 shields down, mid and top, the base turrets of Feiyan Esports. Lord hasn't even been spawned yet, hasn't been up, you know, and it's, at this point, I'm trying to think, what can Feiyan Esports do? They're going to have to watch the Lord just be taken quickly by YBG. And this lineup isn't really built for those prolonged base defenses. You know, this isn't a lineup that's going to be able to clear out very quickly the push in from YBG. And they've got all the tools in the world to force a fight if they want to. Again, that's why Claude is so strong in the gold lane right now. He's so useful, just kind of jumping into a fight, blazing duet, getting out if he wants to. And across the board, they've got anyone to be able to pull that off. Ding's going to be jumping forward with the Infernal Pursuit. He has to flicker out.
Oh, the jump in from Swim, 3-man stun. The Golden Hour does stop the engagement now, buys them some time. I really don't know if Feiyan should be trying to. So Parker will just barely survive, walk back into the tower. They'll keep the holy defense intact, but it's hard to really say if they can do 2 items in comparison and how much more of a lead Even Game has, even if they were to throw their bodies.
Yep, quick take on this Lord here. Very quick. Again, just complete control of the game. FY has almost been showcasing a desperate disposition at this point of just trying to get what they can, throwing themselves at YBG continuously. And I don't know, maybe Ding, you know, on this Phobius, I was thinking in the early game he'd be able to go ahead and be that front line for them, but you know, unfortunate for him, it just because of the matter of the scaling of the economy that's built up for YBG, he can't even survive the onslaught of YBG. So this waves are going to be pushing in. You got Lord making its way up top. Again, these shields are already down in mid and top. RWM gets dropped down here.
Mid inhibitor, and we can see Vizgod doing so much work right now. The Marcel can try and run and get a stun. Golden Hour is good. Catches Tree into the depths of Napa, but look at that, it's just no damage at all. 4-man Dark Wave is solid. We can see the Millimord in the background, but it's just no damage coming out at all. FY is too far behind in itemization, and it's so simple for Even Game to just walk straight through and claim the crystal as well as the series for their own.
Even Game, a sweep, man. 2 dominant back-to-back games. Just a showcase once again of how strong of a showing they had in their own qualifier to get to this point in play-ins. And this is going to be a team to watch out for to potentially get that direct spot over to the MSC, man. I don't know. Fayon Esports, of course, the fist bumps here, sportsmanship between both teams. But, you know, this is kind of, I don't want to say it was expected, but this is kind of one of those situations where, again, South Korea is new. It's one of the newer regions that is now into MLBB. Yes, they have a couple players and a coaching staff there that have this experience, but you know, that's not enough. It's really got to come down to the team synergy, the team effort here, and it's going to take them some time. You know, take some time to get to this point where you are able to go ahead and compete at this level. And why, you know, in this case, YBG looks like they've gone through the reps, they've gotten the experience, they've played against the teams over there in China who have had the experience and the reps in international scene. And you can clearly see that in the way that they draft, the way that they play, the way they move around the map, the way that they punish the mistakes that we see from Fayon Esports. So, you know, it's always growing pains, man. Every time we see new regions pop in to the MLBB competitive scene, this is always a great opportunity. I like to look at it that way. This is always a great opportunity for those newer players, those newer regions to play against these teams from different regions who have had, you know, much more experience, much more reps, and then learn and hopefully come back stronger.
I think we came into this with the knowledge that there were going to be some growing pains for a new region like South Korea. Basically their first appearance in any sort of international competition for the MLBB ecosystem. So it's going to be an uphill battle, but we got to see what they've got to show us. And I think that in itself is already a pretty good thing. For the opposite side as well, though, Even Game definitely impressing us all with that gameplay. It looked very confident. The players themselves seem very independently skilled, micro-wise and shot-calling-wise, and that's how they're able to move together so easily and synergize the way they did. Not to mention the drafts were on point as well. So I think if anyone was wondering before this, like, hey, this seems like a new team, what happened to DFYG, we can kind of see the vestiges of like, okay, this is why they were able to take them down.
Yeah, it's again, it's just one of those things where you can look at a lot of the things that FY was trying to do, Fayon Esports was trying to do, and it's just like, you know, it's one of those situations where it might be a lack of experience. It could be also leaning into, again, I'm so curious about what is the communication like, and that comes from a point of view of over here, especially in the Philippines, we have like our mic checks, you know, and it's actually such a interesting thing to hear when we get our mic checks, where it's like you get to see how different teams communicate with each other throughout the game, and all of the teams are unique. Like they all have very different communication styles, And, you know, in the case of this, like for FY, for example, I'm wondering how the communication sounds with them and what we hear from them, because YBG, I'm sure they're, you know, again, the way they moved around the map and the way they made this work and how dominant this was. Again, this is 11-0-6, man. This is an 18-1 game for YBG. The previous game was under the 14-minute mark, or around 14 minutes, and it was 19-0. So there's just so many things when you look at it that way. Like, there's so many things that you have to dissect on what went wrong for Favorite Esports. But our MVP for game 2 is going to be LYC here on this Fredrin. Again, a guy who likes to play Fredrin back to back, you know, and he made it work. His team really supports him to allow him to get the rotations that he needs and just kind of set up. And, you know, you see him, he's just able to focus on the objectives and lock those in.
It certainly seems like a comfort pick for the side of Yubin Game to be able to play this utility jungle. Is Fredrin the only thing that he plays? Can he pull out a Baxia as well? Still haven't gotten a chance to see his assassin gameplay too. What is the variation? Because this was a very one-sided victory for YBG. They didn't really have to exert themselves too much. So we didn't have gotten the chance to really see their true potential yet.
Yeah.
Right? But both of these teams will still have one more match for today, because this is going to be a full round robin in the Legend group. So we'll get to see just a little bit more.
Yeah, the YBG, I believe, is the third match later. The last match for today, they'll be playing against the HUNS. And then our second match, we'll actually get to see Favorite Esports play again. They'll be playing against the HUNS. So I guess when we have to look at it this way, Staffa, we have to think, okay, how quick can Favorite Esports adjust or learn from what they just experienced against YBG? They got punched in the face, man. Like that's basically what that series was. It was not a good experience for them, you know. And the HUNS, a team from the Mongolian region, is a team that likes to play like that. Like, they like to play scrappy, they like to play aggressive, they like to do it. And they've been a team in the past too, when we were really watching teams from Mongolia play, where we would say, man, sometimes they're out here taking fights that they shouldn't take, but sometimes they make it work, sometimes they didn't. So now I'm really curious how the second matchup will be. You know, you have a team that we just saw with Favorite Esports that likes to fight even when they're down by a lot. What about the HUNS? You know, what about will they just kind of match that aggression, or will there be this kind of big adjustment of maybe a different game plan, maybe a different style of picks even for Favorite Esports?
Yeah, I think that next match is going to be an interesting one, because yeah, Mongolia has always been a strong region in a very wild card way. But yeah, I guess we are going to be moving on.
We've got a interview on stage. This is a big shout out to Michelle, by the way. Michelle, she's going to be with Lexi here. I don't know if it might just be in Mandarin. Staffa, can you translate?
韩国队厉害是谣言，我们训练赛已经几10比0了。
今天击碎了所有的谣言。那么今天第一局有听到你们复盘，是不是主要在 BP 上是针对了对面的打野位呢？
是的，
是。觉得对面今天给你印象最深刻的也是打野位吗？还有其他选手让你觉得很印象深刻吗？
印象深刻的应该是对面的辅助吧，一直被我们大家辅助单杀。
今天讲话都非常有气势哦。那说到我们第一局的时候，是给到我们中路的刚子哥选择了优娜这个英雄，但其实这个英雄在我们国内和国外的赛场中很久没有登场，为什么会做出这样的决定呢？
因为优娜跟法明是比较 counter 不容的。
哦，确实是一个 counter 位。那么第二局的时候，我们都以为你会拿到比较趁手的哈里斯，他也是一个版本比较强的一个射手位的英雄，为什么没有选择？
因为卡尔德可以自己玩，我觉得我队伍可以4打5。
已经相信队友都可以单独拎出 IC 喽。昨天我们在这个彩排日的时候，我有听说某一支海外战队的选手让鱼神带话给你，说了一句 easy b i s h 你有听到这句狠话吗？
有。
所以你当时内心什么样的想法？
毫无波动，
毫无波澜。那你有什么话想要
说给对手？
2个队友打不过，我玩啥其实都一样。
今天真的整个赛后采访都充满 满了火药味哦。那我其实有听说，大家一直比较关心的是，就是这次因为一些其他的场外因素，我们的教练陶哥没有办法来到线下给大家进行一个复盘和 BP。但是呢，听说这个消息之后，我们海内啊，包括国外的一些顶尖教练，像是侯教以及911都来到现场支援你们，是有这回事吗？
是的，
有什么话想要对他们说？
挺感谢他们的吧，每天帮我们复盘，还有我们的 BP 到凌晨。
觉得他们的加入会对你们有一些不一样的一些启发吗？
对我们的打法有一些改进。
确实，今天看得出来，其实整个 YBG 的打法跟原来是有很大的一些飞跃的。那么今天同样有很多 YBG 的粉丝来到现场支持你们，有什么话想要对粉丝朋友们说的吗？
非常感谢你们来现场看我们比赛，希望你们有空的可以多来支持我们，
是多来线下为我们的 YBG 加油打气哦。最后一个问题，今天还有一场对决要对阵到的是蒙古队的2号种子的HUNS，你会觉得这一场难度更高还是更简单？
感觉没什么差别，
没有什么太大的压力。那我们也期待你们今天最后一场 BO3 的精彩发挥。以上就是我们赛后采访的全部内容了。让我们稍事休息一下，精彩的比赛马上回来。
I guess we'll find out.
Yep, we will find out. We're going to be going for a break. We'll be back after this.
Don't
EA 2026. We're about to enter our second match of the day after we just witnessed a very impressive dominating performance from Yibin Game in our very first match. We've got 2 more best of 3s. You're here once again with me, Staffa, as well as Naisu. How are you feeling, sir?
I'm feeling good, man. You're sounding good. And I think, you know, for this one, my main question here, Staffa, is, again, what I posed before the break. Can Faron Esports from South Korea make the adjustments that they need? Because if you missed the first match, just to catch our viewers up there, it was very dominant, very strong, very dominant performance that we saw from Yibin Game, who were just in the last match, and it was very quick games. I mean, the second game, if I believe, it was around 11 minutes. 18, was it 18-1? I know the first one was 19-0. Yeah. So, you know, when you think about some of the dominant performances we've seen in our own regions, sometimes teams have to adjust very quickly. Now, sometimes that can even happen within, you know, a best of 3, a best of 5, a best of 7. Well, in this case, you're going into a whole new match. You're facing off against whole new strategy and teams and players, and even potentially a play style. Because, like we mentioned earlier, you know, I think the teams from Mongolia, man, they're scrappy, they're aggressive, but they're good at it. Like, that's the thing. They really know how to hone in on that aggression and usually can win games in a scrappy manner.
After all, this is a region that has quite a bit of experience at this point in the MLBB ecosystem. They've had multiple teams and various players represent them in many different MLBB tournaments across the years, including MSC, including M Series. And speaking of M Series, a couple of the players from the HUNS Esports did play at M7, actually, with Team Zone. So, literally international experience. If Fayon already thought the previous game was difficult, now I think it's going to be not much different.
Yeah. There's, again, whenever you look at it, you really have to think about how some of the teams, how some of the players, they had their experience, like even individually, like, you know, some of the players individually, they've had experience on the international stage, what they bring to that table. You know, there's going to be, in just a second, we'll be looking at the rosters and everything for the teams, of course. But, you know, there is going to be, maybe for our viewers that have been tuning into the international events, you will see a couple familiar names even from the HUNS Esports. And again, that's something that when you were watching the Mongolian teams play, and I'm trying to think when our first introduction to them was, it had to be like was it M5, or like maybe the M5 wildcards or so, when teams really started to see them compete on that stage. And was that Lil Gun? I'm trying to remember which of the two. It was Lil Gun, right? Yeah, it was Lil Gun.
Because that was the one I think we casted together.
Yes, it had to be the one that we casted together. And, you know, I remember that was a main point of discussion for a lot of the viewers and even a lot of the other casters. They were like, man, you know, it was refreshing at that time to see, also because we were in a meta where it was very like slow paced, it was very utility based, it was very like, we had the whole Lord dance concept, you know. And then you get teams that are from these growing regions back then that were like, nah, we just want to fight, like we don't want to worry too much about the objectives, like let us just duke it out, fight, brawl it out, you know. Indonesian teams and players are probably another great example of that. Even Malaysia, right? Malaysian teams, you guys have your own word for it, you know. And I remember first time seeing that. And so I feel like from Mongolia, if they're going to play at that speed, if the HUNS are going to do that, then this is just another difficult task for Faron Esports, who is the newer region that's been introduced into the competitive scene that has to make this adjustment.
Yeah, we have to remember once again, this is the play-in stage, right? There's 3 teams here, only 1 slot to move into the playoffs, to be part of that top 4, to get a chance to go to MSC. So we already know that after a single loss, Fayon are going to be at a massive disadvantage, and if they still want to have a chance of moving on, they need a victory here, and preferably a very clean one. But you could argue that the same is the case for their opponents, right? They want to be able to face off. Right now, Yibin Game is already 1 victory up, has good chances of claiming that spot. So they're going to be bringing their A game as well.
Yeah, playoffs being there again. Playoffs will start tomorrow, and then we'll have like the 4 teams competing within the playoffs. And I don't know, when we get to the playoffs, like when we get there, you'll be casting those as well, right? Like you're casting a bit of the playoffs tomorrow. Oh no, is this your only day?
I think it's just today for me.
That's just today? Okay. Well, the teams that are going to be going forward to tomorrow, and going through it again, you have to consider the fact that even in the teams that are qualified for the wild cards, since there are 3 spots for the wild cards, all this experience playing against some of these other international teams is a great kind of primer for what's going to happen in the wild cards. We're going to take a look at the lineup here from HUNS. You can see this is Yuki in the gold lane. We've got OU over there in the roam. You got Kenny in the mid, still Meta in the jungle, and then you got Bunkai in XP. And again, we've seen some of these players compete, and I can't wait to see if this ends up working out for them too here against Faerun Esports. And like you mentioned, this has to be a win for Faerun Esports, depending on what happens here, because again, we've only got 3 teams competing in the play-ins.
And they're going to be playing 2 matches back-to-back as well, so they don't have a lot of time to pull themselves back together. Once again, this is going to be Faerun up on screen right now. We've got Milo, NZU1, Jaeyun, Parker, and Ding. Their drafts were solid enough, but it definitely felt like the execution was a little bit lacking before, and I'm hoping to see a little bit more proactiveness from this team, not just in the form of trying to fight, but in figuring out what needs to be done to get that W.
Yeah, gosh, that's a great question, man, because if you watch that game, and for a lot of us that was the first time, like, again, and I'm not sure if they had all their qualifiers streamed or not. Again, there's so many VODs out there to rewatch from different qualifiers, different leagues going on. But for people that tune in, especially here to the MCT EA, it's just, it might have been your first time watching Faerun Esports compete. But again, they've got 2 players plus a coach over there that have experience in different parts of the world, especially the Philippines. And so I think if you really want to break it down on what they can fix there, it's just playing as a team, playing as one unit, because from back-to-back games, I just felt like that's where they were lacking. I don't want to say it was entirely a draft thing. They definitely could have won those games in a sense if they just had a better control of the early game. And a lot of the times when we see dominant games like this, Stafa, it's because the early game is just so one-sided and it turns into a snowball like crazy. There are only certain teams that are capable of kind of stopping that from happening and potentially turning a game around. And if you don't have the experience of doing that, then more often than not, we see teams just kind of take that snowball, take that momentum, and just barrel through the game. And that's why we had 14,000 K gold leads in our first match.
It's always been a historical number that if you break the 10K gold lead mark, it's usually the point of no return. You basically auto win the game unless you make some kind of massive mistake. So the more that number grows, the easier it becomes as well. And we are in a meta right now where snowballing is quite powerful. There really isn't a lot of comeback mechanic unless you have enough experience and skill to find those gaps, and you have the right heroes to do so as well, right? Going for a macro play, split pushing, or at least trying to delay fights, having good base defense. Instead, a lot of teams, especially those who are newer in the ecosystem, who haven't really had international experience yet, will tend to just think, hey, we can only win by taking turtles, taking lords, winning team fights. So that's the only thing they play for. And you can't really blame them too much because meta shifts all the time. There's times when this is the way to play, but right now, you gotta expand your options.
Who do you think the heroes are that can potentially turn a game around for you? Like if you find yourselves in maybe what you've seen in Malaysia over there, like if you find a team that is down by multiple thousands gold, or let's say 5,000 gold, who's the heroes that can like turn that around?
Well, generally, it's Claude. I think that he's just one of the best in the game right now. He lanes well, farms well, scales well, can split push. Right? Then you have options like we've seen a little bit of Benedetta here and there, where the hero can create a macro pressure. Other than that, it's a little bit difficult. It really does come down to whether or not you can safely shove out lanes, find space on the map.
Yeah, I feel like Benedetta is such a niche pick, though. Like, even over here in the Philippines, I think maybe we have like 3 players in the entire league that will bring out the Benedetta. But yeah, it's scary when it does go into the hands of a specialist and is able to actually create that space for the team, you know? I think even in a sense, that's kind of what the Gourd is. Like, I did say that it was kind of being into the meta now. I even saw it being played in MCT Ammer today, and more teams from around other regions obviously playing it. I think Indonesia was actually the first team to bring it to the forefront, but it's still very specific and niche to like certain players or teams that want to pick it up or make it work. The biggest combination, the most successful one, is obviously the Gourd with the Harley paired up. But as you saw from our last series, Harley's being banned out continuously, you know? We're going to be welcoming up the teams over on stage to get this match, our match 2, started once again.
Yep, starting things off, we're going to be having the HUNS Esports walking up on stage. Now, if some of these names are familiar to you guys, Bankai and Kenny were formerly members of Team Zone during M7 last year. While their scoring on the international scene was not the best, the fact that they were able to make it this far, the fact that they showed potential as well, already means that they're going to be coming into this as the favorites, and they're going to prove to the world why they deserve that playoff spot.
Okay. We got the HUNS out here. We're going to reintroduce Farron Esports as they walk out on stage. Again, I think my biggest eyes for this one is to not so much on Ding and MZU1, but Parker. I think especially Parker, he's got to have a better time in the jungle. I think that's where at least the biggest potential for them to win this game 1. Let's just focus on game 1 right now, would be to have a better time in the jungle, get that early rotation locked in. Obviously, you'll need MZU1 for that. Hopefully, they've been able to reset, you know, after the previous match and get themselves into the mental state that they need to get through this. Because again, I think Ding was just really aggressive in the XP lane with the Phobius and then previously the Hilda. But, you know, if you don't have that backup to follow through with you and you don't have the itemization you need, unfortunately, you can't capitalize on those setups that's happening there. So I think really focusing on the jungle pick, securing that early rotation is going to be key here. One of the keys to victory for Farron Esports.
Many teams in the current meta are basically winning out games just by having the right draft for that early game, and that comes down to having lane priority. When you're able to win out your lane, when you're able to leave your lane and start affecting the rest of the map, then it creates a really big snowballing effect that a lot of teams internationally have been taking advantage of. So making sure that they have a draft that's able to just automatically win off of hero dynamics will make the job a lot easier for Feiyun. And then the rest comes down to how well they can execute the transition from that early to mid game, because the synergy really was a big issue for them in the previous match, where some players wanted to do this and others wanted to do that, and that's never going to be a recipe for success.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to go ahead and capitalize on that, make the adjustments that they need. I think too, for people that have been watching international MLBB for a while, they're also going to really want to see what the HUNS can do here. You know, just again, teams from Mongolia, usually very fun to watch, very different style of play. And, you know, I think even a couple times looking back at some of the performances that we saw from some of the individual players from the HUNS, for example, like Bunkai, you know, when he was actually competing through with Team Zone back in M7 World Championship, you know, like he was one of the players. They didn't go too far in M7, but again, there was one of those things where it's like, okay, there's definitely potential here. There's definitely things for some of these individual players to make happen. And every time you get that, you know, you kind of get a glimpse of that. You can always see that there's this potential when they're on different teams to make those individual skills work together. And hopefully they've unlocked some synergy between them, because when Bunkai was playing under Team Zone, that's when we saw another familiar name who we'll see later on, ZX Aura, right? They're on different teams now. So I'm just wondering how this all kind of plays out here.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll want to move on to the playoffs so that they can have that reunion, right? Have the chance to face off once again, and even more so, have more representation for their region in the playoffs as well. It does seem pretty promising if they are able to maintain the same kind of gameplay we saw from them previously in M7, even if it didn't make it very far. The global stage on this tournament seems like it will be quite a impressive threat for many of the other squads, especially for Feiyun here, which did not have a stellar showing in match number 1. Modifications will need to be made. There needs to be a greater priority in the draft to make sure that they're able to win out their lanes, and then the rest should flow naturally, because if they're not able to achieve that, then we are seeing a bit of a missing fundamental from a squad, and if you don't have that, you're not really going to be able to make it far internationally.
Yeah, it's like, again, that's why I'm saying there's this opportunity here for Fair and Esports to show us something different, because they didn't get to show us much, man, in match 1. Let's just put it at that. What we saw more was a highlight reel coming out from YBG, and so for Fair and Esports, this could be an opportunity for them to, like I said, reset and show us what they've actually been able to go ahead and accomplish, because like we mentioned in their qualifier up to this point, they were quite dominant. They swept their grand finals and they were able to get here very decisively, but maybe it's just one of those cases again where they just need a little more time to kind of settle in, figure out how to communicate as a team throughout this. But I'm sure Coach DJ and the rest can make this happen. It's more so of having those fundamentals locked in. A lot of these teams, and it's not like it's unfair or anything for the teams. It's just when you're new, when you're like the new team, the new region into the competitive scene, it's just, that's why I call it growing pains, man. It's the growing pains that you're going to go through competition. It's nice to see the smile on their faces after, match 1. So I think maybe that's indicative of they've gone with a reset, and once we get to this first draft, we'll actually get to see if they change the game plan at all. But so far, at least for the first series, we see how much of a priority Marcel is for these teams.
Yeah, it is still a very, very strong hero. We see it being prioritized quite heavily in multiple other regions. I think it's only really in the MPLs where we don't see Marcel being prioritized as much, but he's still a very common mainstay in the meta, and we've seen how well these roamers are able to play around it. What I'm hoping to see myself from the side of Feiyun this time around is a little better synergy from the mid duo in particular. I think MZU1 did pretty okay in Game 2. In Game 1, he couldn't really do much because the glue got hard counted by Vexana. But in Game 2, he did try to set things up with the Marcel. It's just that I feel like the follow-up was a little bit lacking. Where, yeah, MZU1 and Ding are trying to play aggressively, and then the rest of Feiyun is having a little bit of difficulty keeping up. So either you slow down your gameplay to make sure the whole team is on the same page, or at the very least to make sure that players like Jae-Yoon or Parker, who are in important positions, are ready to actually combo with you.
Yeah, that's the thing. That was my biggest glaring issue with their first match, Staffel, is that you could see Ding trying to make things happen. And that's what XP laners are going to do. They're going to try to, usually though, number 1, Ding, I think himself has to make an adjustment because he got killed up top. Just recalling kind of what happened and how the snowball really started from even Game 2. Ding got killed up top. It was a 2v1 up in the XP lane. And so if you are supposed to be that guy for the team and you already get behind, it's much harder for you to accomplish that, to make that happen. And so I think that's why you have to go and look at so many different parts of the gameplay that we saw from Favorite Esports, and why I think it's so important, like you mentioned, especially with Ding. XP laners right now are in a very interesting position throughout the meta, just because there's those XP choices where you're clearly to be that front line. you might even be the guy who has the most deaths, right? In comparison to the roam, for example. It depends on what is also picked up in the roam. And that's why the roam, the relationship between the roam and the XP is so important, because sometimes you might have to be that XP laner and that hero that is putting yourself in arms, like the dangerous, interactions, because you want your roam to be able to set up. One roam that comes off the top of my head that we didn't really get to see too much of just yet in the first match was, like, for example, Khalid. Right, the Khalid, you want to be able to go ahead. You can play aggressive. We've seen this too from some of the best roamers in the world, where they can be so aggressive but so calculated with that aggression that they can win the initial mid lane duo fight. And we always see this, like, especially in the more developed international leagues or just the international teams. They really control that mid lane. A lot of the action, honestly, that you're going to see when it comes to the highest level of MLBB is mid lane, right? The mid lane, you'll see both the mid laner and the roam poke each other down to near death. They're either popping, obviously, the regens, or they're popping a battle spell early on. That's kind of what you see. And then teams will kind of, whoever had the upper hand off that, they'll punish from there. So I'm just wondering if that can happen here. If Fairyn Esports wants to deal with that, because Dingwin was in a position where he was trying to be that guy to start fights up to get the space that they need, but then at the same time he was punished early on, so it kind of stops you in your tracks from doing that.
Basically, right now Roam and EXP still have a good amount of variance in the way they can approach the game, right? Compared to lanes like gold or mid, it's just basically, you have one job and you're going to do it. You still have some options for, like, going into setter heroes, going into playmakers, or just more utility sandbag kind of situations. And that's why it's important to be able to adjust around that. I think it's fine if you want to focus into more of a playmaking aggressive style. It does seem to be what Ding wants to go for. And if they can get the follow-up on that, then that can be very, very effective. But right now, I'm not too sure how aggressive as a whole Faeyun is going to be. After watching their gameplay before, I think the main thing is, like you pointed out, that mid duo is very, very important. We're not really seeing Faeyun win out the mid trades, and that is leaking over into the jungle, into the side lanes.
Yeah, how do you think they need to adjust from that? Is that just something do you think they just need to be more passive, like, because they were punished so hard in the first match? Is that the answer for Fairyn Esports? Like, just be a little more passive and let their, gold laner and jungle kind of farm up and get to where they need to be?
I already feel like Faeyun is a little bit too passive at the wrong times. So while you could be a little bit more passive just to keep it as safe as possible, it's also kind of a stopgap. It's like, okay, maybe it'll get you a win or two here now, but what happens in the future? What if you do actually go to a higher level of competition? That's not going to work for you anymore. So even if it means facing some rough realities, I'm kind of hoping Faeyun just tries to do things correctly, be aggro, take risks, make mistakes, and learn from them.
Okay. Let's see if they're able to do that. I think it's more of a calculated aggression, or at least a calculated passiveness, but against a team like we've been talking about from Mongolia, I don't know if they'll get the chance to do that. They are going to be on this blue side, so they get priority here. Interestingly enough, too, they different ban than what we saw in the first match. Two different ones, the Fanny and the Yuzhong. And those are, clearly the Fanny is something that the Mongolians love to play. You can see the smiles over here too, over on this side. So good respects across the board. The Marcel's not going to be picked up in this one. A priority here could just be Harley, honestly.
Yeah, Harley seems to be a pretty obvious first pick. There is also the alternative of the Guinevere. Both are very strong heroes that have not been banned out this time around. The Phoveus also has been increasing in usage because of how many mobile heroes are in the composition. It's a good way of denying Harif. So Faeyun has a good number of picks, but I do think that it's either Harley or Gwyn for the first pick.
Taking their time with it. I would assume it's just going to be a Harley, but that's the clear answer usually currently in the meta. There it is. So.
All right.
They wanted to keep us on our toes, keep us at the edge of our seats, but it's going to be what we're used to seeing. So Harley comes through.
I gotta ask you, Naisu, recently in MPL MY, we did actually see the appearance of a Saber being used as a Harley counter. Is that something that you've seen in PH?
Which one?
The Saber as a Harley counter.
So we haven't seen that yet. I know I've seen it from other regions. Is that happening in Malaysia?
Yeah, it happened once in Malaysia.
Okay, did it work?
It did, actually. It went very smoothly.
Okay.
So you never know if that might be a possibility, but we do finally see the Guinevere being locked in here. First phase already complete. I think it's a good setup from Feiyun this time around. Harley is very strong. You got the Claude for late game insurance and the Hilda to try and play for more aggressive early, whereas the Huns going for the Harith, Valentina, and the Gwyn.
Okay, so I did get word that, yes, TNC pulled the Saber out once. So it must have been a game that I wasn't casting or that I had missed. But yeah, so TNC over here, TNC Pro Team pulled out the Saber once. And it was not good.
Okay. Good
but it did not do well. So, because I was going to try to pull up the stat there if it did get pulled up, at least over here in the Philippines. So it did, and yeah, unfortunately it didn't work well. But what has worked really well over here is actually the Guinevere. Guinevere has been a great pick for teams like over here, like Team Falcons. They love the Guinevere pick. And so HUNS will go ahead and bring that forward along with Valentina. And having that Harith Claude matchup, again, like you mentioned, this is pretty classic. This is something, all gold laners end up basically perfecting. I think even in this case, though, I'd love to see Milo over here from Fair and Esports have a much better time where he's actually able to get online. Because you got to think, man, if your team is falling behind 10,000 plus gold, especially at, what was it, the last game? I think it was like the 7-minute mark. If you're a gold laner, especially a Claude, you're not getting your Trinity, man, until it's too late. By that point, it's almost too late already, right? So hopefully, I'm really hoping that Milo will have a better time to go ahead and scale up. The Harley should be able to go ahead and allow that to happen, because your main focus is not letting the Harley get out of control here if you're HUNS. And they do that by making sure they pick up the Khalid. This is why I was talking about with the Roam. You get yourself a Khalid who can not only provide information, but is pretty self-reliant in himself. And that's using the quicksand guard if he needs to. If he gets caught out a little bit, again, once you have that level 4, you've got the Raging Sandstorm, you can get out. And there you go. The Gord actually comes through too. This is what I was expecting because the Harley was locked in. This is usually paired up really well with the Harley, as I've stated previously.
Yeah, this seems like a pretty solid setup coming in from Feiyun this time around. Like you pointed out, Gord Harley together should be able to burst anyone they catch if the abilities line up properly. And then you got Hilda and Hylos just to be really, really beefy front lines, and you don't have heroes like Carrie or Lilia that you need to worry about. Looks like the Terizla will finish off the draft for the HUNS. They are definitely leaning a little bit more towards early mid pressure, team fighting in general. But I think that if Feiyun are able to position themselves correctly across the map, you got a very high mobility jungler comparatively. So if Harley can start affecting lanes, especially mid, right? Unlock the Hylos and the Gord and start ganking side lanes, it should give them a path to victory.
Okay, I like this. I do like we call him the Rizzler. Right? I don't know if you guys call him that. Do you guys call him that in Malaysia?
We don't call him that, but we've heard it.
Okay, well, we got the Rizzler in play. This is a good pickup just because, again, that penalty zone can be utilized, in conjunction to all your other crowd control. Also having the opportunity to be that threat with just a penalty zone enough to keep kind of Gord on his back foot, or let's say you drop down like the Mystic Gush, the ultimate is used. A Terizla can always be there as a threat. So I just think that the Terizla is gonna really help in the handling of kind of that frontal damage, that burst window that we're gonna see Fair and Esports trying to play around. But that's the thing, can they withstand the early pressure of this combo? Because there's so much magic damage that we'll most likely see in terms of itemization. Obviously, some early pickups with like Radiant Armors and, you know, other magic resistance items be the priority just because they need to survive that. And we'll most likely see that combination of, you know, Harley picking up the Genius Wand first item, Gord building into his first major item, and that's where that initial burst and threat comes down. Because sometimes it's not even about a kill stop, it's just getting someone to reset, go back to base, and get the numbers advantage in terms of team fights. So if we were looking anything from Favorite Esports in their match 2, after getting stomped in game 1 or match 1, I feel like this is the lineup that can allow them to get the head start they need.
Yeah, I think so as well. So I hope that we can get to witness that today. Feiyun, this is the first showing of a squad from South Korea in the international scene. They did not have a good beginning, but that does not mean that it has to be all bad. They shifted up the draft. They have heroes that can set up for a stronger early game, and I hope that we can witness that this time around, that they're up against the HUNS Esports in the Land of Dawn.
All right, this is what I was talking about too. You know, that early pressure, man. This is one of the more deadly combos, that mid lane duo, the Valentina Khalid. That amount of kind of burst that you get is really tough to deal with, and that's why they're playing so aggressively. This is what I was talking about. Oh, they don't jump in. Spatial migration are going to be used. First blood, though, as Kenny falls. Now Ding's going to be able to get a kill, too. That's 2 for Favorite Esports, already off to a much better start.
Yeah, that's exactly what we need. That's what we want to see. I was a little bit concerned at first to see the Khalid harassing so much, but HUNS definitely dived a bit too deep in that one, and you cannot really afford to run into a funnel against a Gord Harley combo. They're just going to be throwing their spells at you, melt you down from far. And with the Revitalize, they're not too punished for allowing that jungle invade in the first place. So already a nice small lead for Feiyun. They just need to continue this kind of pressure.
Okay. Even with that, I was actually expecting HUNS to get a kill out of that at least, but surprisingly, you know, maybe that was just a limit test, you know, a little bit of a check there to see how things would go. Turtle's going to be up here shortly. They're going to focus on Bunkai. Wow. Gets the deadly magic. Focused on him. He's still going to survive. Almost level 4. Parker, much more assertive here in the jungle, at least in match 2 of theirs. They've got a bit of control right now around the Turtle, but they know that some of these ultimates are not available. Bunkai now has the level 4. He's got the penalty zone, so Ding's going to swing across the side. The power of the wilderness is going to take out Still Meta. There's a Mystic Gush coming down too. OU trying to get away, but Parker secures the Turtle. Favorite Esports just getting everything.
All right, this is a much better showing already. We thought if we were hold on another deadly magic, Yuki should survive that one, but we can already see just how much more they're able to do with a hero like Harley on their side. It's a very free jungle hero, has very easy ways of getting in and out of the fights, and that allows for Parker to be a lot more aggressive without needing to full commit. Previously, he was playing Leomord both games, and when you pop the Phantom Steed, you kind of have to go in, and if you're behind and get caught out, you just fall. But the Harley gives you ways in and out of that one, and that helps.
Yeah, that's the thing. Blazing Duet used here. Feiyun Esports, their options to go in and out of a fight. Hold on, fighting under the turret, MZU1. Didn't have that wave pushed in, but Parker also going in with a little space magic just to check things out. Good thing OU was here just to keep that pressure off of Yuki. A Mystic Gush going to be used up here towards the top in the mid, forcing Kenny back. Right now, Feiyun looking to capitalize on this lead that they have. It's nothing major. It's about 1,000 gold in their favor, but they don't want to let up, and that's, I think, the key to dealing with HUNS here.
Yeah. As long as you continue throwing your abilities in, you got good backline heroes. It's not too bad to spend a couple of cooldowns. Here comes Parker again with Deadly Magic. Gonna force out the penalty zone. Bunkai will survive this one, but we can see that Ding now actually winning out this EXP lane. And with the Hilda available to help affect the rest of the map, the fights are leading much more heavily in their direction.
Yeah, this was also just a very good decision with the way that Feiyun decided to draft with Coach and DJ. The adjustments that they made from the previous match into this one, it looks like they've gone with like a full mental reset and put themselves in a really good position to at least try to win this game. Again, there's still plenty of game left, Second turtle is going to be up. The Glorious Pathways just dropped down to go ahead and cut off or slow down, but it's going to be used as well from Kenny. But meanwhile, Ding's still there, putting pressure. Parker will get the turtle. A Mystic Gush dropped down. A big penalty zone, though. Parker's going to be in trouble as a kill picked up for Yuki. And now Yuki in trouble as he takes the Blazing Duet to the face, and Milo might be in trouble himself as OU's going to chase him down. Should be able to get away. Bunkai is actually going to chase him down, too. They don't want to commit. A shutdown on Ding, though. What happened up top? We missed that one, but Ding falls, so the Huns, they fight back.
And that is an instant counter attack coming in from the Huns right there. There's still a slight goal lead in favor of Fei Yun, but that really reverses the momentum that they've been building up until now. He's gonna try to gank Bankai down bot.
Oh, he's gonna try to rely on the body of Smith. He gets a little bit of a hit there, but it's just not enough. Good usage of the Glorious Pathway to slow him down and keep him tight to that wall. So unfortunate for Bankai. Didn't have that penalty zone, just came up after he died.
Yeah, if he had that, there was every chance that he could survive that one. But it's good to see that Fei Yun are trying to affect the side lanes. Having MZ1 on this high-lows means that he's able to rotate a lot more safely without needing to worry about any direct counters thanks to the sheer bulk of the hero alone. But I'm hoping to see slightly more coordinated assaults from Fei Yun. I feel like that previous turtle fight could have gone their way. I like the idea of slowing it down with the Glorious Pathway, but maybe a little bit too early. And overestimating how quickly they could blitz the turtle down, and that's what cost them in the end. They still got the gold lead though, and they're still gonna try and fight.
Oh, Jae-Yoon popping that Mystic Gush. The Blazing Duet falling through. OU falls. Kenny dealing with the deadly magic. He's got a Glorious Pathway. He does drop it down to help support still meta. But there you go. Oh, penalty zone used. Oh, ankle's broken. Parker though. Parker's gonna fall. He tried to avoid that, but good response coming out from the Huns. Yuki looking for a little bit more. This is the problem though. Yuki scaling so well on this Aerith. They're actually gonna have control of the turtle because Parker got killed. So now this is gonna be a turtle in the hands of the Huns.
Yeah, at the very least this time around, not gonna be a particularly one-sided game. We get to see a little bit more from both teams. Still a slight goal lead for Fei Yun. They'll catch Bankai mid. Mystic Gush comes out. Flicker. Terizla will survive that one. Kind of surprised Jae-Yoon didn't pop his ult earlier. I feel like they could have gotten that kill.
Yeah. Again, that's some of the timing things here, right? With the gourd are key. Ding's gonna have to defensively flicker. Little projectiles being thrown out by Jae-Yoon to try to help heal. They want to chase down Milo. Raging Sandstorm going to be used too. He BMI's back though. Still going to be chased. Penalty zone's going to lock Milo down as he falls, and Bunkai picks up a kill.
And very back and forth so far. We can see both teams are rotating heavily. Both sides looking for a flank on basically whatever target they can find. The net worth lead has been reduced, though Deadly Magic nearly takes out Kenny. So that's going to be the Valentina forced to recall back home for now. Next Lord is coming up in another 60 seconds. So there's going to be no particularly strong neutral objective for either team to contest. This is where we really put Fei Yun to the test. What are they going to do with this timing to try and regain the lead that they've lost?
Yeah, the Huns did a great job at just kind of responding, even though they were down like 1,000 or maybe 2 at max gold. You know, Fei Yun had control of the early game, which is exactly what we said they needed. That was kind of the key to victory here. They're going to chase down Yuki. He does get stunned, but Glorious Pathway already used. There's a reinitiation from Kenny. Zaman Force dropped down too. He's going to be knocking down MZU1. Even with that revitalize, there's a big Blazing Duet toward the backside. Milo hunted down Kenny. He's able to find him. Ding gets the kill. And they fight back, but they're still in trouble as he's trying to get away here. Still meta picks up Milo as their gold laner falls for FY, and now Ding on the run. This is a brutal fight. A Mixing Gush dropped down, but the Zaman Force under the turret will keep him alive as they come in to clean up the kill as Jae-Yoon falls. A revenge strike on MZU1. He should survive this just barely with 1 HP.
We're looking at very scrappy fights right here, which I guess is to be expected. This is a signature of teams from Mongolia. They always catch you by surprise with the way that they team fight, and I think it was a pretty good scattering initially, especially to catch some of the more important targets like Milo. But after that, Fei Yun looks like they actually want to contest this Lord.
Oh, spatial migration dropped in. Ding's gonna fall. The Lord at a quarter of the health. They're still gonna be going. Still meta gets it, and Yuki just unleashing with his Almond Force, taking out Parker. And so the Huns get control, and now in trouble again. Jaeyoon gets focused down, and still meta picks up another kill. Raging Sandstorm Flicker combination right on Milo. Milo under the turret. Blazing Duet will punish OU and still survive to live the tail as still meta tries to pick him up. But they got what they wanted. The Huns have control of the map.
Yeah, a slight miscalculation to try and catch the Claude there. I didn't expect the Blazing Duet to do that much damage, but still, it is definitely the Huns in control now. And we are seeing some of the same characteristic mistakes that Feiyun was making in game number 1. They're a little bit too dependent on trying to take fights and trying to win fights. And this game, it's a little bit more reasonable to force that out. They do actually pick up still meta in the mid lane, so that might allow them to defend this base push a little bit better. But they are a more pickup oriented lineup, I think. Oh,
big penalty zone finding 3. I'm not sure if Yuki's gonna follow through with this. He does jump forward. Zaman Force was already used, so great setup by Bunkai with the penalty zone. But meanwhile, the Lord was quickly worked with, and that's one thing that the Gourd's going to give you. You can go ahead and handle those first waves, or even the second Lord really well. They will lose the shields, though, as those were popped, but Feiyun Esports still in a good position if they want to contest into the next Lord. They just have to make sure they get the space in their favor, the way they want to maneuver around that fight. You can see some of the frontliners, you know, you got the Domites Radiant Armor for MZU1 on this Hylos. And depending on where the initiation comes from is the biggest problem. Like that, as I say it, there's a Raging Sandstorm right from that bottom side, but it didn't connect, which is great for FY.
Yeah, Feiyun gonna avoid losing anyone in that particular situation. So even if someone went down, the next Lord isn't up for another minute, so they would still have the time to play around with that. The Huns are putting on the pressure, and I think that's exactly what they need to be doing, constantly split pushing. We already saw how much more farmed Yuki is compared to Milo. I think it was like a 2k net worth gap between the goal laners, but despite that, the Claude still does hit pretty hard now that the Trinity is completed. They're gonna try and run him down again, so the copied Glorious Pathway will get them out of their stat. I think what Feiyun needs to do is they need to understand that they have a very solid kiting composition. Their heroes are either very bulky or very immobile, and what that means is they can maybe bait out cooldowns. The Huns are very reliant on like ultimate timings to actually win these fights, so if they can force them to use them or even stagger them ideally, then Feiyun will actually regain the advantage just from having heroes like Claude and the Gourd on their side.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, like earlier on in the beginning of the game when they had control. It was the mobility that this lineup does give them. They kind of have to utilize that and play around it. This turtle's going to be up here. The problem is Jaeyoon doesn't have a flicker because he had to use it earlier on. Look at this blitz from the Huns for the Lord. A Glorious Pathways across the board. A Mystic Gush thrown out too. A big penalty zone to lock down Jaeyoon. So he's already in trouble as MZU1 falls, and Bunkai will take out Jaeyoon before he falls, and now Milo in trouble. One hit away as OU picks it up. Could be potentially a wipeout here. Fights across the board, across the map, and it's only Parker left alive. The Huns didn't need the Lord. They just went for the team fight to clear everyone out, and Parker has to get back to base because 4 members of the Huns, no, make it 3, are pushing into the base. Turret now in the mid lane. Parker, he does get a kill on Kenny, but 3 members. They'll be able to focus down the crystal of Feiyun Esports. There's nothing they can do as game 1 goes to the Huns.
I like the play from Parker, but I do think that was a bit of a missed call. He had already created more than enough distance for himself to actually recall back to base, but he went for the fadeaway to get the kill on Kenny, which he succeeded in doing, but it took too long and allowed for the Huns to push into the base and end before the respawn timers could conclude. I think that Bunkai definitely played a big role in that last fight. He survived for a very long time in basically a 1v3 situation in the backline and allowed for the rest of his squad to finish off the divers from the enemy team first, after which they would take over completely and secure. Not even need to secure the objective. They already knew it's like, okay, this is it. We can push down mid lane. I really like the calls that were made at the end there from the Huns.
Hey man, as a Gourd main, a former Gourd main, I know how that felt, Jae-yoon. You know, you don't have Flicker available, but your team seemed to give the call to contest for the Lord. You know you're susceptible to getting jumped on, especially when the Trizzle's across from you. That's why he used the Mystic Gush so early. That's why he just wanted to get his damage out. But it was just a great positioning and tracking from Bunkai to go ahead and penalty zone right on top of Jae-yoon when he needed to. And even though he had a sliver of health, again, that's what makes Trizzle so it's a little elusive, you know. It's a little like when you're thinking about, okay, this guy's got like a sliver of health, but again, his passive, that body of Smith passive that Trizzle has, where the lower HP he is, actually like more defense he gets, you know, essentially he was able to capitalize a kill even though I think he had less than half health, if I remember right, in that fight. He had like a fourth of the health or a quarter of health. Yeah. And he was still, like, his job, it's so funny that his name's Bunkai too. Like, he literally Bunkai'd right towards Jae-yoon, and like, he's like, if I die, so be it, but you're gonna go with me. And that was just really key, because even if Gord uses the Mystic Gush, you can still get out of those areas by utilizing his skill 1, the Mystic Projectile, because it's a great peel for the team if they needed to. But it was just really good team fighting from the Huns. I think throughout the game, when they made that adjustment right after maybe, let's say, the first turtle Safa, that the Huns just really showed that, you know, even if they play a little bit behind, like, they know how to team fight, they know how to duke it out, and that's exactly what we saw here.
There were 1 or 2 moments where the Huns were punished because they went a little too aggro, a little bit too deep, but they were basically doing what I was hoping to see from Feiyu and taking those risks, being willing to throw bodies in when they are confident enough that they can take control. I feel like Feiyu still has the same issues, unfortunately, where they're a little bit too dependent on actually winning the objectives of the game. It's like they're ticking off a checklist, basically. Like, if we don't win the Lord fight, we're not going to win, even though it would probably be smarter to play base defense, because the Claude and the Gord are very good at melting Lords away. They don't need to worry too much about that. Yuki going to be our MVP this time around. On the hardest, still a very, very strong hero, and in the right hands does so much damage.
Yeah, this is Yuki, he had so many good usages of the Zaman Force, man, and I think a big part of it, like we've seen, because so far Safa, all we've seen is the Claude and the Harith, essentially, and that's kind of what we're seeing, like, you know, around the world right now in the gold meta, which is why it's so interesting that over here in the Philippines we have a gold laner who's played like 12 or 13 unique heroes, and that just happens to be the import, the one and only import in the MTL Philippines, which is Severo, right? So think about that. You're most likely throughout this tournament really gonna see just Claude and Harith. Maybe you'll see a carry, maybe you'll see a Bruno picked up here and there. I think some of the bigger surprises have been the likes of like Obsidia or Clint. And obviously we've seen the Freya banned out quite a bit, which usually goes in the gold lane, but it's still the thing that can be said of, like you mentioned earlier, Claude is one of those heroes where it's late game potential to turn a game around. Just having the mobility and the damage profile that Claude has once he gets his Trinity is already great. But a Harith, who usually typically spikes quicker, right? Spikes up quicker. We saw this with Yuki in the MVP performance that he had. He was very decisive on his Zaman forces. He was very aggressive when he needed to be. You could tell that he really relied on not only his mechanical skill, like with the Harith, but also his team to support him, because there was times where he knew, I don't know who the shot caller is over there. That's always another thing that I like to know from the teams, right? Once we get to see them a little more, it's like, who's the one shot calling that? Because there was a time even Yuki was like, I'm going to drop this Zaman Force and I'm going to just focus on MZU1, even though he's on a Hylos, and I'm just going to whittle him down and force out a Revitalize, force out a Glorious Pathway. Like, you get so much of value out of that because that's gone for the team, your opposing team. And so his uptime and his efficiency with the Zaman Force was just great.
Yeah, I think while Harith is still one of the better heroes in the meta in general, I feel like he, compared to Claude, has a little less freedom, you know, to be independent. He can be very strong in 1v1 situations, but when it comes down to team fights, he does have a shorter range compared to other marksmen, which means that he needs to be up in the action, and he's basically limited to the zone of the Zaman Force to do damage. So you need to have teammates that are able to play around that, actually get the setup and buy time so that you are not punished for only being able to play in that one zone. While there was heroes like the Hylos this game that could have negated the Zaman Force's pressure, oftentimes Feiyun had to use it as a way to engage or disengage, so they weren't really putting a lot of pressure onto him because of that. And I think Bankai had a stellar performance this time around, just being in the front, right? He's setting up, he's also sandbagging, sacrificing his body to make sure that everyone else can do their job. And that sets up really nicely for Harif to do his thing. Compare that to what we saw in match 1. I think it was Feiyun themselves who tried to play the Harif, and every time the Zaman Force was dropped down, he just couldn't really do anything with it. There's a big difference, and it does come down to the formation of the team.
There was like, this one was, even in terms of kills, like it was very close, but the end game, like the last, I don't know, like when we were in the late game, it just wasn't close anymore. It was just more so scrappy, and this is exactly what we were talking about, Safa, when we mentioned like teams from Mongolia, especially here, the Huns, like this is how they like to play. And that's why, as much as it was great that Feiyun got that early lead, you know, they had control of the early game, they even got the first 2 turtles. If you can't maintain that early game lead that you built up, and you don't really have the, I want to call it like maybe the fundamentals of the team fight down, you will have the game turned over. And that's, I think that is one of the biggest things that maybe Feiyun can work on after this tournament, is just breaking down the team fighting for them. And again, they went through their qualifier over in South Korea. They swept it in the grand finals. They, were very strong over there. But obviously when you get to fighting against other international teams, and you have to kind of adjust to their play style, their draft, their philosophy in the game, I think the biggest thing that Feiyun Esports can work on is that team fighting IQ, that team fighting game sense that they need, because you could see it unfold in real time, right, when we're watching them team fight.
Yeah, I think at the very least this time around, though, we did get to see a little bit more from Feiyun. That early game was not bad. They were holding on to a small goal lead for most of the first 5 minutes as well. So we can see that they are capable of responding if they have the right heroes. They have heroes like Gord and Harley this time, which are able to punish enemy teams that want to dive them. But we already highlighted that, are they able to transition? Are they able to convert that lead into something else? And what we witnessed was that answer is no. They're still missing out on the experience in shot calling, the ability to just say, no, we shouldn't fight this, we don't need to fight this. I don't think there's any real issue with like walking out to see if you can contest objectives, but at a certain point you gotta be able to like look at the situation and say like, okay, it's not worth it. Let's just play for the base defense. We have the heroes to do so. We can force them to make mistakes. We can maybe kite out team fights to bait out resources. I think the problem for Feiyun is that they're just a little bit too honest with the way that they're playing. They're following it by the book, and a lot of international teams have gone past that point a long time ago.
Yeah, it's just one of those things here that, again, you can see where the positive adjustments from the first match have happened, right, in real time. Like, they did have a good reset, but they still clearly need to figure things out. Obviously, this is still a best of 3. They still have the potential chance to get to a 3rd game. Again, for Feiyun Esports, they need this win. Again, as we're in the play-ins here, and we only have 3 teams competing today, they're fighting for that spot to get into the playoffs, right? So, and since they already lost that first match, they definitely want to go ahead and win this one. And I feel like teams that are able to go ahead and adjust on the fly or in real time are always the ones that you see like compete the best, right, on these international stages and everything like that. But I don't know. I think draft-wise too, they had a good draft. That was a very solid draft. It's just down to just fundamentals, really, when we look at what they can do from game to game, and hopefully they find those adjustments in game too. Do you guys see something over in Malaysia that really like sticks out now? Because you guys are on what, towards towards the end of your regular season, aren't you? Like, do you guys see?
It's the last week.
It's the last week. Okay. Do you guys see a big shift in the meta over there, or like what's one of the biggest changes you've seen in the past couple weeks?
I wouldn't say there has been that big of a shift. There has been changes, yes, but it's been generally quite gradual. Where we kind of see the reduction in pick rate per Marcel. We start to see slightly more niche mid lane show up, like the Gourd, but that's not particularly often as well. There are surprise picks from time to time, like the Saber I mentioned to you earlier.
Yeah.
I think we even had Atlas at one point. In fact, I think we had an Atlas today earlier during the match we were casting. But other than that, no particularly strong trends, I would say.
The Atlas has popped up a couple times too. What I'd love to see is I'd love to see either the Atlas or maybe a Belric, man. I'd like to. I know MCT Emmer had a Belric come out.
He did get buffed.
Yeah, he got buffed, but going to this draft for game 2, Harley's going to be picked up. So we still have FY is going to be on this blue side. HUNS over here picking up the hair, the Valentina. By the way, as we little fun fact, I actually saw this online too. For Still Meta, he mentioned that this is going to be one of his last tournaments competing for MLBB, just because he's going to go focus on his academics, and we've seen this with a lot of players out there in the MLBB scene. And so I'm wondering if that also means if they end up qualifying for one of the wildcard spots, or maybe the direct spot to MSC, if he's gonna compete there too, or if they'll have someone different for their jungler. But we are going to see him play the Suyo, so this is a solid first phase already for the HUNS. But you could say the same thing for Feiyon Esports here. I like the Phoveus. They still get the Claude. They're going to run back the Harley, so they're playing with mobility again.
Honestly, if we're looking just from an objective draft perspective for this first phase, I do actually like Feiyun's more, right? Like you mentioned, they've got good mobility. They got the Phoveus to counter the Harif as well. And while Suyo is pretty strong, I feel like he can be somewhat vulnerable to the Harley if played correctly. So I think what comes down now is that Feiyun needs to make sure they got a strong enough mid duo, which they have specifically left for last this time too. I think they recognize just how much that can affect the way things go in the first couple of minutes. So I think it's a good adjustment. I like the heroes they have. If they pilot this correctly, I can see this going quite well for them, and they do get rid of the Hylos as well. I would say ordinarily that this opens up the option to pick like the Eve. Unfortunately, there is a Valentina already on the other side, so that's probably why the HUNS are willing to pick the Valentina up so early and combo it with the Khalid, because it's just such a strong duo, and it also denies notable mid picks like the Eve, like the Farsa.
Yeah, but this is the thing, the HUNS also got their Khalid again, and you saw that even with some aggression where they got basically checked, right? Like they're the ones that were aggressive in the previous game, and then it was FY that got the early kills. They're still okay with that, because this is just, even the 2 picks alone, man, the Khalid and the Valentina is enough early game damage to be a threat. And I don't think that they're too worried. I don't think OU's like too worried about dying, obviously, on the Khalid. Like, it's the information and the poking that he's able to go ahead and do and provide here. Especially now that you have a Suyo. You have a Suyo in your hands for Still Meta. A bit of a different momentum for in the jungle. And then they get a Sora. So, I don't know. I'm a Gourd bias, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to give it to the HUNS here. I like their overall lineup paired up for this one. What do you think here, Staffa?
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you a little bit here, Naisu. I think that the HUNS lineup is easier to play overall. Like, the heroes don't require particularly strong micromechanics, and most of their abilities can flow together quite well AoE-wise, especially with that Sora setup. This was a hero that FY banned during the second phase of Game 1 once they saw that Valentina, but they actually decided to leave it open this time around. I think it is possible for Feiyun to get things done. But it's going to be a little bit more high execution on their side. We do see the Cho being played, and this is something that the MCU one is not a stranger to. But it means that he doesn't have the same degree of freedom that he did before on the high-lows, where you can just kind of walk up, you have Revitalize, you have high HP, you can take a beating and it's not really an issue. Cho requires very specific entry points, and that means that you don't have as strong of a front line as well.
Yeah, and whether you have that front line or not, I think one of the key parts here for Feiyun Esports is, again, utilizing the mobility that they get, but not getting too confused on this kind of approach that the HUNS went with. Because, again, they're going to be looking to get pick-off potential. I think that's one thing that obviously MZU1 is going to have with the Cho here, but just not getting outmaneuvered when it comes to these team fights, because that's exactly what happened to them in Game 1.
Well, it's time, ladies and gentlemen. Let us go ahead and hop into Game 2 of our second match here today in the play-in stage. As we all know, Feiyun currently 1 game away from a full loss performance in the play-ins, and we know there is only 1 slot moving into the playoffs for a slot at the MSC wildcards. They gotta get this victory here, and even then, they're gonna have to pray and hope that their chances still live on.
Okay, let's see what happens. Again, looking at the emblems, nothing too crazy, pretty standard throughout this. I think you really want to keep your eyes here on the mid lane, this mid duo action that we're going to see. Also, you know, Cho went through this, I guess we can say it's a buff, right? He went through a bit of a buff on the last patch where basically his ultimate, his Way of the Dragon, does a little bit of extra damage, and then you don't have that kind of delay, I think it was, like a little bit of a delay that was in the Jikundo. We saw a bit of Cho come through after the patch, but again, it still serves its purpose of you want to go for pick-off potential. You can do some great things with the Jikundo alone, but it's this lineup from Feiyun Esports is all about getting a -1. Like, that's the game plan, that's the ideology behind it, is whether that's through the Cho, whether that's through having a Harley and a Gord paired together, they need to go ahead and get that advantage. And I feel like the Cho was just another kind of layer on that game plan of let's get someone once that level 4 is available. This might be one of the cases, though, where since no one is kind of overstepping on this side of the jungle, that you might see that first kill, obviously, into the first objective, the turtle being the case here, as it's going to go ahead and spawn.
Yeah, they have a lot of options, though, as the game goes on, because there is only 1 Purify on the side of the HUNS, which is going to be Yuki on the Hari. Everyone else is a potential kick target, though they're going to work on the turtle.
Clean turtle take. Ding was already using the flicker. Parker goes down. Mystic Gush used Deadly Magic too. Whoa, Belkai. Whoa, I thought he was going to survive, but a great projectile from Jaeyoon to make sure he got the kill. I was going to say that was insane if Monkai ends up surviving that.
Yeah, I would have been very, very shocked if the Sora somehow made it out of that situation. But that does still end up being a small victory for the HUNS. They got the turtle, they got the kill on the enemy jungler, which is probably going to be worth more to them at this point than their EXP laner. Not to mention that Bankai was the one who got the kill, so it kind of makes up for the gold that he loses from the kill itself, and he was still able to catch the wave of minions at the bot lane without losing too much gold shield. So the HUNS are still in a perfectly solid place. I think it was good positioning. Again, I feel like that was a position where Feiyun should have just said, we cannot make it to the turtle in time. Let's just give it up. We don't have the Cho kick as well, so there's not really much that we can do here. You can maybe send Parker in to try and get a cheeky steal, but once that doesn't work, you really just need to get out. And constantly we are seeing hold on.
Wow. And that's exactly where you're going into stuff. Like, yeah, once that kick's available, but I mean, they kicked him, they deadly magicked him, and they Mystic Gushed him, man. They did everything.
I mean, that's to be expected, right? You have the Harley. Oh, hold on.
Oh, Milo. Wow, that is not what you want to happen. He even had flicker. I don't think he was expecting to get killed there. So now here's the response. I'm not sure if they're going to use their own kick, as Kenny is holding on to that Way of the Dragon. They're stopped with the Mystic Projectile. OU takes the Deadly Magic, but he's going to live. He's going to be fine. He can heal back up. He does get stunned by the projectile. Oh, here's the kick. but he utilizes the flicker to get going to the other direction, the safe direction.
Yeah, very well played there by OU. Good reaction timing. We can see Bankai as well catching Enzu in the mid lane, and now they're surrounding the Phobius.
Oh man, he's gonna be in trouble. Ding, I think there was just again a disconnect between what Feiyun wants to do around this turtle. A lot was expended, but because Ding is not part of the picture anymore, like this is just gonna be another turtle in the hands of the HUNS.
At least this time they make the decision not to contest it, but it also means that jungle's gonna get invaded. I think Parker did get that, and now they'll Mystic Gush OU. So at the very least, Feiyun are able to trade something in return, but a kill onto the enemy roamer isn't going to be really worth it at this point, especially with Yuki also getting 3 hits on the tower down bottom. The HUNS are still gonna be holding on to that early gold lead. Feiyun at least do have good mid-game scaling. Jaeyun has not died yet. Milo is not farming as fast. Yuki is actually really rich right now. I'm shocked at how high that gold is.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm a little flabbergasted here, Stafa. Yuki's 1,200 gold ahead of Milo, and okay, the kick was used, but Raging Sandstorm 2 in response. Are they gonna get full commit to this? Mystic Gush with a deadly magic. He's gonna heal up with the Quicksand Guard. Here comes the response from the HUNS. They're gonna try to lock him down with the Tempest, and then Ji-Yoon is the first to go down. Under the turret they go. MZUI has to get out. He had to burn the flicker earlier on, but he's still alive at least. So man, the HUNS, they rotate quickly.
And I'm not sure if NZU1 had kick on cooldown or something, but it felt like there was a weird time lag between the last hit of Jeet Kune Do and the kick.
Yeah, well, he kicked, but there was he kicked OU and he Raging Sandstorm.
Yeah. The thing is, the reason OU was able to Raging Sandstorm because there was a delay before the kick. So either Enzu was greeting or just kind of made a mistake with the combo there, because otherwise that should have been a clean chain and a clean kill without needing to commit that part.
Yeah, little action up here towards that top. Milo's gonna be able to get the turret down. Bunkai trying to get away. He'll sidestep that dark wave, so he's gonna be fine. Kenny rotating up the rest of the team. The HUNS looking to counter punch into this, holding on to the wave dragon himself. Kenny will flicker out defensively. They're gonna go for the fight anyway. Little dark wave used. Mystic Gush 2. Forcing still meta back. Good wave, but always in trouble. He gets kicked from Kenny. Milo is able to get back with the BMI, and now OU on the run. He's sand walking through. He's going to be fine. Yuki there to back him up. Drops down the Zaman Force. They're going to fight in the mid lane as OU finally goes down, and Yuki couldn't save OU. But that could have been way worse for the HUNS, but good pickup there by Feiyun. This should get them the turtle. They want to secure this one as the first 2 went over to the HUNS. They've got control of it. Bunkai's around the corner. The rest of the HUNS might actually want to contest this. Yuki showing a face up forward, but Parker will secure that turn.
All right, finally, we see a W for the side of Feiyun. They were able to win out that fight quite handedly by actually properly kiting against their opponents. So now they're gonna go mid-team.
Ooh, again, Mystic Gush used, fighting into the backside. Ding's gonna be kicked. Yuki trying to zone out Parker. Parker trying to get away, and no! NZU1 still alive for a little bit longer. Bankai gets the kill. Fighting under the tier 1. It's a shutdown. Ding gets caught under the turret in a fight. I'm not sure if that's where he wanted to be, but this is what we expected. You know, so far 2 for 2 trade, but it is scrappy, Stafa.
It was definitely worth it for Ding, since he actually was able to get the kill on Yuki by diving into the tower. And that's actually the first death on the Harif, so it should go a long way into narrowing the gap between the gold laners right now, since Milo is still having a lot of difficulty keeping up, only having finished the Demon Hunter sword at this point. In terms of other itemization, everything seems to be fairly standard. We are seeing most Suyos go for the Sky Piercer second item, but I don't think Still Meta has any stacks on it just yet. The fights are scrappy enough that Feiyun is not allowing them to play together.
Yeah, I think that's what's needed. Look at that Mystic Gush damage, OU. He has to use a Raging Sandstorm to stay alive, and that's a great thing for FY to deal with. Bunkai actually going to survive the deadly magic. So right now they're utilizing a lot of the resources to survive that initial burst setup that Feiyun Esports' lineup allows them to do. And that's exactly what that's kind of the advantage that Feiyun Esports can play into. And hopefully this has given Milo enough time to catch up on the Claude. Again, he was down quite a bit of gold earlier on. I think he's still making work through, but he's going to get that Trinity really soon unless he already has it. This Zone Force has already dropped down to Yuki, taking the Deadly Magic. He'll be fine. There it is. So he's completed the Trinity now as he picked up the Golden Staff just around the 914 mark. This is great timing for Feiyun Esports to go ahead and fight into this first Lord. Let's see if they can control it. A big part of that is if they can potentially get a battle spell out or even an ultimate. There's a kick. It's on OU. OU's going to try to get away, but he can't. A Mystic Gush going to be used. Shifting Sky's already coming through too from Bunkai, but he's going to flicker defensively out too, and now Ding jumps forward. Yuki's up on the top side. I'm not sure if they're going to re-engage for this. Ding also has to flicker defensively out. A projectile's able to find one. A Blazing Duet comes through too. They're going to take out Bunkai. They're forcing the Huns back, and Feiyun Esports is fighting the fight. They have control now of the Lord.
Now we finally see signs of life from the representative of South Korea. Really solid fights here. They actually have the right heroes to be able to punish the Huns. Having that show to get the kickoffs, to start things off, and then Deadly Magic being able to constantly zone as well. The Huns cannot really full commit because they're constantly being poked out and low on HP, and then Feiyun can just finish it up. I think Ding especially is doing a lot of work this time, actually being a solid counter over to that Harif. You can see that Yuki, even though he has such a notable gold lead before, isn't actually able to translate those items into damage. He still has that 1k lead, but he's not able to do too much because Ding and Parker are constantly looking for him and making sure he's not allowed to use his ultimate for free. Once he does hit that Holy Crystal timing, we can expect Yuki to become a lot more of a threat, and that's where I hope to see a little bit more of adjustment from Feiyun, not to just keep fighting. But so far, I am really liking the pressure that they are outputting.
Yeah, he does pick up a Holy Crystal now, though, too. But I think one of the other things is OU. You know, you saw he has an Athena shield. He needs maybe some more magic resistance even to go ahead and deal with the initial burst that's coming through every single time. As now the turrets, tier 2s, are going to fall here for the Huns as Feiyun looks to go ahead and knock on the base turrets of the Huns. OU again. This is what I was talking about, man. It's unfortunate if he doesn't have the Raging Sandstorm. He goes down, so that's a -1, and this was the whole game plan of this composition from Feiyun Esports, and why we were saying, you know, the whole thing is just get a -1, just get a -1, and they're doing it so well. Look at that. What do you do if you're the Huns and you're dealing with that? Deadly Magic, a couple cards, maybe a Mystic Gush or not.
And this is why Harley is just so hotly contested. The amount of pressure he can put just by throwing a couple spells from the safety of the backline, and then he can blink out of the position as well. You can see that the Huns are now in danger from the conceal play.
Oh, the conceal play is going to be used. Shifting Skies, they're going to force the fight anyway. Milo's gone. They lose Milo and MZU1. They're caught in a corner they don't want to be in. Parker, the only one left alive of Feiyun Esports. It all went bad from there.
Oh my goodness, that is a massive mistake. That's a throw. That is just straight up a throw. Anyone can agree on that one. I like that Feiyun has been trying to be aggressive, but they've been able to be aggressive because they've been poking and catching singular units. Trying to rush into the backline as a group, and then letting yourself get caught by the Shifting Skies is such a misplay. They're gonna lose an inhibitor off of this, but the game is not over for them. They're still not too far behind in gold. It's just a little bit more difficult than it needed to be.
Yeah, that was... Ah, man, there's no way to sugarcoat that. They just got knocked in the teeth on that side of the map in the jungle. We'll see if they can quickly readjust from that. They did lose a base turret. That's unfortunate for them because they were in such control of the last Lord push, and you know, unfortunately they didn't get any base turrets of the Huns down. So now they find themselves maybe in this position where they're not going to be super confident in fighting for this Lord space. They're going to have to play with their advantages once again, where it's going for pick-off potential. You can see OU picked up an Immortality because he's usually the one that's going to eat the Deadly Magic, eat the Mystic Gush, and he's got to be that guy up in the front side. So Feiyun Esports, they'll get a winner crown here for Milo. Milo cannot get blasted the way he did in the previous fight. He's got to stay alive here. So a little bit of defensiveness picked up. Half health on the Lord. Deadly Magic on Kenny. Kenny holding on to his own kick. They're going to go for it. Win a crown already used. Milo. Milo's in trouble. Yuki picks up a kill. They get MZU1 again. A Mystic Gush ended early on because the pressure from Bunkai. Lord secured. And the Huns look to take out some more as they take down the buffs. Waves pushing in the mid, and they have the objective secured.
Oh, Matthew just said they can't afford to let the Claude be picked off, and now Yuki gets to go ham again. Deadly Magic will drop him low. And at the very least, Feiyun did get the Lord. So they do have that pushing against. They're gonna try and defend.
Oh, good thing for Feiyun to get the Lord. I thought it was the Huns, but they end up buying more time. But oh, ding. He's gonna fall down. They're gonna quickly take out that Lord, but that might be enough to just play into the next Lord when it comes up here, man. I don't know if the Huns can actually end the game off of this. Again, they still have to respect what Feiyun Esports' lineup can do, what it can provide for this game. It's just, again, I think the big thing here, Staffa, is somehow, some way, Milo's got to stay alive. I was talking about him buying that Winter Crown for a little extra defensiveness, but when he used it, you know, too early on, that's just unfortunate timing. And now the Mystic Gush is gone. I'm not sure if the Huns even want to pressure that in because they also want to make sure that Yuki has the Purify, but that's going to be up in a bit here. So this is turned into a game where it's who's better at maintaining or utilizing in the most efficient way their resources, the battle spells that they have and everything else. OU is actually going to have to use the Raging Sandstorm to survive this Deadly Magic, but the team's there to back him up. Are they going to engage this? Mystic Gush used again just to go ahead and keep them from going forward. But I think it's just this push and pull.
I do feel like Feiyun has lost a little bit of their composure thanks to those previous fights. They are throwing their spells a little bit too quickly. And they have to understand that now that we're in the late game, you gotta be very confident about your ability to actually get that pick off. It doesn't come for free anymore. Milo has died first in two fights sequentially. The first one, okay, big mistake. Second one, really should have learned from that. I don't mind him trying to go for the flank, but he should not have shown himself so far from the rest of his team. Yuki saw the Claude and instantly was like, yep, that's the target. We gotta go right now. Really good call again from the Hari. And another conceal now gonna be thwarted by Bankai with the Thunder form. As Huns just wait the timer out. The next Lord is coming up in 30 seconds. They are currently in control of the map. But Feiyun does still have a way out. This Claude, Milo can basically 1v5 the entire enemy team as long as the setup is there. He just needs to make sure he's not caught out first. I don't think that's too difficult to do.
Good item pickups here, though. He's got the Malefic Gun for Milo. Divine Glaive over for Jaeyoon. Bunkai is also going to grab his own Immortality, so these items are going to come to play. Kick already used. Bunkai's in trouble. Big Mystic Gush, though. Kenny is gone. Great team fight. Still meta. Chasing down at Parker, but there's two fights going across the map. Yuki dropping down the Zaman Force. He's going to go ahead and bob and weave through this, but just can't get away from Ding. A great fight from Feiyun Esports. They all stay alive, and they'll take out 3 members of the Huns, which will give them a clear signal to take down this mid turret. Can they end it here? Still meta was pushing down that bottom side. OU, he's got to get Still meta back here. They're going to use the conceal. They're going to push into the base. The kick comes through into the Mystic Gush. Immortality is going to be popped, and the delay. Still meta can't get back to the base. A great job by Parker to delay him, and that might have just been enough time for Feiyun Esports to take game 2.
And there we go. That's the victory that Feiyun really needs to make sure that they can keep themselves in the playing for the playoffs. This will at the very least make sure that they're not going to be eliminated right off the bat. The loss there would have guaranteed that they wouldn't make it, but now they have a chance to play for a win here, and that was a good adjustment. There were some throws in the later stages. I think the game could have ended a lot sooner if Milo didn't get caught out twice, but this is why Claude is so strong. Even with that, the scaling from the items alone will allow him to take back over, and I think it was the Huns themselves who were a little bit too desperate to try and get a punish, make something happen there. That's why they lost their Valentina straight away, which reduces their damage output by quite a wide margin. I will say that a large part of what this game came down to, though, was actually that draft. I think that the Huns got a little bit too comfortable after they won with the same opening in game 1, and then thought like, okay, we can just pick whatever we want. But there's very strong heroes on the opposite side, and they can punish you if things don't go your way.
Yeah, that's the thing I noticed as well. You know, I just feel like maybe the HUNS, with especially the way that game 1 went, it's like they didn't change up too much. And I think in a way you kind of, no matter what, if there's a Harley, then like you said, Staffa, there's a reason why that Harley is like purely the guy to go for the meta, especially if you're on your blue side and he's open. Like, you have to play against it. The deadly magic, it doesn't even matter if you get a kill or not, like towards the mid to late game. It's just about getting enough pressure on who you need to get it on. And most of the time that was OU, right? He was dealing with that deadly magic, the Mystic Gush combo. Really great last kick there, the Way of the Dragon that we saw from MZU1 too, to go ahead and make that happen. Because even with an Immortality and you have a Gord and a Harley working together, it serves that entire purpose. And that's why I pointed that out before we jumped in the game, was your game plan, if you're a FEIYU in esports, is to just go for a numbers advantage. And all that means is pick one target, take him out, and you then have an advantage of having your 5 members. This time there was enough chaos in the team fights too from the HUNS, just like there was in game 1. But I feel like FEIYU in esports allowed them to respond and react in a way that matched the kind of chaotic nature of the HUNS lineup, but also their play style. So that was why I was asking before, like, are we going to see these real-time adjustments? And I think at least for game 2, that's what we saw from FEIYU in esports.
I was already a little bit concerned for the side of the HUNS just after seeing the first phase of the draft from FEIYU, because you have Harley, Claude, and Phoveus, and the HUNS decided to pick Harif and Valentina. Now, I will say, Kenny plays a mean Valentina. I really like the skills that he's stealing. He actually got some really good kicks in as well. Not really a spell you see Valentina steal often, but there are still issues with that. You don't have as much lane control, and you can be quite easily dived on since you don't have as much range compared to other mages. And if you are intending to play Harif, I think it is a mistake to let Phoveus and Claude through for free, because they limit his ability to play so much.
Yeah, the Claude is such a game changer. Like you mentioned, you know, it's just one of those heroes that has potential to create such an impact on a team fight, especially later on when you're item locked in. And, you know, MZU1 getting that MVP here on the Cho, it's one of those things where you're not going to see the Cho pop up a lot for certain teams, or it's very specific, it's very niche for certain teams. And you know, especially the Filipino players out there, again, MZU1 being one of the players from the MDL Philippines at a certain point in time. And he just made this really work in the grand scheme of things with the way that the lineup was supposed to, which also just allowed that timing to happen here for the Claude to get your Trinity, to get that. You know, I was a little worried though too, man, because when he picked up the Winter Crown and then like right away they got him to use the Winter Crown, like you mentioned, you know, I was like, oh no, that's not good. But even after that happened, he made a quick adjustment to it. And I think that even for Parker, man, again, the Harley is just kind of insane, but I feel like this is the first time, since we get to see the first time that FEIYU in esports wins a game here, like that Parker was in his flow. I think he was doing a great job on the Harley. So I think if you're looking to get game 3, if you're the HUNS, you have to either either prioritize or just ban away the Harley, because Parker was really locked in on the way that he was moving around the map and able to make things happen. He even did a great job there at the end of stalling out Still Meta so that Still Meta couldn't get back to the base in time.
Yeah, I think Harley is honestly just a little bit too effective. It's the same case for Claude as
OP.
well. I think these are 2 of the best heroes in the meta, just straight up. So much mobility, so much scaling. They get the poke you for free as well. Like you mentioned, deadly magic doesn't need to be deadly. The pressure alone is more than enough, and it's ranged as well, so it doesn't require a lot of committal from the Harley. So you basically have to trade these heroes. But at the same time, Harley is effective against Claude. So I can understand why they may not have been willing to pick Claude once the Harley showed itself, but then you're just opening it up for both heroes to be locked in, and the Phoveus is still open as well. At that point, I think it would have been better not to pick Harif so early on and keep things a little bit more open. Then you can lock in a better late game marksman afterwards, right? We've already seen cases where heroes like Clint are being used to win lane against or carried are being used to win lane against Claude and are not necessarily as vulnerable to the Phoveus.
But that's the thing too, like Yuki, his laning was actually pretty good, you know. He was in the lead, and he hit his power spike on the Harith. But I think you mentioned it perfectly. It's the big problem was just the Phoveus, and a lot of times Ding he's throwing himself towards the right targets, and he's just such a distraction. And this was even Ding was trying to do this in the other games that we saw, even in the first match. Like, he was trying to do the same thing, but I think this was almost just one of the situations where Ding was allowed to be able to do what he did because, again, I think it starts in the jungle for these guys. Like, Parker's really got to have a good flow to start with, and I think even in this case, MZU1 on the Cho really helped him to be able to do that. The Huns maybe, like we were saying in the game, they really chose not to be too aggressive in the, let's say, the counter jungling or the early rotations. And maybe that was enough to give that start that, Feiyun Esports needed. Because that's what I was saying was the main focus, that the early game needs to come through with their jungle and of course the roam having that potential to go ahead and set things up smoothly. And look what happens when they're able to do it. Yeah, it got a little shaky, but that's also kind of what we expected from a team that's rather new to the competitive scene of MLBB.
It was scrappy in general. There were mistakes being made on both sides, and definitely not a clean game. But I think it's a good observation as well, Prajunaisu, that compared to game 1, the Huns weren't trying to do any sort of funny business at level 1, level 2, even though they have a winning mid lane matchup. And it most likely is because they gave up 2 kills very early on in game 1. They were like, okay, we cannot let that happen again.
Yeah.
But with that lack of pressure, you are giving space to farm to this Harley. And I think this is the type of hero that you just can't be letting go for free. I think the Cho was also a really good pickup at the end there as a way to counteract what the Huns were going to be doing. And of course, it pairs well with the Gord and the Harley to just one-shot someone. And we know that MZU1 is able to play it. I would say that Cho is very much a flavor of Southeast Asia. There's not a lot of regions outside that regularly pick Cho compared to us MPL regions. So maybe a little less experience playing with it as well, because I don't think it was perfect. There were definitely more mistakes that could have been punished from the Cho. Many kicks in the wrong direction. It's just that the Huns gave away a bit too much.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to argue the fact of how aggressive do you be, especially as a roamer. And I think we see this a lot on different regions, the way that let's say some of the more iconic roamers play. Sometimes they're really awarded for their aggressiveness, and sometimes they tend to struggle and they get punished, right? So I think in that sense, it's you saw 2 very different versions of the way that the Huns wanted to go ahead and play in the early game with aggression, and maybe game 3 they go back to lean towards being more aggressive. Again, it was back-to-back Khalid games for OU, and but at the same time, I think it's just solved this way, man. You just ban the Harley as we jump into just jump into the draft here for game 3. I think that was a big sense of why they also weren't so aggressive, because you don't want to give that snowball potential to a Harley to scale up the way, and you could see it right away. They're gonna go ahead and ban out the Harley and the Phoveus, 2 of the biggest heroes they had problems with in the previous game.
It is possible that the Huns were just limit testing a little bit in the previous game. They're like, okay, we won pretty handily game 1. Let's see whether or not we can deal with them, even if we give them a lot of strong heroes. That could have been a possibility. And now that they're in game 3, it's like, okay, no more. Time to actually draft seriously, right? So Harley gone, Phoebe is gone, Marcel gone. Now it is a little more possible to pick Harith again. But I do still think that Claude is generally better. And then you will still have access to like the Guinevere first. So you might have to make that decision.
I wonder, priority-wise, since Harley is out, do you just get the Claude? Like, is that where we're going to see priority here? Because Jushin's gone and Harley and Marcel are gone. So now down the list, you might want to just go ahead and grab Claude. But they're going to go Harith, actually. So they're really putting their stock into Yuki to be that guy. I mean, you don't see too many teams that will pick up priority Harith. But, you know, because I think there's also specific teams that just want to go ahead and get that Claude early on. But here it is. The answers. Suyo and Claude over for Feiyun on that response. The Arlott comes through and the Guinevere. They're playing with crowd control here, man.
I mean, I like it. I think it's solid. Also a denied pick just in case it comes out of Feiyun, since that final slash really messes with your Zaman Force gameplay. I agree with the Claude for sure. We've already pointed out multiple times how strong the hero is, but I am a little bit curious about the Suyo. I think picking him up this early makes him quite vulnerable, because yes, he is one of the best junglers in the meta, but he also has a good bit of counterplay. We literally saw it happen in the previous game when Still Meta was playing him and couldn't really walk up at all due to the amount of magic damage that was being thrown at him. They will pick up the Hylos, which I guess is alright, but I'm not too sure if I'm seeing the idea yet from Feiyun's side.
Yeah, I think this is more so of also just the nature of the bans. They might as well go for this because you gotta almost approach this as we're gonna be thrown either like they're gonna be initiated on because there's an Arlott and a Guinevere already. Those two picks alone can start those fights if they want to, and I'm worried about the Hylos because you might be forced in this position where you're MZU1 and you're needing to use your Glorious Pathway more defensively than anything, or they burn out the Revitalize early on. You know, and also it depends on what roam, if they're going to match Revitalize roams from the Huns. Obviously, Arlott can still be flexed. Like, there is a way for the Arlott to be flexed. It's most likely going XP, but you know, that's one of the things is like you can actually just get out the Revitalize, get out the Glorious Pathway from the Hylos, and then kind of have this advantage where, again, utilizing a Guinevere, Spatial Migration, a Requiem combo will give space to Yuki to play into his Zaman Force. And his biggest problem, like we reiterated earlier on stuff, was just the Phobia. So that's what I was saying. Like, you just solve those issues by just banning those heroes out. And, you know, for the Huns, they're in a good position to just go ahead and lock this in.
And one idea that I am kind of thinking is that this Guinevere could still be flex as well. It's not something we see that often anymore since it is generally Guinevere jungle, but Guinevere roam is still very possible, and I think it's not a bad idea into the Hylos, since it's one of the longest forms of safe CC that you can get on one of the tankiest heroes in the game. And then if you do go Guinevere roam, then you can grab like Eve Brethren, which are very good combo duos with Arlott. Now, I don't think they're going to do that, because I don't feel like we've seen a tank jungle yet from the side of the Huns, but it could be a very strong teamfight comp if that option is open.
I'm wondering what happened there. It looks like there's potentially, I don't know if that was through the draft, but it looks like something definitely happened.
Yeah, I think
we'll have to
so.
see if it's still the same picks or if there was maybe a glitch there. We'll get some information here in just a bit, but so far that's all we have to work on is those first phases coming through. And you know, that's one thing that you can look at is, again, I think in this case where you've got a Suyo as well, you should be able to go ahead and move around the map, like, you know, pretty quickly, pretty well. But there is a world, where the Guinevere is potentially flexed. The same thing can happen with the Arlott. anytime you really look at these kind of heroes that have this flexibility, you can play the upper hand there. So again, I don't know if what's going to change, but that's what we have so far. And Guinevere could be flexed, Arlott could be flexed. Either way, let's just say it's Guinevere jungle, Arlott in the XP lane, and then Yuki having that space. Like, and because the Phobius is gone, you got to figure out a way, if you're Feiyun Esports, to deal with now Yuki, because Ding was the guy on the Phobius to deal with him entirely from the previous one. So that's, I think, something that is the glaring step for Feiyun Esports to deal with in this draft. Because even in the lane matchup, man, like we were talking about that, like the lane matchup, Yuki is the more winningest gold laner in that matchup right now against Milo. And it seems like the Harith is the comfort choice for him.
Yeah, that's the reason why they would even go for it in the first pick position, right? Phobius is definitely the best meta counter to Harith right now. So with him gone, there's not a lot of good choices beyond that. I do still think Claude actually does quite well. You could argue for a world where we don't need to worry too much about the Harith because Claude just outscales him anyway, as long as the game lasts long enough. Other counters would be, we haven't seen much of Esmeralda anymore. Minsitar is a funny pick that has shown up a couple times in MPL MY, but I think that's purely because of Diablo. So I'm trying to think as well what would be solid for them to deal with it. I honestly think that Claude by himself is okay. But I do wish that it was a Leomord instead of a Suyo. Yeah.
You like the Leomord more? Is that why? Or
I think Leomord
just in this case
kind of busted.
Yeah. Suyo is, I feel like in the sense that, so you could say like the same for Suyo though. Like he's got enough mobility, he's got enough damage. It can, and I guess if you also look at this again, I'm really hoping that it's that first phase that we saw is still the case, but it's like even the Hylos, if he doesn't have to be so defensive with his Glorious Pathway, it actually really helps you set things up with your Suyo to have that, you know, again, that slow and the stun that comes with it, and then you layer it in with your stun that you have on the Suyo, plus the damage output with the Soul Sever. There's so many ways for them to get picks with that kit alone. So maybe that's part of the game plan that they're running with.
My argument to it is that we already know Suyo is more vulnerable to magic damage compared to physical, so that's already one disadvantage. And then when we consider Phantom Steed, Leomord is just generally a lot bulkier, which means that he's a lot better at diving, and he can be paired up well with the Glorious Pathway. I'd argue even better, because Suyo, if he misses his abilities, he's just kind of in a bad spot. But it looks like it's gonna be the Khalid Zetian to finish things off for the Huns.
Okay, we got our answer, man. I want to say I'm not surprised that they went the Khalid again, back to back. So, but I think they'll just change their game plan. I think we might even see the Huns be more aggressive, just like they were in game one for this. So for Feiyun Esports, they pick up the Gourd this time. That seems to be really comfort for Jaeyoon. What are they going to pair this up with in the XP lane? They're going to be up against a Arlott.
Well, you don't have the Phobius anymore. It's a direct counter. Suyo is also taken out. You could still go into Alice. Yeah, looks like it is the Alice. So it's not the most perfect answer, I would say. You do have at least some ways of putting pressure onto the backline, right? Maybe throw the Alice into the back, try and disrupt the Harry from using Zaman Force, but I wouldn't really say it's the most optimal answer either. I would actually say that the Huns have a slightly better comp this time around. I really like the Zetian as a way to deal with the Suyo and the Gourd, and then you have a lot of crowd control to play with.
That's really interesting too, because you were saying that the Suyo is really susceptible to magic damage. Well, then you know what? You get your own magic damage, right? You've got that Gord, and now you got the Alice. There's really good potential for them though to set things up from Feiyun Esports. Usually that is, again, like the responsibility on this one, especially because it's an Alice, is can Ding get the Throne of Ruin setups that he's going to be looking for? You know, I think that's number one. But if for some reason that the Huns are caught into bad positioning around the jungle or to the objective pits, and they get caught by a big Throne of Ruin and then a Mystic Gush, there's some great answers. But I'm also worried for Jaeyoon, man. He's got a ton of crowd control to deal with.
Yeah, he's gonna be very vulnerable, just standing still there. The Fury of the Phoenix, timed correctly, will cancel any sort of Mystic Gush that he tries to play with, and he doesn't have quite as good setup like the Cho this time around. So we will see whether or not Feiyun is able to adjust to this situation. They already got one win. They've brought us to a full series. They're eager to keep themselves with their playoff chances alive, but you cannot count out the Huns. They've changed things up. They've brought out the big guns. It's time to see who is going to come out on top this time.
Okay, pretty passive in the mid lane, at least this time around. No early poking too much. Kenny does take a little bit of shot there with the projectile, but they're going to fight for this Lith Wander. Usually what we see, but quickly taken care of. The Huns will get that one. And just, I guess it's a little bit different than what we were expecting. You know, the Huns is just going to go ahead and be a little more safe this time around. They want to go ahead and play into potential setup, which is essentially going to happen once OU is level 4, once he has a Raging Sandstorm, or even Still Metal. Still Metal can technically do that with a Guinevere, just utilizing the spatial migration and the stun that they'll have eventually here. So something that they want to do, I guess, just be a little more passive into the first objective.
I think it makes more sense this time around for the Huns to be a little passive early on. Yes, they have a Khalid, but they don't really have anyone who's able to follow him easily into invading the enemy jungle. So just use OU as a way to get vision. Make sure you keep an eye on the rotations, and you can play for the first or second turtle timing, because at that point, your heroes will already be capable of fighting, especially Bankai on the Arlet. I'm hoping that we see a little bit more of an impact from the Huns in that EXP lane, because if they can unlock him, it would be very big for their team fighting.
Yeah, you can see this focus here in the mid lane as the turtle comes up. It's already going to be started by Parker, though. He's got control of it. The Huns getting into the zone. Fury, the thing's going to be dropped off, and it's Parker to secure the turtle. And they disengage from the fight here. OU, little low here. Spatial migration is the Requiem going to be used. Ding trying to get away, but he already had a great setup to allow FY to secure the objective, but he doesn't escape with his health. He's back. Flying Clouds, bringing him in. Okay, they're good. They're gonna actually pay a tax here, it looks like, you know. The turtle secured by FY, but
a little bit here
yeah,
now.
The Huns will take that one. Okay, they're gonna have to fight this one again in the mid lane. I guess they're just gonna poke down. Oh man, he gets stunned. MZU1 will go ahead and just gain control of this, and that's something they have to kind of worry about, is actually controlling the space around here. So far so good. Good trades across the board, nothing too crazy. They'll keep an equilibrium, at least in terms of the gold for now, but definitely FY wants to get control of the next turtle. But now you have to respond to the level 4s that are available from the Huns.
Yeah, oh, and Yuki actually gets a pick off in the bot lane. So already a good start for the Huns, and winning out lane prio there is going to be very useful as well, to let the Harik hit his power spike early. We already know how quickly Yuki is able to farm as well. Even last game we were kind of confused about how he got so much more of a gold advantage. This is just going to increase that even further. And that is the timing that the Huns wants to play for. I think at this point they recognize that they're not going to have as strong late game scaling compared to Feiyun, since the Claude is still ridiculous in terms of that late game. So the goal is to try and snowball off of this early mid, end the game before that timing can happen. At least that's what I hope they're going to be doing.
Well, let's see. Second turtle in the game's up. Parker just around the corner. Bunkai will hold this. We're going to see where Bunkai, if he's going to be the one to engage or they utilize OU. It's either going to be a Final Slash or a Raging Sandstorm. Half health on that. Fury Phoenix going to be used already. They're going to collapse down. Jaeyoon can't get away. Meanwhile, across with the turtle, it's not secured, but they zone out the right members. The HUNS still looking to go ahead and re-engage. Does Feiyun Esports want to go for this? They pop the blazing, do it from Milo. They're going to be jumping forward again. Parker will get the turtle. Fight still breaking out. Milo going to rejoin in the fight. Zaman Force already dropped down 2 from Yuki as he picked up another kill. They're quite low. Flying Cloud's going to bring Jaeyoon back to this. They've got to get out of here, but FY running them down, chasing them down. They'll get a flicker down, and they're looking for more. Kenny still alive, though. So FY, turtle secured and some kills. Are they looking to take the purple here, too? They do. They are able to go ahead and secure that as well.
I do think that's a bit of a missed call from the HUNS right there. One look at this team comp and you already know which side is coming out on top in an extended battle. That fight lasted way too long for the HUNS more burst cooldown based comp to actually come out on top. I think they started well. Bunkai bought a lot of time by pulling the Hylos away and to allow the rest of his team to do their thing. But you can see that Harif is... Hold on, Yuki!
Ooh. Yuki getting caught. Mystic Gush, man. That's a damage.
Yeah, that is very not ideal. Yeah, this early on, Harif doesn't quite have enough damage yet. He nets that second item, ideally third item, before he starts hitting like a truck. And because of that, they don't...
Oh.
Okay, he's okay. Oh, you should be fine in that one. But yeah, the HUNS need to recognize they are not good at extended team fights. They need to make sure that the fight ends quickly, and if it doesn't, to just disengage, get whatever you can, and respect the spacing.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is because it's flying clouds, like the team fights can extend and extend and extend, you know, and that's something that they have to be kind of aware of, especially with when their power spike happens here with this kind of composition. They really haven't been able to secure the turtles yet. It's all been Feiyun Esports. They've got 2. The third one's going to be spawning. They'll rotate forward. This is Parker. Probably going to get his purple buff first. He's definitely, they can delay it if they want to. Oracle picked up here by Bunkai. They're going to keep Yuki up top. So they might actually just choose to not full-on fight this, or he's going to trade a turtle out for a turret, but it looks like he's going to rotate down. They're going to force a fight anyway. Mystic Gush are already going to be utilized by Jaeyoon as they fight for the turtle. They'll secure it as he's trying to get away. Bunkai has to flicker, and it just seems like there was a disconnect on what the HUNS wanted to do. I don't think they want to re-engage here. Requiem are we going to be used, though. They're going to go for it. Fury of the Phoenix drop down 2. They are quite low. MZ1 first to fall. Blazing Duet going to be utilized as Milo will fall instead. And now Yuki gets a double. He's going to be trying to go for the triple. He's on the run. Ding. A sliver of HP, but a good projectile will stop the HUNS in their tracks.
I gotta say, I'm kind of shocked that they were able to turn around and win that one. I think it was largely because Yuki was able to show up, but I agree with you. I think there was a little bit of confusion about what they wanted to do first. They had Yuki pushing up the top lane. At that point, it's like, okay, then probably shouldn't fight for the turtle, right?
Yeah.
If they wanted to reset it, I can understand, but you don't really have the right heroes to do that safely. So because of that, Feiyun were able to start the fight before Yuki could show up. And then at that point, since it's not going too well, I feel like you should just tell Yuki, stay top, push the tower and farm, and we'll just, you know, accept maybe sacrificing one person if necessary. He did end up coming out on top with the 2 kills, but some weird decisions, I think.
Oh, Bunkai. He goes in, still surviving amidst it all. Fury of the Phoenix going to use 2. Bunkai's still alive for now. Here to use the setup that he was looking for as Ding gets counter punched into the face, and they're going to be able to find another as MZU1 falls too. What a turnaround fight there. What a way to stay alive from Bunkai.
I mean, it is the Arlet. You get a lot of healing, and honestly, I think even Feiyun was surprised that he was able to get out of that one. Yuki is now officially at full velocity. This Harif is going to be a big issue in most of these fights with a 5 and 1 KDA. And this is where the HUNS can really fight. Before this, I was saying, yeah, they probably should avoid taking extended team fights. Now he can actually afford to do so with a couple of items under their belt. It really comes down to who is able to get those executions first. Both sides have pretty good first. They have some catch here and there. I think that it's still a little bit easier for the Feiyun side to just run down. But the HUNS have shown that they're comfortable on the heroes they're playing, and now they're gonna try and contest for the Lord again.
Wow, they're really pushing this one. Less than half health on Lord. Glorious Pathway are going to be dropped down. Fury of the Phoenix too. They're going to crowd around, and Parker will get the Lord. They're looking to capitalize on the fight here too. It's split up 3 ways across the map. Jaeyoon's going to fall into Bunkai. He picks up 1. Milo on the run, but he's got 3 following him. He does get out with the BMI. So far, the 1-for-1 trade, but a good pickup for the Lord for Feiyun Esports.
His fights are really scrappy, man. Bunkai went for the backline straight away. And I think that's a good idea to cancel the Mystic Gust, but it also took him quite a while to actually finish off Jaeyoon, and by then he was basically stranded, so I'm not too sure if that's the most worth it. And you can see now that Claude is still very, very slippery. Unless they really catch him off guard, the HUNS are not taking him out particularly quickly, and because of that, FY can still win out a lot of these fights. Really good use of the Glorious Pathway to confirm that they get the mid-tier 1 Mystic Gust, gonna take Yuki to very low HP. Should be able to defend this still.
Oh, they catch Parker. I don't think they were expecting Parker, or I don't think they were expecting still Meta to be there. So Parker goes down, and Engage comes through. Fury of the Phoenix after the Raging Sandstorm. They're going to be cleaning up another kill on Jaeyoon. Are they going to chase further? They will take the purple buff. They do get a stun out with a vengeance. Milo tries to get away. He does with the BMI, but a final slash comes through as well. But he uses the blazing duet to be able to get away with his life. A turnaround for the HUNS right now as they now are at the tier 2 in the mid lane for FY, but FY is still healthy enough to defend. They just can't lose anybody else. So still equilibrium across the board here in terms of gold. They want to hold on to this tier 2 turret. They don't want to lose it, and they're back in action.
These are just really messy fights in general. I think we already saw it throughout this series today, but here in game number 3, it's really being emphasized just how messy these fights can be. There's a lot of mistakes being made, some missed calls, players not necessarily being on the same stage, and generally fights being won out purely by the hero's kit itself.
Yeah.
It's a little hard to analyze because the decision making is all over the place. But
there's always 3 fights going on at once.
Yeah. It's like, okay, yes, dive the back line, that's good, but maybe think a little bit about how the big picture is going on, you know? Like, is it really worth you dying for this one? Can your team actually win if you're not part of it and like separating this one guy who may not necessarily be the most important target?
Well, I'd much rather have this than what we saw in match 1, man, where
Fair
it was
enough.
A 14k lead. Right now, Glorious Pathway drop. They want to go for Yuki. Yuki has the space, but Throne of Ruin's going to be able to catch him out. Fury of the Phoenix, and now onto the backside, it's Jaeyoon that's gets caught out by the Requiem, and Parker falls as well. It's a break dance in the jungle, it feels like. There's things happening all over the place as still Meta gets shut down. Yuki takes out Milo. 3 fall for Feiyun, and Ding could be next as he's going to be chased down by OU. He does have the Gleam to be able to get away, but the team might be able to catch him. Kenny there in the mid lane. Ding has nowhere to go. They're actually just going to maybe ignore him or look to kill Ding before they get this Lord here, so they finally get it as Kenny capitalizes the kill, and even without their jungle, they're going to go for this Lord take.
Should be free. There's literally no one left alive to deal with it for them, so the HUNS are going to be able to secure this, start pushing lanes with it. I actually don't think that was a bad call from the side of Feiyun Esports. Like, you see Yuki really far out, you commit resources. Now, this is probably a bit of a mistake to be this close.
Yeah, NGU1, I think he just wanted to see or like get some information, but he ends up dying instead. And so now they're not going to have NGU1 at least for the push towards the base. But good thing for them, they still do maintain the tier 2 turrets. So at most, we might see a little bit of damage to the base turrets of Feiyun Esports, but they should still be okay. Feiyun will be up actually in just a bit here. So really good timing on that. Again, he's got to revitalize into this. Lord's going to go ahead and charge in to that tier 2 mid turret. while the HUNS walks through on all the lanes to push this one in. HUN Esports, they've got great clear potential, great defensive potential, especially with the Gord on their side. This mid turret, though, is gonna go down. Half health on the Lord left. They'll choose to go ahead and just go ahead and clear that out. Right now, that's all the HUNS get.
I think that's perfectly fine, though. Really good defense from HUN. There are more minion waves streaking in, but I don't think it's worth the risk unless they get a really good setup.
They're gonna go for it anyway. Fear of the Phoenix, Throne of Ruin, all thrown out here. They have to get away. The turret didn't go down, so not the initiation that they wanted. So the HUNS now on the retreat. HUN looking to run them out of the jungle. It looks like they'll be just fine. Not sure what the HUNS wanted to do there with Bunkai.
Yeah, I literally said, I don't think it's really worth the risk to try and force this, and they just decide, nah, we're gonna do it anyway. And, well, you get punished for it. The entire enemy team is alive in their base, and now they're fighting in the river for some reason.
You're gonna fight anyway. Immortality gonna be proc, still meta. Jordan the fight, he's looking for Milo. Milo, power the blades and do it, but Kenny will clean up that kill. Still meta, just, they don't want to let up. Even if they're down, if they have nothing to focus, they're gonna focus on each other, trying to go for these kills. OU, Sliver of Health, heals up with a Quicksand Guard. The rest of the team towards that base. Ding just doing his own thing. He's gonna be able to gleam on through, but the rest of the team is now a part of it, so Ding won't be able to escape this one. Gets thrown in the air, tossed in the air, and finally it killed Yuki. 9-1-5. Luckily for HUN Esports, the Lord is still 35 seconds away, so they should be able to stall it out. They just can't keep throwing themselves at the HUNS.
Yeah, I am scratching my head a little bit about this one, Naisu. In the previous couple games, we did say these teams were a little passive sometimes, but
this ain't passive at all. Mystic Gush, final /2. The turret still stands. So it's HUN Esports to punish the HUNS. What happened for the HUNS? They didn't have to force the fight under the turret, and now it's Bunkai on the run. He's gonna get stunned, soul severed to death as Jaehoon picks up a kill. And all this as the Lord is now up.
Oh, what are they doing, Naisu? I don't know what they're doing. Literally, why would you push that? Why would Yuki be standing that far up again? The tower's not working at that point. The Lord is literally about to spawn. Just get the Lord and you're basically guaranteed 2 towers, but no, you decide you're going to push. For some reason, when the enemy team is still perfectly healthy in their base, when you only have a single minion wave to work with, I am flabbergasted in a not good way.
This is what we were saying though, Staffa, about the way, the play style that is so known for the Mongolian teams out there. They love to be scrappy, they love to fight. And even if it means, you know, sometimes that they get bite on they shoot themselves in the foot a little bit, you know, that happens. They're gonna have to clear this out. Now they do have good clear potential, but they're hoping that it's not a game-ending mistake to push for that bottom turret. They didn't have to, but they want to just win these team fights. That's what they're looking to do. I mean, Yuki's had a phenomenal game. He's gotten so many kills at this point. He picks up a winner crown, but they've got a Lord to deal with, pushing down this mid wave. MZU1 picks up an Athena's shield. They're ready to go ahead and get into the base. A Fear in the Phoenix drop down. Still meta trying to jump towards Parker. A Throne of Ruin already going to be used too. Mystic Gush to follow through. They're going to try to clear this out. Yuki's still alive. They lost Parker. And now FY on the run. They lose another as it's Milo that goes down. A great trade. Bunkai for 2, but they also take down 2 base turrets of the HUNS.
Yes, but still Meta was the MVP of that fight for sure. Went into the backline, picked off Parker first, and then actually managed to land the catch on Milo as well. 2 of the most important members of HUN taken out by a single man's flank to the backline. I really wish these teams would just maybe check the bushes before they decide to full commit into an enemy team base rush. But it's fine. For now, that resets the network. The HUNS have 1 inhibitor, FY have 2, next Lord is up in another 60 seconds, so it's just going to be a little bit of housekeeping. I think now is going to be the downtime that both teams need to reset themselves a little bit. There has been a bit too much fighting. with not necessarily the best setup and just kind of hoping that stuff works out.
Yeah.
You know, I'm hoping to see a little bit more deliberation when a fight is happening.
Yeah, they're gonna need to really lock in on the game IQ here, the game sense for this Lord fight. It just seems like both sides have really just wanted to duke it out and see who comes out, you know, the winner of these fights. You got 20 seconds on this Lord, fighting for the space around it as they want to go for a pick off before they rotate up. That might just be what they're looking for here. I'm not sure who's going to be able to pull that off better. If it's going to be utilizing the projectile that we see Jaehyun throwing out, maybe the stun from MZU1. Lord's evolving though. And now you also have immortalities coming to play for this. So Lord spawns, the Huns will be the first to rotate towards it.
I will say, basically, all it really comes down to now that we're at the 20-minute mark is which team can pick up the enemy marksman first. If they can do that, they basically just win. Because that's where all the damage is coming from at this point. And there's really no one else that can output the same DPS that Yuki and Milo are doing.
I mean, Jaehyun's damage is pretty good, as you see from the Mystic Gush. There's going to be used. Fury of the Phoenix comes down too. A lot of Winter Crowns used, but Milo is the first to go down. Bunkai from Milo. They're still going to be fighting it out right in the mid lane. Forget the Lord, just win the team fight. They're going for MZU1. His immortality is going to pop. Great usage and zoning out from Still Menace. He's going to be chasing down Parker. Parker picks up an immortality. They're going to be swapping it out, and it's Still Meta that gets punished. Great pickup by Parker. This is what the Suyo does every single time. And now Yuki jumping forward. Ding should be able to gleam away. He pops the Winter Crown first as he picks it up, but he can't get away. Even the immortality won't save him. Picked it up too late. So it's a trade at the 2 for 3. They'll reset and maybe get in position for the Lord, knowing that Still Meta is not up.
I gotta say, I'm surprised that fight was as close as it was, considering that Milo went down first. I was very certain that the Huns should have been able to win most of that out, especially with Feiyun deciding to stay and fight for some reason. But that is the issue with the Harif. Once the game gets to a very, very late stage, a single Zaman force may not be enough to burn through tankier heroes, especially like that high load. They're gonna try and work on the Lord.
Here the Phoenix used. Oh, Parker gonna get blasted here. Immortality won't be enough. He did try to pick up the Winter Crown too, but thank you for the leash, says the Huns. Lord for the taking here. Still Meta not there just yet. They should be able to just go ahead and secure this. That they do. Yuki to get that last hit on the Lord. So good attempt from Feiyun Esports, but Parker gets caught, and now they have to go ahead and get ready for this base defense.
Why is no one checking the bush? Why are we not controlling the Lord pit now? So that's what I'm so confused about. It's like, okay, you're trying to blitz the Lord. For some reason, you just have your jungler standing in the open, and your rover, your EXP is not like checking angles. He just gets caught like that. All right, sure, they're pushing in.
Oh, they're gonna get caught too. Jaehyun getting caught out. Milo though is up. Blazing Duet's gonna be able to pump out a lot of the damage. Another Fury of the Phoenix gonna be thrown out. Double kill from Milo, but they still have this beefed up Lord to deal with. Immortality pop. Parker back into the fight. He's gonna be jumping in and taking half damage already though. Lord is there. Flying clouds come through. MZU1 goes down, but no, it's just gonna be clean out, and the Huns will go ahead and win game 3 and win the series.
Well, despite the messiness of everything, the Huns were able to close things out at the end. And it felt like there was a lot of disrespect, especially in that attempted Lord take that I just highlighted. But in the base defense as well, you can see that Yuki was able to play around the back line particularly safely. I think that for the side of Feiyun, once the Mystic Gush is gone, all of their damage basically relies on Milo, and if they're able to pick off the Claude, then the Huns are able to come out on top most of the time. We can see that Yuki is quite comfortable with the Harry. That's probably why they're willing to pick it up so early on. But I do think that if it was the Claude on their side instead, the game would not be quite as difficult.
Yeah, that was one of the scrappier games I've seen in a minute, man.
Yep.
And I guess in a way too, it's kind of what we thought this series would be. I'm still really happy with the way that the series developed, because even for FeiYun Esports, like, you clearly saw at least an improvement from their first match. And, you know, the first match, again, if you missed it, very dominant for YBG. So we'll actually be seeing YBG play against the HUNS. So I don't know, even watching that, Stafa, I'm thinking, like, the HUNS, the way that they played, if they play that style against YBG, they're gonna get punished as well.
I think so.
Because YBG was just very clean with their rotations, their team fighting. Like, the team fighting was on point. Or also, maybe, like, let's think about some of the madness there. Maybe that kind of gameplay, that chaoticness, maybe it'll throw off a team like YBG, you know? But when you have two teams doing that, and you kind of throw logic out of the window a little bit, and you're just like, you know what? May the best team win in these team fights. That's kind of what we saw in Game 3.
There's definitely situations where teams form a bit of a rock, paper, scissors relationship with each other, where beating one team may not necessarily mean being stronger than another. But I do kind of share your thoughts about how YBG definitely felt the most disciplined, the most confident out of all the teams in terms of direction, gameplay, and communication. So it's gonna be interesting to see what happens when they do go up against the HUNS. And I think what also makes it very, very interesting is that with that loss, it's basically all for sure that FeiYun is not gonna be claiming that playoff spot, which means that this last match is what will determine it. The winner of the last match will be the one that moves forward.
Yeah, it's you know, unfortunate for FeiYun Esports, but again, we kind of, you know, when you're one of these newer regions, newer teams competing into the, especially like an international tournament like this, a championship tour here for East Asia, it's really hard, I feel like, for these teams who haven't had the opportunity to play too much or get those reps in against, you know, playing against other international teams, to really be at that level that some of these teams are. Even again, when you have like some individual experiences or veterancy for some of the players, you know, unfortunately that doesn't play out in the actual grand scheme of things, because again, it's a 5-man game. You need that team synergy to really work here. I mean, think about how many kills this game had alone, Stafa, right? 29-15 at 23-minute mark. Like, that's kind of insane from what we usually see. But again, it's one of those things where FeiYun Esports, I feel like they are still trying to figure out their best play style, the best way that they want to go and approach these team fights. Again, there was some questionable initiations, even from Ding. MZU1 really tried to utilize what he could with Glorious Pathways and the Hylos. Milo was really impressive. I will say, you know, for Milo on the Claude that we've got to see him play, he was really impressive. It's just, even there was times where it's like, Milo, you're getting blasted, man. Why are you there? You know? And so hopefully they can bounce back and continue to take this experience and improve in the future. But our MVP for Game 3 is going to be Kenny here on the Zetian.
The Zetian continues to be one of those heroes where you just keep taking damage from her without really noticing. And as long as you position correctly, you are always going to be a threat in those team fights. It's a very similar case to Eve. I do feel like the timing on the Fury of the Phoenix could have been a little better sometimes. Like actually combined with the rest of the setup from the team, because there were moments where like you could see a big raging sandstorm and the Phoenix comes out just a little bit too late to actually connect the CC chain. But I would say that overall this was a good pick. I already liked it when I saw it in the draft. I think Kenny piloted it well. I honestly thought that the MVP would be Yuki, because that Harif also played incredibly well. You know, he got picked up from time to time, but he was basically the main DPS source most of the game.
Yeah, it's there's a reason why I feel like the Harith was, you know, going to be priority, or like something that they really wanted to plan to. And you could see that, like you could see that throughout the series that we got to see for the HUNS, the way that they played around the team fights, the way that Yuki plays the Harith. So it's just, again, it's a very distinctive play style from Mongolia, man. And I remember the first time we witnessed it on the international stages, and it was very impressive. And that's why I'm saying there is a chance that kind of play style can be enough kind of a shake up in what a lot of teams are used to, that it sets them off, like gets them off balance basically. And then next thing you know, they're like losing. And I even going back, that's kind of the first things we saw. I remember saying from Little Gun, like when we saw Little Gun for the first time, these teams that have been rising through their experiences in Mongolia. And you got to remember too, some of the teams, right, that are competing at these international levels and everything else and making their way even, let's say, to the wild cards, some of them don't have coaches, some of them are lucky to boot camp. Again, we got to remember that for us and that are over in Southeast Asia, and we are, we've been seeing these teams with the highest level of support. Not all the teams have that. So definitely in time they will improve. We got an interview over here with Michelle. She's going to be interviewing the HUNS here on their victory. This is still meta.
The first game was,
I think still meta played.
We got English. We got English. Yeah.
Oh, so you are not happy about the way you did, right? Okay. 我们的 Still Meta 第一个问题我问到他的是，就是对第一场这个感觉怎么样，手感如何呢？满意自己的表现吗？他说第一场他认为他们没有发挥得很好，就是在他们预期之下的一个发挥，他并没有对今天的第一场对阵 FI 的对决觉得很满意。下一个问题想要问到的是，因为其实他们今天的2局，第1局和第3局虽然获胜了，但是前期都有很大的一个劣势，所以当时他的心里在想什么呢 ？So what is going through your mind in the game 1 and game 2 and game 3 out of 3 games when you fall behind in the early?
We kind of stayed quiet because, of course, we made mistakes during the early game. Before the 2 minutes, before the 2-5.
Yep.
And we hope to fix it before the games against YPG.
OK， 有问到他说，因为其实你们今天的3场对决就是前期劣势都很大嘛，所以你们当时在想什么？他说，其实他们这3场比赛当中呢，前2分钟的决策都有失误，导致他们整个前期都是很大的一个劣势。他们也发现了很多问题，他们希望在对阵 YBG 的比赛的时候可以修改掉这些前期的一些问题。下一个问题想问到是，他们队伍对哈里斯这个英雄的优先级非常高，3次都是他们的首选。想问一下，为什么这么喜欢这个英雄？只是因为他是版本英雄吗 ？So like your team had a very high priority of the hero Harriet. What is the reason behind this? Because it's a meta pick. Because your name is still meta, right?
Yeah. Of course, Harriet is a middle gold laner right now, and in Mongolia, most of the gold laners are just unstoppable on Harriet.
OK， 有问到他说，因为就是哈里斯为什么在你队里的优先级这么高？是不是因为他是一个很 meta 很版本的选择？因为我们知道他的名字叫 Still Meta， 然后他说确实有这个原因的考虑，因为在他们蒙古赛区，就是这个英雄哈里斯可以说是所有队伍目前优先级最高的一个英雄，因为他在团战当中是比较势不可挡的，他后期发育起来也是非常厉害的。最后一个问题想要问到他的是，他们怎么样期待一下下一场对阵 YBG 的比赛呢？有没有哪个选手他们认为他们可能需要额外注意 ？So what is your expectations towards the next game versus YBG? Any player you think you need to pay much more attention to?
I think as a jungler I need to gank Fish God.
Oh, why Fish God?
Because I think he's the star player of YBG.
OK， 然后我有问到他，他说下一场的话，他觉得他们要额外小心一下鱼神。我问他为什么鱼神，他认为鱼神是 YBG 的明星选手，所以也非常期待他们下一场的精彩对决。也非常感谢 Still Meta， 以上就是我们赛后采访的全部内容了，大家可以稍事休息一下，精彩的比赛马上回来。
Welcome back after the short break here. This is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang MCT East Asia tournament, the championship tour that we have going on right now. The battle for the spots, not just any spots, but the MSC and also the wild card positions. Now, we've had 3 teams that we've gotten to see duke it out in the plans. This is today. Tomorrow, they're going to be going to the playoffs, and there's only one team that can make it to the playoffs, and it's either going to be the HUNS from Mongolia or the dominant Yin Bin Gaming, who we got to see, YBG, after the match 1 where it was so dominant. Safa, it's me, Naisu, Stafa, how are we feeling, man? Is this going to be YBG that showed us what was it, back-to-back? I think it was 19-0 and then 18-1, game 1 and 2 that they had in the first match.
Yeah, the very first match of the day was definitely a very dominating sort of situation where, yeah, it was very one-sided sweep. Basically no issue at all for Yibin game. Whereas match 2 definitely felt closer. It was very, very scrappy. Both teams were definitely making some mistakes here and there, back and forth, trading bodies left and right. So if we're just basing it off of that alone, logically speaking, it should be Yibin game who comes out on top based on cleaner gameplay.
Yeah.
But like you've already brought up before, there's no guarantee of that, right? There's a possibility that this chaoticness is what is needed to maybe mess up YBG's gameplay. So that is something that we need to watch to find out.
Yeah, I think there's, I guess in a way that I'm going to look at this stuff as like, this is a test to see if they're that dominant, because I almost want to say like match 1 was there's this advantage that they had where, again, YBG is a team that, they've had definitely more reps and they've had more experience, and going against a team like they did with Favorite Esports, who is rather new. Let's just go ahead and say that, because South Korea being one of the newer regions in competitive MLBB, there was probably a mismatch there in terms of experience and being able to work as a team, and that's why it was so dominant. But I think you look at what we saw from the last match and you saw what the HUNS are capable of doing. Maybe this third match, or third and final match for today, will be very different. Maybe we get to go for the 3 games again, but I think this is going to be a true test against YBG, just to see if they're that dominant or not, and I think it also gives us a good glimpse into what potentially we see in the playoffs.
Regardless of what happens, though, most likely, unless there's a little bit of an interesting situation with the points here, the winner of this last match should be the most likely to make it into the playoffs, right? So this is going to be a match with that on the line, since there is only that one singular slot. Unfortunately, after 2 losses, Feiyun most likely going to be eliminated here. I think it was a good showing from them, but there's definitely still a lot of work to do, which is understandable of a developing and pretty new region to the MLB ecosystem.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is now going to be the battle between 2 sides who do have a little bit of experience, a little bit of veterancy, even if the players themselves haven't shown up that much internationally. They've shown us that they are capable, and now they will face off.
What do you think the biggest priority, or like the biggest hero contested between these 2 teams as we look at their lineups once again for the day?
Biggest hero contestant, huh? Marcel is top of the list. For YBG specifically, it doesn't seem to be as prioritized for the HUNS, though that could be because it was banned out fairly often. And then I think Claude is quite popular in general, though it looks like the HUNS does prefer Harry. So there are definitely personal preferences going on between these teams.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably the Claude that I can think of, and also probably the Harley to an extent too. Again, most teams, if they didn't want to deal with it, then what they do is they just end up banning it out. I think teams also have to be kind of cautious about if it is going to be Harith, like we saw earlier. You want to take out the Phobius in the bans. There's a lot of things already that have kind of come to show already in the first 2 matches, but there's nothing too crazy in terms of going against the meta, you know, or going against what we're used to seeing. I think there just really hasn't been much of a deviation from it, which is fine. It's expected, especially when you're fighting for that playoff spot, because again, only one of these teams out of the 3 can move forward. And you know, for this entire run of the tournament, the 3 days, there's 6 teams competing. 4 of them essentially will go off to MSC. That's basically what it is. You know, 4 teams are going to go there. You just have 1 team getting to that direct spot to MSC's group stage, but then you have the other 3 fighting off in the wild cards. And then I think even when we look at the wild cards, like how many teams are actually for the wild card spot? I think it's, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 10 teams. I believe it's 10 teams that'll be fighting out in the wild card. So 3 of the 10 come from here, from our MCT East Asia.
Well, there are several regions competing here, so it's understandable, but it is quite impressive to see so many MSC and wildcard slots being decided in a single tournament. And that makes it even more so important for these squads now to be able to claim one of those for themselves, because there is only that one spot left. The other top 3 teams have already been determined that are guaranteed to at least make it to wild cards. Now there's only one more up for contention. The victor here should be able to walk home with it, feel happy about themselves, and also prepare to face off against their rivals starting from tomorrow. With the fist bumps now being exchanged on both sides of the stage, we're going to be starting to set up for the draft of game number 1.
Yeah, and again, at this point, both these teams are what I would say essentially warmed up. Obviously, the HUNS, they're like, if you want to talk about momentum and like, since they literally just played 3 games, they've got the, you know, the warmth to go ahead and bring into this series. But I think for someone like YBG, the way that they played, the way that they showed us, even looking at their previous qualifier and run up to this point, again, YBG, they have been a team to go ahead and you know, defeat some pretty big names that we've seen at least come out from the China region in general over the past year or 2. And they are, you know, were neck and neck in their the China Master Season 2 that they had. They were just behind in terms of like points and everything else. They were behind, you know, teams like DFYG and Guangzhou Gaming, who we'll see play tomorrow.
Yeah, I think people are probably a little bit surprised by Yibin Games' appearance here, because yeah, like you highlighted, they ended their regular season in 3rd place, right behind Guangzhou Gaming and Dianfeng Yaoguai, who has become a much more familiar household name in the MLBB ecosystem ever since their recent performance as one of the main representatives of China. But Yibin Game was able to secure that away from them, even taking the upper bracket path into their own grand final. So they're definitely not a team to be counted out, and we already got to witness that firsthand in the very first match of the day. I'm hoping we get to see more of that style of gameplay, you know? Maybe what would be nice is if the HUNS can challenge them a little bit. Let us see what else is hiding in the back pocket for this squad who dominated match 1 so easily.
I have a personal wish list for Yibin Game here.
Okay.
Based on what they've brought out in their qualifier leading to this and how they beat like DFYG and they played 5 games against DFYG. They played 5 games against Guangzhou Gaming, and then they got swept in the grand final against Guangzhou Gaming. And if you look at the games that they won, Yibin Gaming has they have a couple of interesting picks. Number 1 is the Valier. Like, they have a Valier in the option here for the hero pool. They also have a Kaja. They've got a Kaja, which not too many teams do that, man. Like, not too many teams will pick a Kaja. But yeah, I think the Valier is the one that really stands out to me. Valier, Kaja. They've got a couple carry games here. So, and we didn't, like, again, the first match I feel like wasn't the best way to gauge just how strong Yibin Game can be, or even their playstyle, because they were just they started off like right out the gates, you know, dominant. I think they had at one point, one of those games was like almost a 10K lead around the 7-minute mark, you know, 7-8 minute mark, or maybe the 8-minute mark. It was pretty crazy. So I think for me, I really want to see them test the hero pool. Like I want to see the HUNS like really focus in on some of those bans that'll bring that hero pool out from YBG to see, you know, some of this, some of the variation in our current meta right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering which way it is actually. Is it that they will pull out these weirder hero picks if they are pressured into doing so? Or is it more likely that they'll pull out the weird hero picks if they feel like really chill about the situation and they're like, oh, we can play whoever we would like. Now that you pointed that out, I'm also having a look at some of the heroes that they played during their own tournament, the China Masters. And I also noticed that Carmilla was picked up a couple times, which I think the most interesting thing about it is that it appears to have been a jungle Carmilla as well. Yeah. Both times that it was played, because it will actually play it during the same game as Kaja against DFYG. Yep.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when are you gonna see the Carmilla picked up in the jungle? You know, like I think it's maybe popped up once or twice in the MPL Philippines, but you're not gonna see that often, and that's why I want to see this test of hero pool that we can see. And the HUNS are a team that can actually do that really well. Just with the way that they also play, I think that's one of the biggest things is their ability to kind of be a little chaotic. And again, it just seems like that's one of the cases that really shines from teams from Mongolia. I like to see it, man. I will say, I know during the game itself, sometimes you're sitting there scratching your head like, man, what's going on? You know, but sometimes it's kind of refreshing to see a different approach to the game, I guess is the way we can put it. Because, you know, some regions, especially in the Southeast Asia region, they're so honed in on the way that they play because it's what works. It's what wins world championships and championships everywhere else, you know. But sometimes when you're looking at trying to get qualified to these places, you know, you might need a little bit of that chaos, that madness, you know, to get to the qualifying. And then you can go boot camp and adjust and get really honed in on the meta afterwards.
Well, I don't mind a little bit of chaos. I literally started the stream saying, oh, I want to see something different, you know, hero picks meta-wise, but I think that was just a little bit too much for me, you know? It's like, clearly, this is chaotic, but not necessarily in a good way. But I will give props over to the HUNS that even though they make mistakes, even though they give up leads time to time, they're still able to keep their wits about them and push forward for the victory regardless. Like you can tell their mental state is pretty solid. They're willing to recognize that, okay, maybe something went wrong, but we're still gonna play the game we play because that's how we do it.
Yeah, that's how you do. And you can see with the bans too, a lot of these targeted bans, Harley's not gonna be there, Suyo, the Marcel, the Jushin, the Freya that was brought up in their qualifying round. And you see, I was saying, man, this is going to be one of the heroes that is contested if the Harley's not there. And you mentioned the Marcel. Well, the next one on the list is the Claude. And Bilexi also got an MVP performance on this hero. So he'll take that. I think we'll just naturally see the Harith matchup going favor for Yuki anyway, since that seems to be what he likes.
So far, we have basically only seen Claude and Harith, and then I think one game of Granger during match 1, and that's about it. So the gold lane has not been particularly eventful, which is surprising since I feel like there are still a good number of other marksmen that can keep up, like the carry, like the Moskov, the Clint that's being played sometimes to get that early game lane control. But looks like the HUNS are going to start things off with the Leomord as well as the Hilda, which instantly tells me that they do want to play for that chaotic early game. They want to invade early, and Yibin game should be able to see this and adapt appropriately.
Well, you said you like the Leomord, right? So
I do think so, yeah. Not playing against it myself, but, you know, seeing it.
Well, you get the Leomord, man. So Leomord's going to come through. And this is... I'm trying to recall. Yeah, the HUNS, we saw in their first match for YBG against Feiyun Esports, like these were two of the heroes that they had, because Parker was playing the Leomord, and then it was actually Ding that was on the Hilda, you know? So now, in this case, it's like the Huns are going to try their own version of it, and YBG will just kind of protect themselves with the possible pressure from that by taking up a utility. The Baksha was banned out in their first match, remember? And it's been banned out a couple times, so they'll actually be able to secure the Baksha and then get the Khalid here too.
Yeah, that's going to be a very solid response coming in from YBG. They know that they're going to try and invade with the Hilda. They know that the Leomord is going to be quite strong early on, so going utility jungle is going to be very useful here, just to make sure that they don't get caught out too easily. I believe we did see LYC play the Fredrin both games earlier today, so now we get to see his different hero, so it is still utility. And then the Khalid should be able to match up with the Hilda, help clear wave a little bit faster as well, no matter what mid to end up drafting.
Yeah, I'm not surprised there on the last pick for the first phase, right? We just expected Yuki to get his hands on the Harith. Even on his previous games, Yuki, like you mentioned, you thought, you know, he was basically second runner-up for possible MVP from the previous matchup. I think he did great on it. He is a little more on the aggressive side. He's really good at winning the lane from what we've seen, but I think B Lexi also has the potential to just go ahead and, you know, on the Claude, even if he doesn't win the lane, it's going to be fine, because that's what we talk about with Claude so much. It's like his whole purpose is to just get his Trinity items locked in, scale up really good, and then next thing you know, you're getting Blazing Duet, you know, your team, and you have to worry about that. And B Lexi is also one of those players who's a little more conscious, I feel like, or aware of his positioning with the Claude, and that's what makes him so useful and efficient on it, even throughout their qualifier into this.
Yeah, I think the gold lane matchup is going to be really, really fun to watch, because both these players seem to be willing to ego challenge a little bit, try to win out that lane and then snowball off of that. But in the same scheme, I also think that the other side lane is going to be really fun, right? Because you got Bankai versus Fish God, both of which seem to be playmaker, aggressive, engage style fighters. And now we got a Yuzong on the HUNS side. So it's going to be a very active game already from what I can see. Expect to see sparks fly even from the first or second turtle timing. And maybe it could even all be determined right from there, depending on which of these teams are able to get that advantage first.
Yeah, that's, man, Fish God had, I think, he had one of the best just experiences in their first match, because he just got to play the Lapu and pretty much do whatever he wanted to, you know? And so he knows he's got to go against the Yu Zhang here. So it'll be interesting to see what he decides to pick up for that matchup. But the Yu Zhang is also just a great pick from the Huns, because it allows you to go ahead and give more space to your Harith, which Yuki wants. And there's what I was wondering, man. When are we going to see the Valir pop up? So as I was mentioning it before we got to the draft, we'll finally get to see Valir played in the hands of Unicorn, I believe it is. And also, there's a little bit of a shake-up on the answer, too. Kenny's going to bring out the Lilia.
I think this is just really good answers on both sides, actually. The Valir going to have the built-in Purify to get rid of the Petrify situations from the Yu Zhang dives, not to mention being able to push dive heroes like the Hilda and Leomord away. And then the Lilia being drafted against Baxia, Terizla, Khalid. You don't really have a lot of good ways of melting tanky heroes on the HUN side until this mage was picked up. So it's all going to be about zone control. It gives them a really strong position during objectives, since now you'll have Bankai diving the backline, and then you'll have Kenny controlling the area for the Leomord to just kind of run around and do his thing. So I am leaning a little bit towards their side for the first couple turtles, but you can't deny that YBG had really strong early game rotations during the first match, so it really could be anyone's game.
Yeah, again, I think this is one of those things where you really have to look at what YBG is going to be able to do in the early game. Are they going to be able to replicate their match one results? But I think against the HUNS, you're not going to see it as easily done against a more inexperienced team like Faerun Esports was. And I think their draft alone kind of says that, you know, there's this is a good answer to be able to deal with that, but I'm wondering how good the Lilia is going to be for Kenny. I think that's one of the big things I want to look out for here, just because, you know, you're going against a Valier. Valier just, like, there's a lot of utility with a Valier to make this work for Unicorn. Unicorn being one of the players too that brought out the Vexana in their first match, right?
That's true.
So that worked with Marcel so well. So love to see him here on the Valier. There's a whole lot that can happen here. We're going to jump into our last match of the day. Again, it's a best of 3 here between YBG and the Huns. We'll see which team is going to take the first step to make it into the playoffs.
This is going to be an important game to win to get that momentum. Will YBG be able to recreate the same degree of success we saw at the start of the day? Or will the chaos of the Huns wins out like we hypothesized already? We're gonna see a trade in the mid lane. Ooh, we're getting very low on swim right there. So he will be able to survive. Unicorn gonna be the only one taking basically no damage in that exchange. Still meta gonna get stopped in his rotation as well, but they will have prio over the Litho.
Oh, this is a very different rotation in the early game, man. Already you can see, you know, this is what I was looking for, that mid-duo kind of brawl in the mid lane. That's usually what we're going to see, especially with the Khalid in favor. But now that you have OU on this Hilda, again, we've seen Hilda at least today in the XP lane, right? But you also are reminded just how much threat and damage there is in the early. Swim should be able to get out. Okay, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is what we're used to seeing, even over in Malaysia, man. Like, you see this whole lot where potentially sometimes if it's not a first blood, it's at least a battle spell that goes down, and both roamers hold on to their flickers.
Yeah, so we see a lot of discipline happening, a lot of respect, but also the willingness to just trade to try and make something happen. During the hold on, here's the collapse. The flank from LYC forces the flicker from OU. It's a good thing he held on to that earlier, or he would have been dead for sure. Turtle's gonna be coming up in another 10 seconds. They weren't able to get a pick off, so that means YBG doesn't have guaranteed control over the hit yet. But they have been able to keep Kenny at level 2 compared to Unicorn, who is about to hit level 4. So I think that itself is going to make a big difference in the exchange. LYC going to be going on still meta, and they set up for the first blood going over swim. Here comes Black Dragon form. They finish off the Liam over the 3-man! Petrify from Bankai! Picks up 2, sets it up for Kenny. Fish God trying to trade for 1 more, but the Dragon Tail picks up the double kill for the Yuzong.
Oh my god, talk about just value with the Yuzhong pick of the Petrify. Comes in massive. And again, that's the thing, man. When you are in this Yuzhong early game, Petrify, Black Dragon form, it doesn't matter. You're able to do so much damage with the Shy Essence alone, too, as it stacks up. OU?
I think he's dead, yeah. In the collapse, Shield Unity comes in from behind. No flicker, since they know they just forced it out earlier. They should have free control over this turtle now, since Bankai's ult is gonna be on cooldown as well. So good movements from YBG.
I'm surprised OU was in that position, man. Knowing that he didn't have the flicker because of the whole last interaction. I think he was just kind of surprised too. Maybe not expecting LYC to come through with the Shield Unity, but that's what happens, you know, when a Baksha is in play. Again, too, taking in consideration that we're on a dangerous grass map, this is something that OU can play into. It's just, again, you don't want to be in your position where you're playing this Hilda and you're a little too aggressive, because at least in this case, you know, for the Khalid, you've got a flicker plus your Raging Sandstorm to kind of get out of danger, whereas a Hilda, you're just kind of running, right? And you sort of have to use your flicker if you want to get out of the danger zone. Yuki dropping the Zombie Force. Okay, he's going to be fine.
Yeah, looks like they're not going to try and fight that one. They already see the Huns rotating up. But you are right. Hilda is definitely a lot more all-in compared to Khalid. And while both of them do rely a little bit on regen to keep themselves alive, it's a lot easier for Khalid to do so. It looks like Fish God's having a bit of difficulty in the lane. He actually goes down. It's killing spree for Bankai. We're kind of starting to see now why previously this Yuzong was banned against the Huns. Every single game seems to be a pocket strap for them.
Yeah, I remember, if I recall correctly, seeing Bankai play this even in their time in the last international, for a lot of people that saw him play over in M7. But this is definitely a great start for him, being able to go ahead and have a 3-0 on the Yuzhong. And this will actually just allow them to have so much space. And this is what I was saying about playing with Yuki. OU, he has Flicker.
Is this really worth it? They're gonna commit Raging Sandstorm, but no, he just walks into a bush, gets the shield back, and now you don't have the Khalid ult for next turtle. Fish God is gonna be basically stuck in lane. There's already a full level lead between him and the Yu Zhong, thanks to that 3-0. Petrify gonna be available in another 10 seconds or so. Swim trying to disrupt, but I don't think you should do that against a trio. Yu Zhong is gonna pop the Black Dragon Form, still meta, secures the turtle, and now Bankai looking for a kill. He's not even gonna settle for Unicorn. He knows he's already dead. He goes in, two-man Petrify into the knockup, perfectly done under the tower. It's a double and a mega kill for Bankai.
My God, I think this is what I was talking about, man. The chaos that the Huns bring. Summon Force.
They're trying to fight. Bilexi doesn't quite have enough damage yet. He's gonna get caught on the BMI. He probably shouldn't have taken it back. They were waiting for him. And they flank him in his own jungle.
As I was gonna say, man, I think it's that chaos that the Huns play and that is so attributed to the Mongolian way of playing MLBB that is throwing YBG off balance. And it was just a phenomenal start from Bankai, man. 5-0-2. Even with, like, I mean, he's so quick to build up. Look at the gap between the XP. 4.1k gold. He's you know, 1,400 essentially up against Fish God. And I was talking about how Fish God had the time of his life in their first matchup. Well, you put him up against Bankai, especially on a signature hero. Man, Fish God is not going to be feeling like a god right now until maybe later on.
This feels like a bit of a risky engage. Oh, you nice flicker! Great reaction time to avoid the Raging Sandstorm, and now the Phantom Steed puts into the back line. Look at Steel Meta, he's going ham. Oh, you does eventually fall to Fish God, but damage is being done because Yuki's in the back, Bankai's in the back, Steel Meta's in the back. There is no backline left for YBG. They've been dismantled, and now they're going to force a flicker from Fish God as well. 3 kills for nothing. Bilexi with a Blazing Duet, not gonna do much to Yuki either. A complete victory for the Huns.
Man, I love MCT EA, man. There's flights everywhere on the map so far throughout the day. Every single time we've been in a game, it's, you know, not just one fight breaking out, it's somewhere else too. Even the gold laners going one-on-one. This third turtle of the game is going to be up. The Huns have control of it. They should be able to go ahead and just cap this out. It's YBG on the back foot, and they're just trying to gain control of their own buffs and resources in the jungle as they want to go ahead and secure this purple buff for LYC as he picks it up. So he'll trade that out for Turtle. Again, it's not a crazy lead that's been built up, but just by watching the way that the Huns is taking these fights is something that YBG needs to be conscious of. That's an Ice Queen wand that was just picked up by Kenny too. And, you know, I was wondering, how's the Lilia going to be in this game? And it's doing really, really great. It's not even so much about topping the damage meter here for his Lilia. It's just being able to provide this kind of poke that's annoying to deal with. And even now having that slow built into this. I mean, look at the poke that Kenny can do.
Yeah, Lilia is honestly a really great answer to this game because most of the front line on YBG is very all-in commit. They pop their abilities and they're basically stuck in the fight, and they have to out-sustain their opponent, which is exactly where Lilia wants to be and exactly where Yu Zhong wants to be as well. The Huns have perfectly drafted heroes to deal with this sort of situation, and you can see how much pressure that's applying. YBG can basically do nothing about it because anytime someone walks up, they're already in threat of being petrified, or the gloom stacks being set up by Kenny are denying any avenue of entry. It is 8 minutes, nearly 9 minutes in. We're looking at about a 5k lead, which is not terrible. We've seen bigger, but it is still fairly notable. Oh, hold on. They found Swim. He has the flicker. Yeah, another resource used.
Yeah, resource used. And it's just a great showcase from the Huns. In a way, it's very different. Like, I feel like they're even more disciplined in this game than what we saw in game 3 of the last match. They are taking their fights better. They're utilizing even the ultimates that they have. Again, the Black Dragon form, sometimes even if they don't fully commit to it, it's just more of a zoning tool. And it's working out really, really well from Bankai to give space to the team. Meanwhile, like I said, Yuki's able to go ahead and farm up, get to where he needs to be. I think Bilexi, you know, this Claude he's done really well on, but it's going to take him a little bit longer to get online here. Lord is now up, and this should be just a clear take for the Huns. YBG might just make the smart choice, just go ahead, give it up. Let's go ahead and defend on our base. And it seems like that's exactly what's going to happen here, as they need still, I would say, a good 4 or 5 minutes. They need to be able to go ahead and get a the Trinity locked in for Lexi on the Claude, but also a little more durability on their front line to catch up here and withstand that damage that's being thrown at them. One of the great things I will say, though, Staffa, is the Unicorn has this Valier, so even if there's, for example, like a forced initiation coming through, at least you can go ahead and use a torrent, push them back a bit. But the main problem is surviving Bunkai. I think that's what they have to solve, because as soon as Bunkai turns into the Black Dragon form, it's that, but it's also like the Petrified, because if they get set up, they get dove on with Furious Dive and then Petrified, they're going to be in a very tough position to even fight back on.
It's clear they have to respect that initiation, that backline dive potential that the Huns have, especially since Yuki just finished Holy Crystal, Kenny just finished Divine Glaive. This is deep power spike timing for the Huns, and they're gonna make full use of it. They got the Lord crashing in down bottom. There's no holy defense to burn through it, but it is just the first Lord, so IBG should be able to handle it. Still, 3-man penalty zone comes in from Fish God, sets them up, but they are so tanky, and the gold difference is a little bit too high. No one ends up going down. In fact, Bunkai still diving Fish God mid. There's gonna be no casualties yet, but there's still more minion waves streaking in. First one to connect is gonna be that bot wave. The Huns, though, gonna make the disciplined choice, gonna try and avoid this. Instead, it's gonna be the shield unity colliding in with OUs. Force comes out. Yuki going ham on the Harif once again. Double kill for Yuki.
Oh man, it was a bait. The Huns, they went and forced YBG into a fight when they thought they had a moment of hope, and now they're gonna take down this mid-base turret. And that's why I was saying Yuki has just been chilling the whole game, and now he's able to pop off. Oh, Bunkai?
Oh, healing.
The heal is insane.
That's literally half his HP bar from a single minion wave. The Huns are completely dominating this right now. I don't know if YBG has any anti-heal, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can get a look at the items, but they, Fish God, it was a great attempt at the penalty zone. You mentioned, 3-man penalty zone, but they're just lacking the items. They're down 10,000 gold, that even if you land a great one, and here's a look at the items, then you don't actually have the follow through available. You can see there is the Trinity now for B Lexi, but even him, he's got to be able to get in position, and that's a big problem to follow through. I think the last item that was picked up by Unicorn was Ice Queen 1, so he's only got those 2 items, and those fireballs, they're not doing too much right now. The Huns don't really care too much about it just because of this advantage they have in terms of itemization. So that's why I was saying for YBG, the only thing that they can do is kind of hold on by themselves a good 6 to 8 minutes maybe now at this point, because of the way that last team fight went. And I would say even give up this next Lord, like just give it up, clear things out. You can handle another Lord push into the base to potentially turn a game around.
Yeah, I think it is definitely possible for YBG to hold off one more Lord. They already made the smart decision previously of not trying to contest it. This time they won't really even have a choice, because OU is just going to be standing there to prevent any sort of ingress into their jungle. So they're going to have to hold this back. They do have pretty okay wave clear with Bilexi and Unicorn. And since they do have a Claude, there is still late game comeback potential. But I think they need to try and get some shutdowns into here. If you can get a kill on Yuki or Bunkai, that would be ideal, because then that would be a very solid gold injection. And they need that right now. A 10k gold difference is pretty big.
Yeah, there has been games that have been turned around, even with a 10,000 gold deficit to work against. So it's not completely out of the realm of possibility here for YBG, but this Lord making its way down mid, there's a massive disadvantage in terms of itemization. It looks like they're going to force the fight.
Dragonborn comes in, blazing the way, gonna be used, cancelled instantly by the Petrified. They just have no damage anymore, and Huns are just gonna run them down. The Lord collides in, LYC is the first one down. Still Meta does get traded. That's actually a pretty good shutdown, except it went into swim, so that's not ideal. Bilexi will pick up Hilda, but he'll go down to Bankai. Yuzong, still the absolute beast of the Huns, and they will secure game number 1.
My goodness, Bunkai. No wonder the Yuzhong was banned out multiple times against them. don't give this guy that Yu Zhang again if you're YBG going into game 2, because what a showing for this Yu Zhang. I think even down to the end there, like, he was able to just do so much. He canceled out that Blaze duo like you mentioned. He was able to go ahead and just be kind of this distraction in the air, but like also at the same time just a massive damage that the HUNS was able to lean into. And when you're an XP laner, you're think about it, you're a Terizla across from him, and you're Fish God. You're like looking up, being like, man, I wish I could be you, because he's in this position where Fish God, and granted, like I said, Fish God really did attempt to get back into the game, but he was kind of behind. And even at that point, even if he caught up and had some good penalty zones, again, it didn't really matter because his team couldn't follow through on those setups.
I'm pretty sure there actually is some kind of legend out there where Fish wishes that he could be a dragon. I think this is a very good depiction of that story.
Darn this Mace.
It's just really, really solid. It is literally one of the snowball machines of MLBB, right? The way you handle Yu Zhang is you just make sure he cannot snowball. Unfortunately, that did not happen this game. I feel like YBG kind of disrespected the zone control that the HUNS had by literally trying to run into their jungle on that first turtle fight. It's not only disrespecting the Lilia, it's disrespecting the dragon, right? You literally see Bankai flying towards you. The three of you are grouped up together in prime petrify position.
Prime petrify position.
And you just decide, I'm just gonna let it happen.
Yeah. It's, oh man. And that's why I'm saying, like, it was, because usually I think that's the way that it works even with Yu Zhang, right? Like in the XP lane matchups, you just don't want to give him like a kill or like an advantage if you're an XP laner, because you know that if Yu Zhang gets, I'm not sure if this is still the case, but he has like one of the best like early level like ones, level 2 1v1s. That might still be the case. So that when he gets a kill, let alone like 2 or 3, your lane is done, man. Like if you're the XP laner, you're not going to be winning that lane. The most you can do is just kind of stop the bleeding. And that's why Bankai was just so efficient and so useful here, because when you take that lead on a hero like a Yu Zhang, you just, you continue to press on that advantage. So deserving MVP, of course, here on the Yu Zhang. And now I get it. I get why Bankai, his Yu Zhang is banned out.
It seems like next game we are going to need to see a ban for this Yu Zhang, right? YBG probably needs to take a page out of Feiyun's book and decide, nope, this is a little bit too much to deal with, but at the same time, there's so many heroes to ban in the meta right now. Yeah, the Yu Zhang's a threat, but then what do you let through in exchange, right? The Harley, the Zeusins, the Marcells.
The Freya, I think, is another common one banned out in this one, yeah. There's a lot for them to consider, because now you're thinking like, what are you gonna, if you do want to ban it, if you're YBG and you do want to just ban it out, like what do you forfeit in the typical bans, just because I don't know, like some teams maybe they're just gonna have a different game plan to deal with the Yu Zhang pick, because I feel like even in that sense Terizla is more so just go ahead and you pick it up because you should be okay, like okay in the matchup, the 1v1 matchup in the XP lane. Essentially, you're okay. It's almost like more so of a stalemate in that. But if you just get the advantage in terms of kills for the Yu Zhang, then that advantage kind of goes away, or that stalemate goes away. And so I don't know what they're going to want to change there entirely if they don't ban it out. I'd be actually surprised, though, Stafa, if they don't just ban it out and let something else go through. But then that goes back to the question again, like, what do you let through, man? Like, the Freya, maybe because is someone actually going to play the Freya? Because all we've seen all day so far, and even in our own regions, is a whole lot of Cloud and Heron.
Yeah, it makes me wonder whether or not they should try to keep Phobius open as a way of maybe denying Yuki, right? Because Yuki did have trouble playing into that previously. But that depends on which side of the draft you're on as well, right? If you're on red side, then it might be a little risky, but then I guess it's still kind of manageable since you would still have the Claude for yourself, right? And we know that YBG also plays a very mean Marcel, so if they can get to be on blue side again, they might want to maybe trade some stuff, try to keep that open. There's a lot of options you can go. You could even lock in heroes like Valentina, right? Then you can steal the Black Dragon form, right? Though maybe not quite as effective since I think the original Yuzong's probably going to trump out just in items.
Yeah, and you know, I asked for it stuff. I was like, man, I hope we get to see the Valier. And then the Valier just didn't end up like, brother, the Valier didn't end up doing anything. You know, it was like kind of sad because it's like that worked for them in their qualifier. They picked it up multiple times actually, and they won with it. But you know, in this sense, it was surprising that we also got to see a shakeup in terms of a Lilia come through for Kenny, and then like he was actually able to do just so much. And you know, Lilia, when you're playing against a Lilia, you really know what it's like to just be kind of dealing with those glooms, you know, continuously going off. And that's why I was saying it was also just part of having the ability. Once you just had a glowing wand, I believe it was just a glowing wand and an Ice Queen wand, the two wands that was built up on the Lilia was enough to like, you know, kind of make their frontliners even second guess going forward, just because like, what are you going to do? You're just, by the time you actually initiate, because of the way that the gold lead had built up so quickly too, you're kind of dead. You know what I mean? You're like half health, or you're close to dying. So even the Lilia just ended up being way more annoying than the Valier would have been, because, you know, when you're thinking about Valier, it's like, okay, well, at least I got this. I can go ahead and get the fireballs off. I can get the stuns off. It's also annoying to deal with. Like if you've played against the Valier, you know what it's like, right?
Yeah.
But the Valier wasn't able to really even get to use his kit as much, just because of, again, the advantage that was built up that started with Bunkai, which then snowballed the entire darn team of the HUNS. So we're just a bit away from this draft, and I guarantee you we'll see the Yuzhong band out.
The entire goal of the draft from YBG that game is to have a whole bunch of super buff dudes standing in front that can delay the fight long enough for the fire to slowly burn them and for Claude to slowly whittle them down. So the whole plan falls apart if the buff dudes are no longer able to stand in front long enough, right? And then if you're just getting petrified and you're just standing in this purple exploding stuff, then you just can't really do too much. Lilia is such a good hero for anti-tank strategies, and it surprises me that it took until the end of the day for her to show up, because I really do think she's good.
Yeah, I'm glad to see it. Again, I'm glad to see some of the different heroes pop up. Hopefully we'll see that for the gold lane though. If you know, again, I think there's, even if the Freya goes through, I don't know if one of the teams would really want to go ahead and pick it up, because I feel like if you wanted a Freya gold to work, you really got to have the game plan to build around it, right? And maybe we see that throughout these few days for MCT EA, but I think you have to make that decision of, is there a way for them to secure, for example, the Harley or the Marcel? I think the Marcel was like a cornerstone to making things work for YBG. So we might even see that, depending again on what side they're on, who gets that blue side priority. I think that's where we see, like, are they looking to play into a Claude pick priority? Are they looking for a Marcel priority? Or, you know, what's the idea here?
Yeah, I think so. And we need to see a slightly clearer plan of what they need to play for. Now that they've had a chance to experience what the HUNS can really bring to the table, they can no longer let their guard down. Remember, they could be one loss away from losing out on that playoff slot, and they do not want that to happen. So prioritizing heroes that can get them that victory is gonna be important. I highly doubt that the HUNS are going to let Marcel through, because I think anyone watching can tell that he was the linchpin of their victory before. But beyond that, maybe other heroes could be possible. You say that the Freya gold isn't being played as much anymore, which I agree with, I actually feel like we're seeing a bit more Freya in the EXP. At least for me in MPL MY, anytime Freya shows up, it's more of an EXP laner compared to when she was the gold lane menace.
Yeah.
So maybe that's an option, but then Phobius is always going to be something you worry about as well. So you gotta be very smart with those first couple bans.
Yeah, I think that's why we see, you know, even at this point, again, you got to remember what's on the line here for these teams. One of these two teams, either the HUNS or YBG, will be going forward to the playoffs tomorrow to compete with the teams that are waiting for them over from the Mythic group. And that will, you know, consist of multiple teams fighting out for those spots into the MSC, not just a direct spot, but also 3 wildcard spots. So obviously, that's what's at stake here. So YBG or the HUNS, you know, want to be one of those teams to get to that point. They need the win here. Maybe we are fortunate enough to get 3 games through, but you can see that Yuzhong going to be banned out the last one for the first phase. This is what we were expecting. Marcel on the other side. This is probably what? Claude? Yep, Claude.
Yep. Makes sense to me. Should be a Harif response straight away from the HUNS. Wouldn't be too surprised.
Leo Mordharith.
Could be. Leomord Harif is pretty good. Then YBG responds with Guinevere. You know? I think that what is interesting is that the teams are on the same side as before, right? Because if I'm not wrong, YBG was blue side, HUNS was red side for game 1. So it looks like they have agreed upon having these particular sides for themselves. Having that red 5 is pretty crucial. That's where the Lilia came out previously for the HUNS, and it was such a good solution to everything. The HUNS also don't actually need to pick Harif straight away, since there's no risk of it being stolen anymore. They can save it for 3, and that is exactly what they will do with the Leomord Hilda.
Okay, Leomord Hilda. I'm wondering too, because we don't actually get to see until we load into the game what map we're going on, because the last one was Dangerous Grass. So I'm wondering what map 2 is going to be, but the answer right now, the Fredra and the Valentina come through. We did mention the Valentina even earlier on. You know, if you want something to go ahead and also force your opponents to be a little more cautious on what they decide to take. I'm not sure if the HUNS are going to be that kind of team, though. Like, it just feels like they've got their game plan in mind and they're willing to go ahead and play it either way. So, but we have seen this over in the MPO Philippines, where Valentina is actually picked up against, for example, the Leomord Cross, and you actually see the Valentina pick up a lot of the Phantom Steed, right? They get your own Barbiel to charge into the fight with, which gives you a ton of space to work with. And that's why the response, because that Valentina is there for now too, and the rest of the picks here from YBG, you get a Phobius, and this is one of the heroes you really pointed out earlier on, Staffan.
Yeah, it's actually an interesting adaptation from the HUNS here, because I thought for sure that they were going to pick Harif as their third and then ban Phobius. But they went the other way around instead, which means that Yuki's signature is going to get banned out by YBG, and we'll actually get to see him play a different gold lane hero for the first time today. They will get rid of the glue themselves, but I'm wondering what else that they're concerned about. If they are countering for the EXP lane, then probably next would be Alice or Uranus, since those are typically the EXP laners that Phobius has the most difficulty playing against.
That was banned out in, was it match 1? I was trying to think. I know we saw the Uranus banned out at some point. The HUNS is going to ban out Cho though. So they ban out a Cho. They focus in on the roam options. What's left here for Swim? Again, we only really saw him play the Marcel today. He's such a strategist on that, but they're also going to make it even more narrow for the gold lane. So yes, we will see something different for Yuki this time. I think because you have the Harif banned out, like, just go Bruno or Clint. Oh, he's gonna go Moskov though. Okay, so he goes Moskov, wants to play the map. Usually the answer so far, at least here in the Philippines, has been Bruno does pretty well against the Claude. Even the Clint has popped up a couple times. So, and also the Moskov. Moskov's another option where it's more so of just kind of this comfort thing. But you also again, one of the great things about the Mozgov is you really don't have to be there for the fights, right? You can just Spirit Destruction on in, join the fight, and you're there.
I was anticipating that this would probably be a high-lows for the side of YBG, and looks like my suspicions are proven. They'll go ahead and give Fish God the Lapu Lapu as well. This is the hero that he had the most success with earlier today, so they'll be able to play around with that. I feel like this is another good game for Lilia. Honestly, there's a lot of solid front line for YBG that Lilia will work well against. Maybe the Lapu Lapu is a little less vulnerable since he has ways to get back out of the fight with the Raging Slash, but I still think that it's a very solid pickup. They decide to go a different direction though. The Farsa for Kenny.
This is very like old school, like Farsa Valentina, you know, because you're just gonna see a whole lot of like feathered airstrike on both sides. But maybe also part of this is just giving that option to Unicorn. Like, do you want to take the feathered airstrike, or are you going to be taking the Phantom Steed? Because those are two really good ultimates to go ahead and utilize if you're Unicorn. And also you almost just want to, I would say you want to fight around another feathered airstrike, like both of them just being there, and then just getting the upper hand in whatever way you can. But that has backfired on teams that have done this before, right? Where Valentina actually gets better usage of the feathered airstrike. Not only that, but then just kind of having that Terrify in the kit and just being able to utilize even that early game pressure is something that they have to kind of work around here. So I don't know, man. Looking at both drafts, I'm not sure where I am favoring for game 2. I think it's almost a 50-50 in my eyes.
I was originally leaning a little bit towards the Huns until that Farsa showed up, because not only can the feathered airstrike be stolen away, you are picking it into a Lafu Lafu and a high-lows. It feels like there's a good amount that would threaten you if you try to go for those feathered airstrikes. So picking this up means that there is a lot of confidence coming out of the Huns. It is a good hero for playing for that early game snowball, right? They don't have to use Zong this time around, so they need to be able to snowball something else. And having the Farsa with the Leomord and Hilda will allow them to set up for pretty strong fights. But then the high-lows and Fredrin are also very, very bulky. So there are pros and cons to each side. I think I do have to agree with you. Could be 50-50. Comes down to execution, but we will find out as we jump into the Land of Dawn. Will YBG be able to claw their way back into this one and bring us to another full series?
Okay, and we're also on Broken Walls. So I was just curious about that in the draft. So we get Broken Walls. I think this, when you really look at it too, like in this form, Broken Walls, one of the biggest impacts is not just around the team fighting in the jungle, but later on for objectives, just having that extra opening, you know, in the Turtle Pit or eventually the Lord Pit. Teams are actually pretty good at playing around that in some way or another based on their compositions, and that's something that we can see work here. Some poking in the mid lane as we expect here in the early game, fighting for this first rotation. The Lithwander going to be go ahead and secured over by the Huns, and they'll kind of work around this. I think even for Swim, he already had to use a Revitalize, so we just got to make sure that if you're YBG, you know, you don't want to get caught. Like, you don't want to overstep into this, because once that level 4 is available for still meta, they could make a pretty quick play on a high-lows who doesn't. Oh, whoa, Unicorn.
I saw that. I saw Unicorn's positioning. I'm like, this guy wants to do something. This guy wants that kill. You can see it in his eyes. And he did kind of mess up the skill 1 flicker, but it's okay since he's more than enough damage to finish off Kenny anyway. So that's already a very, very good trade early on. Even managed to get a little bit of that gold shield. So YBG has solid early mid lane priority. Unicorn gonna get poked out again a little bit here. They're trying to set up for Siddle meta with the Phantom Steed. He's going for the Valentina. Beautiful pushback. Picks up the kill. They might get Swim as well. They do.
Oh man, that was so good for YBG until that setup happened, and the Huns called for it. They knew that they could make that, make those kills happen because still meta was level 4, but this turtle might be YBG's.
Oh, and look at Fish God in the background picks off Kenny. That's what I was worried about with the Farsa. LYC secures the turtle with the Appraiser's Wrap, and now they get the stun on Still Meta. Bankai gonna try and push back, but not much more he can do about that one. That is going to be a deadly award in the hands of the Valentina, and he'll instantly rotate over to stealing the purple buff as well. I don't think Bankai should be here. This is a risky game you're playing. Tried to steal it, not able to.
That was kind of a odd decision also by HUNS. Like, just as I mentioned, like, great setup for them in the mid lane, but then I'm not sure why Still Meta decided to go ahead and show face around that turtle. They should have just given it up, honestly, because he didn't have the Phantom Steed flicker burn by OU. They could have just given up the turtle and then just kind of reset from there.
Yeah, it does feel a little uncharacteristic considering how cleanly the HUNS were playing before, but they do also recognize that this draft has a little less late game insurance than the one they were playing. Looks like they're gonna go for a two-man gank on Bankai. He saved the flicker for the very last second, was trying to hold on to it. Not able to do so. Meanwhile, in the top, and then Bankai does go down. Unicorn picks him off from the backline flank, and Swim will also be traded up in the top lane from a three-man gank.
Oh man, Unicorn doing so good on this Valentina. I saw him, you know, he was holding on to the feathered airstrike from Kenny, and he saw that Bankai was low, so capitalizes on a kill. Will be able to pick up his glowing wand already, so that's going to go ahead and help them out a little bit more here. But for the HUNS, they at least go ahead and you know, try to trade something out. They end up getting a kill themselves, but they've got some ground to cover. Nothing too crazy that they've fallen behind, but YBG definitely means business this game. You got 14 seconds for that Lord to come up, so they're going to get in position. I think for the HUNS, they're almost just better off letting Yuki do his thing, farm up on this Mozkov. Oh no.
Three-man gank onto Bankai. He's going to try and sustain for as long as possible, but his team is nowhere near him. He is buying a lot of time, but will eventually fall. Appraiser's Wrap going to be used. Meanwhile, the HUNS are not really able to blitz turtle in time. Feathered airstrike kind of used preemptively. Doesn't get too much done, so YBG will maintain control over the turtle pit, and this should be a free objective for them.
I think they were just, I don't know if they wanted to fight or if they decided to go for the turtle because the Phantom Steed was already used. Feathered airstrike also timing was off, and I think Bankai was maybe trying to call them to just join that fight because they weren't even close to securing that turtle. So a bit of a misstep there from the HUNS. YBG definitely, you know, profiting from some of these mistakes the HUNS are making, and Lexi will just continue to go into farm up on this Claude. That's all he has to do. As long as they give that opportunity to be Lexi on the Claude, get the Trinity when he needs it, they're going to be fine. And you could almost say the same for the HUNS playing for Yuki. This first turret, though, will hold up a little bit of HP left, but LYC and the rest of the team rotating down towards this bottom side of the map.
Feathered airstrike stolen by Unicorn and now used again by Kenny. They're focusing everything onto Still Meta, and they actually do find the kill. And now they're revitalized, keeping the entire team alive and healthy. And Bankai will be picked off as well. Yuki able to do some chunking onto the mid-tier 1, but not really worth it, as now YBG officially building up that gold lead.
Oh, and then their YBG's actually rotating up top. Yuki's still there. LYC getting some information on the purple buff, but you know what I'd like to see is Yuki, you know, even if he doesn't follow through with it, just throwing out the Spear of the Destruction, the SOD, sometimes will make teams second guess if they fully commit to a team fight or not. He hasn't really used it, I don't think once or maybe much at all. Oh, initiation.
They're diving into the backline. Here comes Landshaker as well. Fish God just finishes off Kenny. And again, I really question why the Farsa was the choice. Because Kenny not able to do the things that we know Kenny to be able to do. And YBG just diving in. Lilia and Eve would have made so much of a difference here to prevent this sort of gameplay. But YBG is just kind of getting away with everything right now.
Yeah, that's why I said, man, I was like, you know, a lot of there's a lot of moments where, like, if it's a Valentina Farsa game, the Valentina has more use of the feathered airstrike than the actual Farsa, and that's exactly what's happened here with Unicorn. So last turtle the game up, YBG's had major control over objectives and the map. LYC jumping forward.
YC gonna get caught out, chunked down very low. I don't think he has enough stacks. He can't pop his ultimate. He falls. And now still Meta trying to hold the front line. Blazing Duet comes out though. Bilexi. Unicorn sets up the killing spree. Spree of Destruction will connect, but the rest of his team is already dead. So Yuki's not gonna take that for sure. YBG once again coming out on top in that fight, and this time Bilexi able to pick up multiple assists from it as well.
See, I'm just so curious because LIC gets killed. There's a team fight that follows through. If the SOD was a little bit earlier, maybe they wouldn't have fully committed to fighting that, or maybe the Huns could have turned that around. I know he just picked up the golden staff, so I think he's only got 2 items locked in. Yeah, he's only got the crystal side, but he got golden staff, so maybe Yuki just feels like he's not ready to fight, even in those moments there, because he's not too far behind Bilexi. I mean, it's 600 gold, so he's just kind of farming up. Maybe wants to just hit that power spike with the Trinity, but you know, again, sometimes these SODs are just thrown out from teams that play the Moskov just to kind of keep teams on their toes, you know, maybe kind of consider like, is this guy going to follow through, and like, are we going to have to deal with a Moskov? But you know, so far Yuki's been very passive with the SOD. Even that one was a little bit too late. So you know, just like that, YBG finds themselves with a Lord.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've seen cases where Moskov players are just basically dropping the Spear of Destruction off cooldown as a way to hope to get information, to pressure, and we're not really seeing that right now. I understand that the Huns are behind, but you could still try to get something done with it. And now we're looking at a 6k gold lead though, with Lord pushing down mid, as well as a Claude on YBG's side. We could be expecting a full series this time around. It's very clear that they've brought their best heroes out to play to make sure they can still make playoffs.
I'm almost wondering if this is a case of Sodalfo, where Yuki really isn't comfortable on the Moskov, you know, just positioning wise.
Maybe.
Not being able to, you know, because we've only seen him really play the Harith. This Lord is going to charge into the mid turret. It will go down rather quickly, but half health on that turret in the mid lane already. They should clear out the rest of this. Feathered Airstrike used as well.
Pathway gonna be used. Phantom Steed comes out, but they just dive straight in. There's so much HP thanks to that revitalized. Bankai dropping low, has to flicker away.
Yuki?
Professor's Wrath really not doing all that much. Yuki is just not participating. He's going for this wave clear in the mid lane. They lose still meta. Spear of Destruction used point blank. Alright, sure.
I feel like he could have used it in that fight. The pressure on this turret.
I think he can kill the Hylos at least. That's gonna be a shutdown for Kenny. Blazing Duet comes out. Meanwhile, they're gonna dive straight in. LYC tanking the tower. Fish God with the killing spree picks off one. LYC will go down. The Bankai will also be taken out. Mega kill for a Unicorn. Kenny flying forward. Seems a little bit risky because the stolen Feathered Airstrike gonna instantly push them back into the base.
Yeah, something is not happening here for the Moskov right now for Yuki. Maybe again, I just want to say maybe he's waiting for the 3 items to be locked in here, but there's so many moments where I'm almost just expecting, out of habit from watching it so much, of an SOD coming through. You know, he's got the Trinity now, he's got a DHS. Maybe we'll see Yuki be a little more proactive with that, but you know, that there is these moments, there's these little windows of opportunity where the Huns can utilize what they have. Again, their defense and clear capability is pretty good. Oh no, OU, he's not getting away from this. Even if he sprints on out of there, no flicker, it's going to be an easy pickup. I think YBG has just figured out how to dismantle the Huns.
I think it just comes down to comfort. It feels like it's a hero pool issue here, because YBG is playing all the heroes that they were basically dominating with at the start of the day, and Yuki is playing a different hero for the very first time. Again, I do judge the far side. Stolen Feathered Airstrike nearly kills off Kenny himself, as now the Glorious Pathway lets YBG just walk in, take tower. Phantom Steed is actually pretty solid, clears the minion wave up in time, but that tower is literally 1 hit from death, so I don't really count it as alive. And anyway, YBG takes the purple buff. They're gonna restart the fight. You can see how much damage Bilexi is doing. Yuki literally can't do anything about it. Meanwhile, Fish God cuts Kenny out of the sky, surrounds Bankai, finishes off the Phobius. The minions will collide down bottom. That inhibitor will fall. And YBG can really just stand here in the base. Glorious Pathway comes out again, slows down too. Phantom Steed gonna be used. They get the taunt in. The crystal still standing for now, but neither is OU. Yuki gonna be jumped on. Blazing Duet doing good damage. Moskov will be able to go back and heal, but that buys enough time for another minute to collide. Mid tower will fall, and looks like YBG will be happy with that one.
Yeah, now 9,000, almost 10,000 gold ahead. They'll go ahead and grab the orange buff on the way to the Lord here. The Huns, I don't think they want anything to do with YBG in this game. Phantom Seed going to be used. Oh no.
Still meta, you are way too early. Your team is nowhere near. Unicorn might get blasted here, and that's going to be a shutdown for Kenny. Pretty nice gold swap. Yuki comes from the flank. Really bad angle to enter from. I don't think he's going to escape from this one. Actually, he might. They're not looking to chase him too hard. So the Huns do still have the numbers advantage thanks to that play.
Wow, I can't believe they actually stopped the Lord being secured by YBG, even though they had the clear take for it. But, you know, still meta. He went for a Hail Mary play, he made it happen. Now fighting in the mid.
Fish God 1v1 with Bankai. I don't think either side really wants to full commit this one. Neither team really has resources left. Literally every battle spell on the map is on cooldown except for unicorns.
Oh, Yuki, is he gonna get
able
out?
to get split push, but
oh, Yuki!
There is a Hylos right here. Spirit Destruction was used. He was able to use it to blink back. I saw on the map right there.
Yeah, I saw it. I was gonna say, was wondering if he'd be able to survive that, but he did use the SOD. He doesn't have a flicker for another minute or so. I don't think he has the Wind of Nature yet either, but he definitely needs one to deal with this Claude. You see the amount of damage that Lexi is able to go ahead and pop out here. That's actually the big troublesome thing for the Huns to deal with. They might just try to bait this Lord, see if they can get a kill here for YBG before they actually secure it. They're waiting patiently in the brush here. The Huns is going to take a route around. Flicker's not available across the board. Let's see what they do.
Yuki is in a bit of a dangerous spot. The Lord knocks out literally everyone in front of the bush. Here comes the Phantom Steam. Blazing Duet only being used on still meta, but it will burn him down, and they'll get the killing spree on Bankai as well. Yuki gets in. LYC secures the Lord. Why is Yuki all the way back there? Probably should not be back there. Kenny gonna go down. Yuki actually able to recall back to base by going behind enemy lines. Actually, wait, hold on.
Oh,
no.
You stopped!
Swim! They found him! And that's gonna be a free push
Swim
into the base. He might take out Swim, but that doesn't matter. You may win the battle, but we win the war. YBG brings us to a game number 3.
Hey, you know what? I'm happy to get a game 3 here on the last match of the day. We might as well go all the way, man. Yeah, I don't know. I have to say that's, you know, I hate to keep harping on Yuki, but the Moskov wasn't it for him. Really good drafting, really good bans, really good targets here for YBG to deal with. And that seemed to, solve a big problem. Again, we've only really seen 2 heroes for the majority of today alone. In the gold lane, the Claude and the Harith. Well, you take out those options plus a couple more. And yeah, it just didn't seem like there was much comfort on the Moskov pick. But it wasn't even just that. It was just they were continuously taking fights that I feel like they didn't have to. And, you know, in a situation where, again, the Huns, they have this play style where they are very aggressive. Worked great for them in game 1. And then in game 2, it's a little like, you're like, oh, do you want to take that fight or not? You know, and you saw where they might have been able to delay a turtle or a Lord take here and there, but it just wasn't working out for them, man. And I think I also have to echo your sentiments here, Staffa, with the Kenny on the Farsa pick. He just wasn't able to do as much, wasn't able to do much at all with the Farsa.
It definitely felt like they could have just done some different things with the draft, actually. Like, they had the option to go Harith and then ban Phobius, but they decided to pick Phobius instead, which, alright, sure, I can kind of get behind that, but then it didn't look like Yuki was too comfortable on the Moskov. And then, yeah, the Farsa, when you still had Lilia wide open. I can't remember if Eve was banned. That one I'm not too sure about. But that would have definitely saved you a lot of headache with the zone control. You literally played it the previous game. You literally won with it. I don't really know why they decided to completely pivot and then pick you have red 5. Literally one of the most powerful positions in the draft. And you use it to pick a hero that gets countered by multiple heroes on the enemy draft. It's such a weird decision.
Yeah, it's That's why I said, even with the Valentina, that was such a good choice, just because, and I know there's no way to show that stat, but like the uptime of the feathered airstrike by Unicorn was just there was so much more value there. You know, that's unfortunate when that happens, because it's like, you know, you pick the Farsa for a reason, even if it doesn't make complete sense. I mean, look at the difference in damage, right, between Unicorn and Kenny. And there was just a lot of times too where I don't think the Huns had as much information that they wanted across the map, and part of that had to do with OU usually either getting caught out in the jungle and then getting killed quickly, or even Bunkai not being able to do much on the Phoveus.
I feel like a lot of the rovers here in MCT EA are not actually the most comfortable on like aggressive roamer options. I feel like Hilda's success rate today has just been pretty low in general, and Khalid has just been so-so. It seems like Hylo's pickups are a lot more effective because of that Revitalize, being able to keep your team in the fights longer. Not to mention that YBG was just aiming for comfort this time around, right? LYC seems to be very good on the Fredrin. Fish God on the Lapu Lapu seems to be a signature pickup as well, and feels even better if your enemy picks a Farsa into you, you know, it's like free food for the Lapu Lapu. That's why he gets MVP this time around.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Fish God, like I was saying, even in match 1, that's where we got to see him play the Lapu Lapu to like full extent, you know, and he pretty much did the same thing in this game too. And so there's I don't know, it's not something that you're gonna want to like ban out in the draft. It's just, how do you control the Lapu Lapu? And it's so contrasting watching like Bunkai have that amazing Yuzhong game in game 1, and then here in the Phoveus, it probably could have been better for him if they just worked better at as a team. You remember that one fight we saw where Bunkai was actually like 1v2ing 1v3 the guys, and I thought the team was gonna rotate to like just fight, because there was also a moment where it's like, are they gonna turtle? Because we didn't have the camera on it just yet, but it was like they had used their ultimates too, an early feathered airstrike and a phantom steed. And I think even Bunkai like thought that they was gonna like rotate into a fight and just win that fight and then maybe go turtle. But you know, there was just moments, and this is what we saw in the last matchup with that they had with Fenrir Gaming, right? Like they Fenrir Esports, they had the moments where it just seemed like some things weren't connecting, like some of the ideas were a little bit different, and it just so happened that in game 2 it ends up happening here. And like we mentioned, YBG is one of those teams where if they do see that happening, they will punish it. And it started in the draft. I think the drafting was great from YBG. So hopefully, if it's not done in the draft, because I both looked at that and we're like, okay, maybe this is a 50-50, you know? And so I think even if it's a 50-50, it's really just cleaning up the errors that we saw here from the Huns.
I feel like it could have been a 50-50 if the Huns just kind of played a little bit more effectively with your draft. This is a very aggressive draft. You should be like trying to punish, you should be trying to rotate, you should be especially trying to make sure that you get mid lane priority. So if your mid duo is having trouble, I'd hope to see the jungler at least come by, help clear the wave a little bit. Doesn't really need to be poking or like fighting, just help reset equilibrium so that they can rotate and make things happen. It's a Farsa, literally. But then, you know, the Valentina literally just eyeing the Farsa like a hawk in the sky. You see them low on HP, instantly flicker in, get the kill, and then the game is just, alright, now you don't have the mid laner that you literally tried to play for.
Yeah.
And what do you do from there?
It's one of those things where I think I don't even want to say that if it just wasn't a Farsa, it would have been a different result. Because I feel like it was just a combination of just many different things going wrong for the Huns in game 2, which is, again, that's why I said it's such a contrast, because it's like you have such a, like, I don't want to say it was total dominance, but it was like in the XP lane, at least for Bunkai, but it's like you have such a strong game 1, and then game 2 felt like yo, is this the same team that was in game 1? You know, like that's kind of how it felt sitting there thinking. Maybe that's part of the result of just Yuki also not being on comfort. Just because, again, we've only seen Yuki play the Harith essentially throughout this. So I think even that information is enough for YBG to say, you know what, let's just go ahead and keep those bans up, you know, keep that advantage if we can have it.
Again, it's so weird because it's not as if YBG themselves did anything in particular to make sure that Yuki couldn't play his Harith. The HUNS did it themselves. They decided like, hey, we want the Phobius more than we want the Harith. And then it got banned because, like, who wouldn't at that point? So, like, alright, I can get it if you are going to be testing something, you know, since you do have a 1-game leeway, but that is also a very risky choice if that actually was what happened. We'll see. Right, now that we're going into game number 3, I definitely expect YBG to just stick to comfort, right? Pick the majority of the same hero. It's just a guarantee they make it to the wild cards at least. So the ball is in the court of the HUNS, right? What do you pull out? Is it time to just return to the Harith, make sure that Yuki gets to play the game that he wants to play, or is there something else that they still want to show us?
Oh man, I think there's a lot. This is also really good information for the teams in the playoffs, like waiting tomorrow for this to see which team like will join them, just because of the way that it's been so different from team to team to team. But I feel like when you start off in the playoffs tomorrow, you have a lot of teams that are very similar in experience or very similar in like drafting style. The HUNS would be I think if I could see the HUNS being one of the bigger shakeups if they manage to get it tomorrow, but I almost want to also see YBG make it so they get the rematch versus Guangzhou Gaming, man, because there's already, I feel like, these little rivalries building up within their own regions. And, you know, I think a lot of people, like a lot of the fans of MLBB have been waiting for that to happen over in, ever since like China, for example, joined the competitive scene of MLBB. It's like, now you've got these own kind of rivalries building up over there, and we could essentially see that matchup tomorrow. But I don't know, because it's tough to see which team, or like look forward to which team is going to make it past today. Because even the HUNS, they've impressed me, but I'm also sitting here wondering like what happened. I would say the same thing about YBG in game 1. They were so dominant. I'm talking about 19-0 and 18-1 games in their match 1. And then you see them get handled by the HUNS in game 1 of this series. So it's like, what's going on here on both sides? So it's perfect. Stop off of that, we get a game 3.
Yeah, it feels like Destiny has wrote this out for us, because there really is no other way this could have concluded based on what we've seen already. I think it does just come down to draft though, right? We know that in this meta, there's a lot of pretty viable heroes in the meta pool. There's a lot of different strategies that you can play for. There's no necessarily one strat beats all, you know, even with heroes as strong as Harley and Claude running around. So you gotta make sure that you have the right hero composition, right? The one that allows you to win early, plays for the style you want, you know, especially now that we are starting to notice that these players seem to have specific pocket picks as well, right? Certain heroes that seem to just excel beyond the rest. The Bankai was like basically carrying the entirety of game 1 with Yuzong alone, and Yuki had totally 180 performances on Moskov and Harith. So take that into account as we jump into the draft phase, because it looks like this time the teams will actually swap sides.
Okay, so they're gonna go for the swap sides here. The HUNS will be on that blue side. Again, I'm wondering what map we'll be on. We'll find that out once we jump into the game. But yeah, nonetheless, you got the bans that you're expecting. The Phobius Marcel over here. Harley Jushin. We'll see if they ban out the Yuzhong still, because most likely the trade, they might prioritize Harith, honestly. Like, just to get that comfort for Yuki, man. If that's the move, then they kind of have to decide. That's why they banned out the Phobius too. So Fredrin will be the other one.
Ooh.
So I expect this, the trade that's going to be the trade. Like, you get the Harith, they might, do they ban out Yuzhong here if you're YBG?
Trying to think, because there's still some good heroes left. The Freya at the forefront. I feel like we need to think about this a little bit. If you don't ban Freya and you ban Yuzhong instead, would the HUNS first pick Freya? There's a possibility, yeah, because the Phobius is banned out. They do ban Yuzhong.
Oh, okay.
So the Freya is open for the first time in the entirety of the play-ins. So what does YBG do now? There's no Phobius as a way to counter. We know that she can be flexed into both side lanes too. I think you just gotta take Claude at this point. Oh,
yeah.
The Kimmy?
And like on this swing, that's... I wasn't expecting the Kimmy right now, but they'll get the Kimmy Baksha.
Really?
So, okay. This is a little bit different pattern than I was expecting. But yeah, the Freya has been banned out throughout the day, so they end up going this, which is, you know, ends up... I think it'll end up working out, but yeah, I know you mentioned you see it more so in the XP lane, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we've seen it in both. So this could... We can't completely count it out that this is actually flexed in the hands of Bunkai.
I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like Bunkai would probably be able to play it pretty well.
Yeah.
And then they grabbed the Khalid and Suyo. Kind of a shift here. This is not the typical opening for either of these teams.
Okay.
Oh, the carry as well. I guess I can see that. Probably one of the better marksmen for dealing with Freya, at least. I feel like Claude would have still been fine, personally, but alright, I guess both teams are just having that gentleman's agreement. Hey, last game, time to do something different.
Yeah, time to make it happen. Mid lane options are going to be narrowed down here for Kenny. He could, I don't know, maybe he just ends up going to Lilia again here. They ban out the Hylos, so the Hylos Kadra, like I was saying, for YBG, Kadra seemed to be one of the picks that they really leaned towards to get to this point, to the qualifiers. They'll go and pick up the Kalea anyway, which is surprising that the Kalea has been kind of slept on. It's one of those picks that just is still basically meta, great potential. You almost force the team to take 2 Purifies when the Kalea is picked up. We'll see if they end up doing that or not, or they just kind of play with a little risk here for the Huns, but their next 2 picks will really tell us the picture here if this is going to be a Bunkai Freya or not. Nope. So they're going with the Lapu Lapu. So gold lane Freya. Maybe this is way more comfortable than what we saw with the Mozkov for him.
I hope so. I thought that Mozkov would be okay, since it's also a dash type marksman, not too dissimilar from Harith, but it really did feel like a different performance entirely. They'll pair it up with the Eve, so Eve Khalid should be pretty strong overall and do pretty well in matching up to the Kimmy's clear, but oh, the Benedetta! Making an appearance at the very end here in the hands of Fish God. YBG showing us something different.
Okay. I know we talked about the Benedetta earlier on. I'm excited to see it in the hands of YBG for Fish God, who has been pretty consistent so far, I would say, in the XP lane, other than the game where he was left there sitting, wishing that he could fly to on the Trizla. But, you know, now he's got mobility himself on the Benedetta, and this can actually give them really good opportunities to go ahead and get the space that they need to make this work. So I like it, man. Staffa, based off these drafts, who you think is going forward to the playoffs tomorrow?
I feel like on paper, the HUNS should have the easier draft to play. They just literally run down their opponents, right? They got Fred. Yeah, they got Lapu Lapu. As long as they get a solid enough early in the mid game, they've got multiple fighters that can take over. But if they're not able to end the game quick enough, then you do have a carry on the opposite side for superior scaling, and then there's the Benedetta as well that can delay the game through split pushing. So there are clear time conditions for both sides here where the HUNS need to play hard and fast and make sure not to delay, whereas YBG can slow it down. You know, they got double marksman, they got Benedetta, their late game scaling is very strong.
Yeah, I like this. I think YBG has great late game potential. But also, I don't know. I don't know what to expect with Yuki on the Freya. I think that's such a big question mark for me to lean more towards the Huns. We're gonna look at the emblems come into play. He is running the Warcry emblem, and you see even with the Kalea across from them, they're only going to take one Purify, and that's on Yuki. So if Yuki gets shut down or put in a position where he wasn't able to do too much, like in the previous game, that's going to be really tough to utilize here for the Huns. Whoa.
That was a bit of a strange interaction. Scrim actually grabbed and flickered backwards to try and put OU out of position, but I highly doubt they're killing the Khalid at level 1, so feels like a bit of a waste of battle spell there, but then again, not like he's gonna need it for anytime soon. We see very active movements from the Huns already in the river early on, which is exactly what we want to see from this team with the double fighters side lane.
Yeah, this is what we were asking about the Huns when we first saw them play in the last series was, you know, just how aggressive are they going to be? And I think it's teetering along the lines of being overly aggressive and not being too passive is what we see the struggle for the Huns. But with this kind of lineup, they can kind of do that. They just don't want to get punished. I think a big part of this too is not letting Fish God get an advantage on the Benedetta. You can see he used the Petrify earlier on, but you know, if you get into these team fights, especially that first hurdle, since it's going to be up towards that XP lane, you have to be very cautious if you're the Huns, because a Benedetta early game with a Petrify like the final blow is enough to just shred through your team. And you know, maybe the only one that's really able to survive that would be OU, but or maybe even because I don't know if the gold laner is going to join. Look what's happening here. They're cutting the waves. Yuki in between.
There's actually a big gank happening. 3v1 situation, and hold on. Yuki actually able to get that first blood right there. So already good start for the Freya. When you go double, when you go fight or go lane, you definitely want to snowball early if possible. We see a bit of an exchange happening up top as well between Fish God and Bankai. But still, Meta's gonna be the one on top of the turtle here. Rolls in. LYC steals the turtle away. The drive-by. Electro final will Petrify. Going to miss thanks to flicker from Kenny. RWM catches 3. Forces the flicker from Unicorn as well. But that's gonna be it.
Man, I was gonna say like YBG should just give up that turtle, but LYC drive-by gets it secured. Great pickup for him. And it's a good thing they didn't overcommit to that, because I feel like the Huns could have really punished them if they continue to try to fight it out. But Swim's level 4 now. He's got the Tsunami Slam. Is he going to go for it? Oh.
Then he's going to grab the Khalid instantly. Tidal Strike sets up the kill and even gives it to Lexi. So that's basically the best case scenario for them right there.
Yeah. Didn't even need to use the flicker, obviously, for that one. So good pickup there. Taking a look at the items, you can see a bit of a stalemate right now in terms of gold, at least in that gold lane. Even with the Freya first blood kill, you can say Lexi, he's got his own kill. He's pretty much neck and neck right there. Same with the roams, the mid's not too far apart, jungle slight lead, but XP the same. So, you know, really good kind of equilibrium happening here on across the map to all the roles. So now that the level 4s are in play, you have to look at the roamers. How aggressive are they going to be on trying to set things up for their teams? Both roamers have great potential, but it's more so going to be Swim, because that's just the job of the Kalea. You want to go ahead and get these Tsunami Slams down, and now that it's available, you can see, you know, they're kind of looking for a pick if they can find one. The only thing is, you have quite tanky durable heroes over here for the Huns. And yes, you have a carry. You can shred on through some of that tankiness, but you've got to go ahead and build up on those items. And that's one thing is, can you maneuver around these fights against a Freya that's going to be jumping for you?
I think YBG needs to be aware this game that most likely they're not going to be able to contest a lot of objectives even with the tank jungle on their side just because of the double fighters. They're still going to try though. They have control over turtle first. I'm kind of surprised the Huns are letting them do this. Breaking Sands from Flicker connects on 3, but there's just no follow-up. Turtle is secured. Here comes Yuki from the bot lane. RWM doesn't really hit anyone, but the damage is really building up thanks to the Freya in the backline. Like the final blow used to escape, but Bilexi not going to be quite as lucky. LYC should be tanky enough to get out of this one. And the Huns will convert over to stealing the buff as well.
Okay, he takes it. That's exactly the question I asked earlier on before that turtle even broke down. I was like, can Bilexi maneuver around these fights when you've got Yuki just kind of zoning in on you? So Yuki's answered my question, man. I had said it. I was like, I have a big question mark on the Freya for Yuki after seeing the Moskov performance in game 2. Well, hell, he's doing great here in game 3. And as long as Yuki is able to go ahead and continue to scale up, get this threat that a Freya gold lane provides, you know, when you have 2 fighters on the side lane, like you mentioned, this is a huge amount of work that has to be done by YBG, and why we say, you know, for Bilexi, he needs the support of his team here, just like this.
They're gonna full collapse in the top lane. Swim ends up going down. That's actually ideal as long as Bilexi survives. And they actually pick up the kill on Bankai as well. They're not able to move away. Well, we can see Fish God trying to cut them off from behind. Not really able to find the angle for it, so they will convert over to mid lane, make sure that Yuki is unable to get free tower down there and leave Bilexi up top to farm up the engine.
Yeah, a bit of a trade happening here across the map, but I will say this again, for game 3, this has been so far just an equal game. They're managing things really well. There is a little bit of a breakthrough now for the gold lane, of course, for Yuki. Turtle's going to be up last run of the game. YBG has controlled the turtle pit so far. They've made really good decisions on fighting it, but they've got to deal with Yuki. I think that's, if somehow, some way they can take Yuki out of the picture, YBG will have a opportunity to scale into where they need to be, especially with a carry here. That's why they're going and trying to set things up. It's the responsibility, basically, of Swim to make something happen here with the Tsunami Slam. OU also playing up front, doing a really good job at that. Fish God trying to go on the off angle here with this Benedetta, not going to be able to pull through on it. He does have a Petrify, though, so the positioning is what matters so much here. Yuki jumps in, Valkyrie form. They're going to fight for it.
It's going to be used. RWM drops down. LYC is trapped inside it, and Baxia goes down. Meanwhile, in the backline, Bankai going and picks up Unicorn. Does end up going down to the tower to Tsunami Slam, but they also pick off Fish God on the opposite side. The Huns definitely winning this fight out right now, and Swim not going to be able to escape either. Double kill over for Kenny. 3 turtle, 3 mid tier 1. A total victory for the Huns here.
Just a fantastic team fight from the Huns, and a bit of a whiff from YBG. I mean, they wanted to go and fight for that. Fish God even looking for that off angle, but the Electro final blow, the Petrify, just not what he was looking for. LYC trying to desperately hold on to this turret. I'm not sure if he really needs to do this.
Yeah, I don't really think so. He's gonna get the whole traction. Cross on 2 is good. They pick up the killing spree for Yuki. Valkyrie Descent used to escape, and they just have no chase. In fact, now YBG may have extended a little bit too far out. They're gonna chase them down. Both marksmen in a vulnerable position. RWM! Beautifully done from Kenny! The Tsunami Slam not gonna do anything here as the Eve picks them off one by one. Triple kill for Kenny, and the Huns walks out with another win and a tower up top.
Oh man, YBG tunnel visioned after that traction pulse. They got caught out too, and then sandwiched in under the turret, giving a triple kill over to Kenny. And this is the scary thing, you know, glowing one and wishing lantern, that's pretty much all he has, but he's able to go ahead and just set up that RWM, that real world manipulation so well, and the team capitalized on it. Again, Bankai on this Lapu Lapu, what a set that he was able to do to allow Kenny to make that happen, and they'll just get a whole bunch across the map here. Tier 2s falling, top and bottom side. YBG is just losing real estate across the map here, and now they find themselves in a very precarious situation. Lord's coming up in 30 seconds. Most of these team fights have not gone in their favor, and it's all about positioning, man. They have not been able to get in favorable positioning. And Bilexi, again, he's got to be that guy to shred through these members of the Huns, but if you don't have any space to work with, you're on a carry who has one of the lowest, you know, shortest attack ranges, and that's why it's so important to get the Malefic Gun. But you need time to be able to build into that. sure, you can shred, but you got to be in position to be able to do that. So we might see them just give up this Lord. They're not in a position to find it. They're almost 7,000 gold behind, and it looks like they'll just make a choice to just go for the base defense.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't do much about it at this point. I think we all knew this was going to happen as well, just based off of the drafts themselves. This is literally a late game comp. You got multiple marksmen, you got a Benedetta going what seems to be full damage on the YBG side. It's pretty clear that you're not going to be winning out these early fights. I thought that YBG would be aware of that. The correct decision here is just not to overcommit, you know? Well, go for poke, get pickoffs where you can, but otherwise, there's no real need to force. They've just not done that. They've been trying to force them, and they've been giving up so much each time.
Yeah, this is going to be a troubled area.
Oh! Did you find someone? No, oh, you actually will be able to survive that one. He just quick shine guards back up. Meanwhile, Yuki going ham, surrounded. Fish God actually goes down, trying to go flank, gets found out by Kenny. Lord colliding up top. The HUNS still 5-man strong. OU is the only one low on HP, and RWM comes out once again, blocks them away from top inhibitor. Fractal Pulse really doesn't do much. Yuki gonna just jump straight in and doesn't get punished much for it. The gold lead for the HUNS is just way too big at this point. Instantly moving back over to the mid lane. They see the flying cloud come in.
Bunkai.
Dynamic Slam not available, so swim and flicker forward. Bankai will actually drop, ended up diving a little bit too deep, and now Yuki also in a bit of danger, trying to jump away as far as possible. Pop Purify at the very last second. Will he be able to survive? He actually trades for one, but does eventually get shut down, and Fish God also finds Kenny in the mid lane, so he gets traded as well. Still Meta comes in, gets a bit of revenge.
Oh my goodness, there's just fights everywhere. That's what I was saying about all matches today, man. But this one especially, at least for YBG, they get a couple kills, actually a few out of the exchange. Yes, they lost their base turret up top, but that's not too bad. They got a big shutdown, what they needed there. You can see, you know, across the board, Kenny was doing a ton of damage. They had to take him out. They got him. So this is a moment, this is an opportunity for YBG to gain some control back into this game. They still have so much ground to cover, though. Still 5,000-6,000 gold behind. But you can see that, right? Lexi, he's not too far. He's got his Trinity built up. He's working into his next item. That's going to be a defensive item for him to go ahead and build into. He needs to survive some of this pressure here. But even so, you look at Unicorn, you know, he's got the Sky Piercer. He's looking to get that proc off if he can, but more importantly is getting that good traction pulse. We've seen it before. The potential is there. If he can land the traction pulse to find 2-3 members, or even one, if it just happens to be one member and they just get that numbers advantage, that'll be great for them. Fish God 2 is starting to be more of a threat. It was a little rough for him in the beginning because of, again, he had to go ahead and find these off angles to utilize a Petrify like the final blow. But he's been able to go ahead and build up a bit on the items, and he could actually just take someone low enough to put pressure on them. The Wind of Nature is going to be big that Lexi just picked up. We're going to see them potentially contest this. I don't know if they'll be able to pull through with it. Fish God dealing with the wave up top. They're blitzing this, though.
Yeah, they see LYC already, so there's no way for LYC to go in for the drive-by, and yeah, it's gonna be a free one for the HUNS. I'm glad that YBC at least makes the decision that, like, okay, they see us, we cannot fight this, not gonna be worth it. They're gonna have to play base defense. They do still have the late game scaling. If they can somehow delay this for another like 5 or 6 minutes, we might be able to see something happen, or if somehow the HUNS make a big mistake, then there is still the chance to turn things around. But it's gonna be a difficult one right now. Base defense is something that YBG can try to play for. They've got marksmen, which means they're quite good at clearing waves and dealing with the Lord, but if the HUNS find the right angle, this could be the end game.
They'll wait for that Lord to push up top. Again, that base turret is gone. YBG will have to juggle this on through. We'll see who initiates first from here. The HUNS have the tools to go for it as they do it. Raging Sandstorm.
Sandstorm, Flicker, they're gonna be able to find Timmy in the box, but he will be able to flicker away. Yuki's still gonna chase him down, so with all 3 descend. Lexi finds one kill onto the studio first. Fischkoff gonna be traded away as well. Meanwhile, Tsunami Slam gonna be used. OU gets dragged to the tower, goes down, Swim very low on HP, and Fischkoff finds Kenny in the back line. He actually picks off 3. Yuki finds tower, but YBG will actually be able to hold on to the situation.
Oh my goodness, that was like such a messy fight. Kenny took like 2-3 shots from the turret, man. I don't know if he expected like that to fully break out, but either it was a void crystal or whatever happened, Kenny took too many shots by the turret, man. And at the same time, they decided to go and force that fight in between two base turrets. Bunkai, he's still got 1 HP on this turret here.
Good raging slash. Oh wow, Relexi actually has got 1 hit! Literally 1 hit from death! That's gotta be a bit of a feels bad. Relexi was so close to that, but I think if the Huns weren't aware of his damage output, they are definitely aware by now.
Yeah, they know now, man. They're saying, okay, you gotta watch out for Relexi because, you know, he's got the Malefic gun now too. This is what the item that I was talking about that really is such a value item for the carry. That little bit of extra range. And you also got immortality over here, and obviously even for LYC, he's needed some more time to go ahead and build up. Yes, he's going to be down in gold in comparison to a Suyo, who could just, you know, do everything that he needs to around the map. But it's also just being tanky enough to withstand what the Huns are throwing at them, and also potentially maybe by the next one contesting this Lord in about 20 seconds. Fish God. Whoa!
Fish got in a really bad spot. Ivor and I, Electro Final Blow, everything to be used. Actually managed to get away from Yuki with the Valkyrie Descent, but the RWM catches his team instead. They came to back him up, and they're the ones getting caught out. A massive misplay from YBG. They've lost Ulexi, they've lost Swim. Flicker from Unicorn should get him out of that one, but Carry was really the main core, and they will no longer have him for this base defense. LYC still holding on, rolling away from Kenny, surprisingly surviving. But that means it's gonna be a 4v2 defense. LYC finally falls. Fish God picks up still. He's clearing. Holding on! But another minion wave is coming through. Unicorn has got Wind of Nature. The crystal's still wide open. They're still surviving for now, but Fish God will go down to the Raging Slash and they get the stun as well. The Huns have done it! They have found the opening for the punish and they will claim the series.
The Huns had to fight for it, but man, they made it happen. It was chaotic, it was messy, but they'll win the series to move on to the playoffs tomorrow here, sending YBG out. Man, that last decision for Fish God. You know, the team wanted to be there for him when he got caught, and then it's his team that ends up getting punished. And he tried, you know, he tried to make up for it, clearing the waves, using it like the final blow and everything, but it was the damage was done. And you could just see, again, just tough one for YBG. Congratulations to the Huns here to move forward to tomorrow. And they'll be fighting it off in the playoffs here to see exactly what happens. But just, what a game 3 that was. Stoffel, what a game 3. I mean, it was... Yeah. We knew, we had an idea. We had a glimpse of what the Huns could do from last series. We knew it was going to be messy. We knew that it was going to be enough to put YBG off balance. And I think it did just that.
Yeah, I think it really is, it was just a really good game to capstone the day, right? I think a lot of us were going in thinking, oh, is this going to be another one-sided sweep, you know, is it gonna be another predictable game? Turns out no, right? Very back and forth between both of these squads, and in the end, a very unexpected victor. The Huns able to take it, right? So we're gonna be witnessing 2 Mongolian teams in the playoffs. That's gonna be really exciting to watch. And I also have some questions about, like, why did YBG decide to shift their draft up so much at the end there? You literally have a Freya and you decide to go double marksman. You're kind of pushing your scaling a little bit too far back.
Yeah, it's I don't know, man. I think I have questions for both. You know, like watching that series, you're kind of sitting here thinking like, dang, you know, like there was some obviously clear miscommunications on both sides throughout the series, but sometimes, you know, that's just the nature of the game. That's just the nature of the competition, and that happened to be the case, you know, for the Huns. Again, it got a little dicey there, you know, it got a little dicey at the end just because it seemed like, and hopefully they can fix this before tomorrow, because this is going to be a big problem for them tomorrow. The Huns, like, when they are assaulting a base, they really want that base, man. They will fight and fight and fight in the base, even if there's 2 base turrets up and they're taking base shots, you know, like turret shots to them. They'll still fight. And so I think they have to clean that up if they want the opportunity to move forward, you know, to potentially get that spot going to the direct spot to MSC. Because yeah, essentially these 4 teams that will be in the playoffs tomorrow will all go to MSC. Again, 3 of them, 3 of the 4 will go to the wild card. So what you're gonna want to think about is, obviously you want to be one of the teams to make it through to the direct spot. You know, you want to be locked in right away. And so I think if they want that chance to be that team to go directly to MSC, they really have to clean up some of their decision making when it comes down to getting into the base. Even before the base shields are down, they need to clean that up a bit.
I have to agree with you. We at this point kind of recognize HUNS for their chaotic gameplay, but I think they themselves haven't fully adapted to the chaos of the battlefield, where sometimes there's just some mistakes being made, some weird calls here and there. But this time our MVP is going to be OU on that Khalid, able to roam around the map, open up vision, be honestly a general nuisance, because Khalid still does a lot of damage early on.
Yeah.
And if you don't really have a lot of burst to worry about, right? It's literally a carry, a Kimmy. You know that the first half of the game, they're not going to be able to do much to you. You can just continuously run around the map and make things happen.
Yeah, it was an interesting day. You know, I'll say that because we saw I feel like today alone, it was just 3 matches. Fortunately enough, we got almost the max games possible. We almost got 9 games. So we had 8 games, and I feel like in those 8 games, we learned a lot about the varying difference here between the teams that are competing. But again, also a really good, I would almost just really say it was a really good depiction of where East Asia is currently in the competitive scene of MLBB. Because, and for me, I'll say this was nice to see, man, because again, you got to look at other regions around the world that are starting to grow, starting to develop. They've got their own play style, even their own drafting patterns. Although there is a lot of similarities to what we're seeing over here in Southeast Asia, it's nice to see that East Asia is, you know, showcasing this. We're going to be heading over to an interview with Michelle and the HUNS over here.
Hi, Benkai, how are you? Would you like to say hello to our audience here?
你好，我是本K.
Thank you, Benkai. So, how's the feeling after this game? It's such a close game, right?
Yeah, it feels really good.
我有问到他，就是说打完这么激烈又很接近的一场对局之后，什么样的心情呢？文凯先用中文跟大家打了招呼，然后他说非常的开心，觉得这场对局非常的精彩哦。首先问到他的是他在6局当中选择了6个不同的经验路英雄哦，分别是我们的特斯拉、塞勒、阿洛特、雨中黑龙以及我们的赫洛斯，还有最后的拉普。他最喜欢的是哪个呢？ So you just pick 6 different heroes in 6 different games, like Terizla, Sora, Arla, Yuzhong, Phobius, and Lapu. Which is your favorite?
My favorite hero is Yuzhong.
Why is Yuzhong?
Because it's OP.
Oh, okay. 然后我问到他选择最喜欢的是黑龙，我问他为什么呢？他认为这个是一个非常强，并且他是一个就是可能不那么需要发育就可以打得很厉害的一个英雄。下一个问题想要问到的是，因为其实在第2局嘛，他们那一局还是有出现一些小小的失误的，所以那局是没有成功拿下。他认为第2局可能是哪一个位置的选手给到他们的压力最大呢？ So like in game 2, like which players from YBG you think give you the most pressure?
I think Fishgood. Yeah, he's very skilled player.
OK， 他说他认为可能那一局是 YBG 的经验路选手鱼神给到他的压力非常的大，因为他觉得鱼神其实他是一个很有技巧的一个经验路的选手，非常老道的一个选手。下一个问题想问到的是，最后一局的时候他们选择了这个版本不太流行，是上个版本比较流行的双边阵容，是为什么呢？ So in the last game, Game 3, you pick a double fighter comp. Actually, it's not a meta pick. So what is your reason behind this?
we think Korea is the most OP hero in this meta. Then we pick, yeah.
Okay, also for the gold lane.
Yeah.
Okay, 我有问到他，他说因为他们觉得弗雷亚是这个版本最强的英雄，没有之一，所以哪怕是只能去到金币路的位置，他们也一定要拿下这个英雄。那么最后一个问题下一个问题想问到的是，因为我们稍后会有一个非常精彩的抽签环节啊，那么这场抽签也会决定他们将会在淘汰赛的首轮对战哪支战队，它有什么样的一个偏向号吗？ So we're gonna have a draw later, you know that, right?
Yeah.
What is your preference? Which team you want to face against?
I want to face GCG.
Oh, why is not the Mongols?
Because someone said they want to be our nightmare.
OK 然后我们的他有仔细的看我们国内赛区的采访哦，他说他想遇到广州 Gaming， 我说为什么不是想遇到你们同赛区的 Mongols？ 他说因为他听说广州 Gaming 有人想成为我蒙古赛区的梦魇。那么最后一个问题，我们知道现在在蒙古呢，有很多他们家乡的粉丝在观看他们的比赛，有什么话想要对家乡的粉丝说吗 ？So many fans must watching your game right now in Mongolia. Any words to your fans back home watching?
Can I say in Mongolia?
For sure. So what does it mean?
Thank you for watching and keep supporting us.
OK, thank you. 本凯说非常感谢，就是家乡的粉丝一直在观看我们的比赛，也希望你们可以继续支持我们在我们 ACL 和 MCT EA 后面的一个赛程的发挥。非常感谢本凯，以上就是我们赛后采访的全部内容了。那么稍后还有精彩的抽签日式，让我们先把时间交回到解说室。
Thank you so much, Michelle. And that is Bunkai from the HUNS there. They are live in Shanghai here for the MCT EA. And yeah, congratulations to the HUNS, man. I just realized too, Snafa, that since they go to the playoffs, and again, all the teams competing in the playoffs starting tomorrow, which we'll see the draw later, they all qualify for potential prize pool in MSC. Like even if you're part of the wild card, you get part of that prize pool. So, you know, hey, congratulations to the teams that are going to be moving forward. Again, we'll find out who ends up getting the direct spot to the group stage and who ends up as the 3 teams going to the wild cards. And this is our results today, man. You know, it was a very one-sided first series that we saw, but you know, for FY, for Feiyun Esports, they are new to the MLBB competitive scene from South Korea. Even though they have a couple Filipinos over there on the coaching staff and players, they still have room for improvement, and they are it's really reminiscent, man, of when we started to see China compete in MLBB.
Yeah, it's impressive to see the kind of potential that other regions are starting to come up with. If that they're basically figuring out how to play the game on their own from scratch, you know, without really a lot of external influence, without being able to actually like play against other teams internationally yet until you get to this stage. And then it really does become quite a humbling experience, especially for, you know, teams like this to face off, get wrecked a little bit, you know, understand just how big the world out there is. And I'm looking forward to seeing Feiyun, you know, maybe come back stronger, because we all know that's what happened with China in the first place, right? That's what you mentioned yourself, and now they are starting to become a stronger player in the whole entity and everything. But goes to show that even after all this time, you know, you still can't really tell what's going to happen. There's always surprises behind every corner.
I like what Bunkai mentioned too, because you know, we talked about it a bit in the draft for their games. We were like, oh yeah, teams are banning out his Yuzhong. Well, then Bunkai is just like there with Michelle. He's like, yeah, I like the Yuzhong the most because he's OP. Like that's basically what he said, and you know, very straightforward with it, as we saw from his performance.
I mean, can you really blame him, right? The way that he played it, you know, the result that he got at the end there. Can anyone really say Yuzhong is not OP? Especially in the hands of Bunkai himself, right? He basically single-handedly solo carried that game right from minute 1. I think all the other teams watching in the playoffs, you know, if they do end up going up against the HUNS, they know like, okay, we can't let them have it.
Yeah, you heard who he wanted to face off against, right? Like based off the draft.
Yes, I did.
He wants to go against Guangzhou. And I would say, they're probably the favored to get the direct spot, right? Like looking at the teams here, especially because YBG got beat out. I would say it's between the Mongols, because the Mongols, you know, we've seen them compete before. They also have ZX Aura there. I would say, yeah, for most people, they're probably leaning towards tournament favorite would probably be Guangzhou Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of like veterancy and experience, it's gonna be either Guangzhou Gaming or the Mongols, right? Both these teams have played internationally. They were both the respective winners of their tournaments, but now it's time to watch the draw.
Okay, let's see our draw here. Where we're gonna have pull through again at this point. You know, we've got essentially two groups that are going to be going forward. Again, there's 4 teams, so we'll just find out who ends up going against who in this matchup. Any idea here, Staffo, who you want to see face off against?
I think it would be pretty fun to see the HUNS go up against Guangzhou, just like they asked, right? And then we can see a battle between the Mongols and the Sunset Ravens, which of course is our representatives from Japan, and it's also going to be fun.
Yeah, I guess that's who my next eyes are on, is like Japan, you know, like Japan though is just I feel like it's fun to watch their streams alone, even though they just have Japanese streams, you know, but it's like, it's fun to watch to see what they're doing over there. And for Sunset Ravens, I hope that I hope they do well, man. Again, they're in a similar position that China was in just, you know, a couple years ago when their first introduction, and even though Japan had competed years ago, but it's kind of like their reintroduction into the competitive scene, and hopefully we get to kind of see them their play style develop as well. So I would say for me, I'm looking forward to, just so the wish comes true, the HUNS versus Guangzhou Gaming to start off, and then we have Sunset Ravens versus the Mongols. So see if that ends up happening. Again, small draw here, and but this could already kind of paint the picture. They are going to have, basically for the playoffs though, just so you guys know, starting tomorrow, it's double elimination, right? So it will be a double elimination. All matches are going to be best of 3 until we get to the lower bracket finals and grand finals. So let's see.
Alright, who is it going to be?
Match 1 versus the Mongols.
Oh, it's the HUNS.
Yeah, it's gonna be the HUNS.
Are we gonna be watching? Yes, we are. The Mongolian battle in match 1. Unfortunately, that means the HUNS don't get their wish too soon. But hey, if they do win their match, then maybe they'll get the face off. That also means that Guangzhou Gaming will be facing off against Sunset Ravens in match 2.
Okay. Again, you know, double elimination. I think the HUNS, they got some good practice in today. As long as they can kind of clean up their gameplay, I think they'll be in a better position to go ahead and take down a team like the Mongols, at least send them to the lower bracket. But, you know, looking through, I guess, some of the experience that they've had here, you know, obviously they're very familiar with each other. I actually just looked this up too. I think the coach looks like the coach, or at least one of the members in the, maybe helping them with the draft and whatnot. It looks like it's Bebex, if you recall Bebex. He had his time too. Yeah, he says it's their coach. Bebex has a lot of experience. Especially, you know, he was one of our first introductions of what I was saying with Team Low Gun before, when we, you know, started to see really that strength from Mongolia. And so Bebe X was one of those first players I think that the international audience was introduced to, you know, on Team Low Gun. And yeah, that's what we would have casted years ago. So it's nice to see that he's coaching the HUNS.
Yeah, much time has passed and you still remember the name as well, but now we officially will have tomorrow's matchups, right? We're going to be having, I believe, 4, right? 4 best of 3s happening tomorrow. Is going to be kicking off with the Mongols versus the HUNS in our very first best of 3, followed by Guangzhou Gaming up against Sunset Ravens. After which, we'll be watching the upper bracket finals, the winners of both matches, and then we will be watching the very first lower bracket match where one team will be eliminated.
exciting day tomorrow. You know, I think, yeah, you mentioned, Stafa, you won't be casting tomorrow. You got to cast all the play-in matches today. Any final thoughts before we close out the day here on how things went for you? And about the teams we got to witness today?
I think it was definitely unexpected, you know. They started clean sweep. I thought like, oh, are we gonna see a lot of these where like one team is just clearly stronger than the other? But then after that, very close matches overall, some surprising picks, some questionable gameplay here and there, but you know, it's understandable since many of these are still newer teams on the international stage, developing regions. I'm hoping that we get to see more stuff like this, because this was very, very fun, and I'm glad I got the cast with you today, Naisu.
Well, I'm glad I got to cast with you as well, Stafa. I'm glad everybody that got to tune in on the English stream over here. Thank you so much for joining us throughout our matches today. Congratulations to the teams that move forward and come back stronger to Faerun Esports moving forward. But we'll be back here for the playoffs tomorrow, guys, for the MCT EA Championship. This is all the road leading to MSC. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back here tomorrow. I'm Naisu. That's Stafa. You guys enjoy your evening. We'll see you tomorrow.